Yes, family. Grand risings. Guess who's back in the building? Come on. Happy Sunday. Today is the 13th day. They say sometimes unlucky, but I don't really believe them thing there. So it's the 13th day of the second month. And yeah, man, we're steaming ahead, boy. We're steaming ahead. I know I always say it, man, but bloody hell, time really is flying by. You know what I mean? Mad thing. Seriously, man. Fuck's sake, man. You know what I mean? It's like a year's now. It's like 12, so was it like 12 pay packets? Or if you get paid weekly, you know what I mean? 52 pay packets. I mean, oh, Lord have mercy, man. That's when you know you're getting old. You know what I mean? Fuck's sake. But yeah, man, with the boat, man, big up yourself. J4 in the building. I see my sister Tash in the building. Big up yourself, sis. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, happy Sunday. So you know how we do. Let's do some little greetings and that. So anyone that celebrated any kind of celebrations in these last days and weeks, you know what I mean? Hope you had a good one. You know what I mean? The Earth Strong people, them. The anniversary people, them. Rotty J to the 4, Mr. B, come on. You'll never walk alone. Big game today. You know what I mean? 2 o'clock. So, yep, we're tuning in for that. But, yeah, man. So, like I'm saying now, you know what I mean? Big up everyone that had some sort of celebrations. You don't know what's above must be below. Commiserations, condolences for those that may have lost persons in the times, yeah? Because there's going to be many, you know what I mean? And, you know, like I always say, no one knows the minute, the hour, or the second, you know what I mean? Sometimes life can just spin on a sixpence, as they say. And, yeah, man, it's a whole different story, you know what I mean? So, yeah, man, so give thanks. I've had a little break. Initially, you know what I mean? Something happened where I just had to chill out a minute. You get me? But give thanks. Papa Senior's back in the building. But and then after that now I just thought, you know what I mean? Let me just take a little break, see what I'm going, see what's popping off, stay in the bushes a little bit, you know, then way there. Been on a couple panels just, you know, so people don't forget me. Yeah, I'm only joking. But yeah, jumped onto Jedi's a couple of times, jumped onto Snips. You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm back home now. You get me? And yeah, man. And you know what I always say anyway, a little YouTube break is not a bad thing still, because it can be toxic. You know what I mean? It can be viperish. You get me? We know about the scummy side, and then way there. Look at that. Big up yourself, Skits. Skits is still out here just causing all kind of mayhem. I don't know what's wrong with the people, them. They want to know who the fuck Skits is. I've heard Skits could be, what have I heard? So I've heard it could be Wasp. I've heard it could be, I'm sure people have all said Esau. I must say, all men though. I've not heard, although at one point they were saying it was that gal in America. What's her name? Jen or something. But boy, Skits has got the people them out here muddied. You know what I mean? But as long as man them don't make no vids on 9's, go on, do your thing, boy. Go on, do your thing. But anyway, you know how we do. You know how we open up our thing. Yeah, just to remind everybody where you're there. Let's get it. Jeez. Woo-wee.
All right. Today we're going to learn about 9 ether. Y'all ready?
Learn.
Yes. Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one. 9 ether flow. 9 ether flow. 9 ether flow.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I say it again.
Jeez.
My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 ether flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jay, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed into an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow,
And you know we're about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the flow, and you know we're about to get it in.
My crown,
Kinky.
Yeah.
my skin,
Melanin.
Right.
I'll say
Watch
it again.
them.
My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it
I
in.
need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that's serotonin. Calm my nerve, you know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm lead low in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky.
Yeah.
My skin, melanin.
Right.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin.
Right.
9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
Yes, family, you done that how we do. Yeah, big up yourself, Olivia Sage. You done know. Yeah, man. So the Kinky 9's back in the building. Jeez. Yeah, man, it's been a hot minute. And you got to be careful, you know, because if you stay away, you know. You know what I mean? It might be hard to kick that live button, man. But yeah, man, you know it got already. Real life settings, you get me? But yeah, man, back in the building. I see my boy Khan in the... Oh, big up yourself, Khan, boy. Yeah, man, you are an entertainer. I'll give you that. So yeah, family, I just come to really chop it up in the breakfast time. I ain't really got nothing in particular, although I got loads in particular. You know them ones, man. But yeah, man. So what we saying? Big up with the Man U fans. The pain is real, and you know I'm loving every single minute of it. You know what I mean? Apparently, Man U are the new social media club, the football club. The social media football club where the man them are on like 200 bags, 250 bags. You know them ones, mad thing. But yeah, boy, okay, there you got next footballer kicking cats. You get me? Oh gosh, other footballers up on all kind of rape charges. You get me? Disgusting. You get me? We got this Mason Greenwood. Now, in fact, let me even touch on that Mason Greenwood thing because, like, obviously, I'm sure everyone has heard about the story of the Man United and England footballer, Yeah, Mason Greenwood, blah, 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 blah. Him and his missus, blah, 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 blah. You know, he's out on bail, blah, 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 blah. But I've been quite surprised at some of the responses from some men, to be honest. You know, I mean, obviously, of course, innocent until proven guilty and all that. I get that. You understand what I'm saying to you? But I thought some of the evidences were quite glaringly obvious that at the very least he's a skunt. You know what I'm saying to you? You know, the pictures, all right, you know, I know that people were questionable about the pictures, you know what I'm saying to you? I know some people saying, yo, blood don't run like that, this, that, and the other. I get that, man, you know what I'm saying to you? Because you can have some women that just ain't nice, innit? Try to set up, man, whatever. I get that. But for me, it was the tape. What? Boy, we need to start making trailers, Ultra. For fuck's sake, you can come and spend that with us, man. But all right then, £500 trainers. I bet they were them dyslexic looking trainers. But in fact, it'll be interesting. Have you spoken to your son about that situation? Because the next thing I'm hearing is that a lot of the Man United players are kind of backing him, you know. Which again, this is like, So I'm saying, okay, what's Ultra saying? Mason Green is done out here, rightfully so. Putting your hands on a woman is level 100 pussyism. Well, you know, you're not gonna get no argument from me, Dessa Ultra. You know what I mean? I agree with that 100%, 100%. Yeah, but going back to this dude now, so. To be fair, there's a lot of men that just straight out cancelled him in it, like straight out cancelled him as well. You know, even Man United fans, you get me? Or I know some people are saying there's a whole different reason for that, but we shan't even go into that still. But for me, that audio, yeah, was just scathing. You know what I mean? And I think it sort of opens up doors for other conversations. And you've often heard me come on my channel and sort of talk about the relationships or the interpersonal relationship between the young people today. I mean, it's not even just like because even even grown people are having problems, but at least, you know what I mean? I think we can concentrate on the younger ones because obviously they're in the sort of the infancy of relationships, this, that, and the other. And it's the foundation, right? But yeah, man, when you hear that tape there and oh man, you know. In fact, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. I didn't plan on talking about this, but let me see if I can find it. And like, give me 1 minute as well, so I think I'm gonna be moving my laptop. 1 sec. Yeah, family. So yeah, let me see if I can find. I mean, I'm sure everyone's heard it already, to be fair, but just for the sake of although I don't know, they may even have taken it down. Because I know at one point, hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let's see if anyone's left it up.
Hurry up. You need to fucking put.
All right, so I'm just gonna play it for those that may not have heard it, and just even anything to refresh memories as well, including myself, because obviously I heard it initially, and so all right. And like I said, I think it sort of leads on to wider discussions to be had still. All right, so this should be the audio family.
Move your legs up. Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up. Talking to me. Stop.
Stop putting your dick there.
I'm gonna fuck you twat.
I don't want to have
I don't
sex with
care.
you.
You want fucking sex with me? Dare me?
Why do I have to do this though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
Fuck with other people.
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do? I don't want to.
You do.
No, I don't. Push me again one more time and watch what happens to you.
No.
Well, you will actually. You have to watch what happens.
Mason.
Get the fuck off. Harriet, you need to fucking put. Move your legs up. Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up. Talking to me. Stop.
Stop putting your dick there.
I'm gonna fuck you twat.
I don't want to have
I don't
sex with
care.
you.
You want fucking sex with me? Dare me?
Why do I have to do this though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
Fuck with other people.
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do? I don't want to.
You do.
No, I don't. Push me again one more time and watch what happens to you.
No.
Well, you will actually. You have to watch what happens.
Mason.
Get the fuck off. Harriet, you need to fucking put. Move your legs up. Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up. Talking to me. Stop.
Stop putting your dick there.
I'm gonna fuck you twat.
I don't want to have
I don't
sex with
care.
you.
You want fucking sex with me? Dare me?
Why do I have to do this though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
Fuck with other people.
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do? I don't want to.
You do.
No, I don't. Push me again one more time and watch what happens to you.
No.
Well, you will actually. You have to watch what happens.
Mason.
Get the fuck off.
All right, family. So yeah, we've been able to refresh our minds of the audio. Yeah, I see Khan's written a statement. I'm so glad he's written it, man, because he's gone. Is this an attempted rape of a woman, for fuck's sake? Yeah. So cool. So initially, I'm not even necessarily talking about that part of the case, right? In terms of the rape part. However, I am want to speak about just that whole what would you call that? What would you call that? That whole I don't even know, what would you call that? I don't know, lost for words, man. What would you call that? All right, that back and forth between the young lady and the young man, yeah. So Khan, I mean, I would love for you to jump on, actually, Khan. You get me? I'd love for you to jump on still, Khan, because I'm saying that is not acceptable language between a partner or two partners. I've heard some people talk about role playing, all these things, you know what I mean? And this is what I'm trying to say about the dangers. And this is one we have to start talking to the women or the young girls, definitely, man. You know what I'm saying to you? Because you know, like they can catch themselves in problems. But so, I mean, are we in a situation now where the young people, is that how they interrelate when it comes to having sex and so forth? I want to fuck ya. And if I say no, like what? Like, I might need to play it again and just pause it. Because like, nah, man, this ain't healthy, man. All right, then.
Oi.
All right, Carnito.
What's happening, babe?
Bless up yourself, man. Bless up yourself.
Big
And I'm
up.
glad it's yourself even as well, man, because I know that you get me, you're you know, I don't want to say a mature guy, but you know what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm I'm hoping that you didn't come up speaking to women like that when it come to them thing there. Or was I spoiled and really and truly that was the vibrations, but 9 didn't really hear that. What are you saying?
From my point of view, that's totally unacceptable. If anything, that's the opposite of what you should be doing as a man. If a woman says, I'm not interested, you don't even want to risk stepping into the shoes of being a rapist. So from the woman says no, it's like, I'm on the other side of the room, innit? But I don't know, with youngsters today, the way they speak to each other, like, I don't think like there's enough evidence here to kind of convict someone of an attempted rape, unless that there's more evidence that we're not getting. Like if she put in a statement saying, well, this led to me being raped, then yeah, this could be evidence. But I don't know, the way how kids speak to each other these days, that you could even put this down as foreplay.
Well, you see, and this is why I'm saying we need to have the conversation. Just give me 1 minute. I need to move my lappy one more time, right?
Yeah.
I need to get comfy, blood car. Because although what we just said is, but I know that's how the youth them are moving certain ways still, and that's what I'm saying. The conversation needs to be had still. Give me 1 minute, Khan, yeah?
Yeah.
Big up everyone in the chat still, yeah? Big up, happy Sunday, you don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, you know what I mean? We got children, Khan. You see what I'm saying to you? And
Exactly.
my idea is that some of these things become normalized, whereby in 5-10 years, you know what I mean? The normality of relationships is going to be a mazza.
Obviously, it can go that way, innit? That's how culture works, isn't it? People copy other people.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. It becomes too normalized.
Yeah. We can't risk it. We can't risk having that.
This is what I'm trying to say, man. Especially, I'm not even to say especially, but especially if you got daughters. You get me? Because if I caught my son speaking to he's nowhere near them stages yet. You get me? But if I ever caught my son speaking to a woman like that, between me and his dad, we're finishing him, man, because that is not how you come up.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
So yeah, man. Y'all see my Tony in the building. Big up yourself, TB, man. I'd love to even hear yourself as well, TB, because again, I know so back in the day, it was a different little vibration. Again, it could be arguing with certain, you know what I'm saying to you? And this is what I'm trying to say, the conversation need to be had, because one, where is Mason and other such learning that behavior from Carl? You get me? Is it just something that they're coming up with? Or
it's something that they're coming up with, in my opinion.
Or are they seeing it elsewhere and then replicating it? You see what I'm saying to you? Because yeah, man. All right, give me 1 minute. I'm gonna open the move my lappy. Give me 1 minute, please.
Yeah, cool. Now, I would just like to say that obviously growing up, you come across other people and other cultures and how people deal with things, and like we could see that this isn't something that they've learned from anyone. This is something what young people are doing. They're taking things to a whole nother level, and they think they're creating their own culture. But obviously, we can see that it's something deviant, isn't it? It's something that, you know, they're going off on the wrong path, isn't it? They're going to end up deviating from what we will regard as, you know, conforming to what we believe. Like that, obviously we're trying to get out of doing that, but in a way sometimes that is the only way to kind of keep people on the straight path, innit? If you truly believe they're going off on a mad one, like the way how youngsters speak to each other, like the relationships between boys and girls. I don't know if anyone else has noticed it, but it's just weird. It's just like I've heard girls speaking to boys like the girls man them, like she's speaking like she's gang, and I'm like, where's this come from? Like these gender roles have become like so blurred that it's like I don't know how to explain it, man. Like to me, it just seems like so wrong. Do you know what I mean? It's like it sticks out like a sore thumb. I'm like, nah, that's not something I could just brush over. It's like something that would shock me. Like I heard a girl, yeah, like my girlfriend's daughter's friend, right? She was round at ours. She's speaking to her boyfriend, and I come in the room. I'm like, what's the beef? Like, is this all kicking off now? She's like, no, this is how she speaks to her boyfriend, and they were laughing. I was like, what? She was speaking to him like he's a little bitch. Like the way she was speaking to him, like really, like disgustingly. And I was like, is this how you lot are? Like when we're not watching, when we're not seeing you lot, like as elders, when you're not under our watchful gaze, is this what you lot are getting up to? Because this is just some deviant shit. And she's like, nah, man, the guy done this and he's like this. And I'm like, yeah, but still, like you're speaking to him like that, yeah. How do you think he's going to react? He's going to come back and try to kind of like regain his masculinity where you've tried to demasculate him. He's going to go overboard and try to like dominate you. Like he's going to try to kind of like regain, you know, what you've taken away from him. Like you basically shamed him into doing something that he didn't want to do. I don't know, like, and I think that I don't know. I hear like lots of stories about like boys beating up girls, or like this one girl, she was rushed by like a gang of other girls, and there was a boy there, and he actually joined in. And I was like, what kind of feminine boys are there out there? Like they can't differentiate between the male and the female.
I'm here.
Yo,
Me too. What's actually happening? I didn't realize I was on the panel. What's actually going on? I don't actually know what you are talking about. I can gather. Yeah, please.
Right, cool,
big up everyone in the chat.
Just
big up
sorting her mic out.
Yeah. I know she's doing her little thing in the back.
She played the audio.
Oh yeah, I mean I can play it again. So
yeah, please, because I've got no clue. But this sounds like something serious. It doesn't sound like no joking show.
All right, 1 second.
Yeah, it's very serious.
But yeah, go on. While she's doing that, Khans, what was?
I'm just saying, like, do you know what it is? In my opinion, right? It swings and roundabouts. What you gain from one side, you lose from the other. So where we've kind of like instructed boys to kind of see women as equals, that protectiveness over women is gone now.
Have we encouraged guys to see women as equals or to respect women? There's a difference.
100%.
Well, I think there's a difference.
100%.
I know there's women that view things differently, but yeah, I think there's a difference between respect and treating a woman equally. Like, yeah, it's men that can respect you totally, do the most for you, but he will still step up to do what I will put in quotes manly roles. Do you know what I mean? And he would expect you to do womanly roles in quotes, and if that works for you as in a relationship and that's a balance and it works, that's all good, but that's not equality necessarily, but it's respect. But it is equality, really.
See, the thing with me, Sosa, I think a relationship is between two people, and they can make their own sort of agreement. So, like, for example, when I had children, my partner was like, I'm not really good at looking after kids. I'm not feeling it. I want to go back to work. So I was like, do you know what? I was just doing painting, decorating anyway. I was like, do you know what? You go and pursue your career and I'll look after the kids.
Okay, and do you see that as you seeing her as equal or respecting her?
Yeah, still equal, but I'm saying is, within the relationship, we're cutting a deal with each other. She's saying, well, I will do this and you can do that.
No, I think you're missing the point, Khan. I'm trying to home in on what you said. You said that it comes from us teaching boys to have women as equals. And I'm saying that I don't think we teach them to have women as equals. We're trying to teach them to have respect for women. So I'm trying to see, that's what I'm bouncing off of. Well, that's where I'm.
Yeah, I hear you, but I'm saying that that's just within our understanding of what relationships are and how we do it within our selves, but in a wider context, in society generally, I think that like men can't see where the differences are supposed to be between a man and a woman
All right, stop. Sorry.
anymore.
Give me a recap of what's happened. Then I'll actually know what I'm following.
Basically,
I literally come in blind.
Man's trying to get his girl to give up the pom, right? But he's approaching it in a rapist kind of way where he's telling her, I want it. You have to give it to me. And she's like, yeah, but I don't want
and this is on camera?
No, I'm going to play it now, Sauce. I'm going to play it right now.
Please.
Fucking put.
Yeah, so
Move your legs up.
you have to decide. Go into your plane.
Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up. Talking to me. Stop.
Stop putting your dick there.
I'm gonna fuck you twat.
I don't want to have
I don't
sex with
care.
you.
You want fucking sex with me? Dare me?
Why do I have to do this though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
Fuck with other people.
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do? I don't want to. No, don't. Push me again one more time and watch what happens to you.
No.
Well, you will actually.
Mason.
Get the fuck off. Harriet, you need to fucking put. Move your legs up. Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up. Talking to me. Stop.
Stop putting your dick there.
I'm gonna fuck you twat.
I don't want to have
I don't
sex with
care.
you.
You want fucking sex with me? Dare me?
Why do I have to do this though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
Fuck with other people.
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do? I don't want to. No, don't. Push me again one more time and watch what happens to you.
No.
So this is on a loop, right?
Mason.
9's, pause that a
Harriet.
bit, please. I cannot believe what I'm hearing. I'm gonna have to just take 2 minutes and I'll talk. I don't want to just spout off at the mouth right now. That's how I feel. I can't take the floor.
Yeah, like, is it foreplay? Is it rape? It's a bit hard to tell.
What did you just say? It's hard to tell.
Well, there's such a thing called role
Let me
playing.
take my
innit?
2 minutes, yeah.
There's
Keep
such
talking,
a
sorry.
thing called role playing, isn't it? Her. You know what made?
No, you notice I'm not going to take my 2 minutes. Role play. Did you hear what I just heard?
Yeah, but I heard
one.
it-
Did you
I
hear
heard
what
it
I just
about-
heard?
I heard it a few more times, and it kind of
I
like.
don't give a shit
gives
if you've
you-
heard it on the loop 24 hours. Did you not hear that she did not want it?
Yeah.
Where's the foreplay in that then? How's that
It's
foreplay?
just
She's telling you
her
she
to-
don't want it. And he's telling her
Yeah,
he
but-
don't care what she wants. And you're going to sit there and say
know.
there's different forms of role play and foreplay. I need to take my 2 minutes,
saying
Khan.
there's
I'm not going to
there's
respond
not
to anything
evidence.
more you say for now. Go
I'm
through.
saying,
The floor's yours.
like, to be
Oh,
completely
shit.
balanced with it and fair with it, there's not enough evidence there to actually convict someone in a court of law and say,
Yo, come, go back to where you did come from. I don't know where they dug you up from me too, but Jesus Christ, are you actually trying to say that there's two sides to this story? Please,
What
just
I'm
answer me
saying
yes or
is-
no. Yes or no? Are you trying to say
there's
there are
always
two sides?
two sides. There's always
So
two
you've
sides to
heard
the
a
story.
woman say she don't want sex, and a man said, "Open your legs. I don't care what you want. Touch me one more time, and I will." And you're gonna tell me that there's still what's the other side, Khan?
Okay,
Because
so
one
like
side I don't
already
want
said,
it,
I
and
don't
one
know-
side was forcing it or trying
Okay,
to
yeah.
force it and being aggressive
Yeah.
with it, and you're trying
Yeah.
to excuse it as in, oh, but there might be a reason. Hold on, that's all right. Let's just change the parameters. That's your 17, 18, 19, 20, even 24-year-old daughter. Are you still telling me there's two sides to this story, Khan?
What I'm saying and what I said before you come on,
Yeah.
let me recap my point, yeah, is that if it was me and a woman said no, I'd be on the other side of the room. There'd be no way she could ever accuse me of being a rapist or trying to rape her. Right? So that's first and foremost. Like, I would never even put myself in that
Fine, but it's
position.
not you, it's what we've just heard, and you said there may be another side to the story. That's what I want the elaboration
Now, what I'm
on,
saying
please.
is based on the fact that these youngsters speak to each other differently. Like, these youngsters got a different way of speaking, and their understanding of gender roles and things like that is different from ours. And I've heard women like speaking to men really like as if they're their bitches, and that I think because the guys just let them get away with it because, like, you know, that, I don't know, but like, they have a different idea of what's normal, innit? Like, I don't know. Like, I've heard it, I can't understand it or get my head around it. I think it's weird, but they do it. I've seen it like enough now to say it wasn't just a one-off thing that I've seen. These youngsters do speak to each other in a weird way. So
1 second,
looking
Carl,
at
yeah. Who this? Young pirate, who this?
Yo, Wagwan. Post
is
it.
that Stacks?
Who this?
Yeah.
Who's that?
M-Stacks. We're here to be. I've been hearing stuff since I left YouTube, man. I have to come back and dispel your false narrative, 9's. We're here for you, man.
Listen.
Yo, I mean, I have time to get your
calm
people,
down.
No, and I've got places to be, so I'm going to be in the chat.
No, sis, don't go. M-Stacks, come back later.
I'm useless.
Yeah, don't go. M-Stacks, come back later, yeah? Come and beat me up later, not now.
Why are you running? I don't understand. Like, we're trying to have a conversation.
Listen.
Trying to have a conversation.
Here we're talking about something. Okay?
Don't worry, Carlito is don't worry, he's chilling. Don't worry, you're Carl, you there?
No. Listen, my guy. It's either you. No, you gotta go and come back.
Nah, it don't make sense though.
I will kick you out. I'll kick you out, Bob.
Why are you scared to have a conversation?
Nobody's scared, punk. There was a conversation being had and you decided to jump in on it. Either you show manners, show that you were raised right and sit quietly until it's time to change the subject, or you join in what's being spoken about. One or the other. No one's running from you. It's because I didn't want... No one ain't running from you. It's just I didn't want to tear out my mouth on a Sunday morning.
Nah, man. Fuck that, man. So as Khan was obviously saying, he's trying to put forward an argument, and I've heard it before, so it's not even just Khan kind of saying it, sis, about this whole role play thing, or role play, foreplay, and all this type of what obviously I'm going to call bullshit. You know what I'm saying to you? And that's why I'm saying I think it's important even at that point that we educate the young ladies a certain way. You see what I'm saying to you? Because then it can become a grey area. It could be argued.
That's exactly what came to my mind when he said the way kids speak to each other these days. It's like, so what is it you're teaching? What level does that child, how much do you take before it's like violation? Like, where is the guideline again? As soon as someone disrespects you, and that can be in the smallest way, that's a violation. It doesn't have to be something as major as this.
Right. So, which leads to this leads to the other questions of, one, where are they being taught this? You get me? Because he must have got that kind of vibration from somewhere.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying to you?
And where have they got the freedom to be doing this? This, to me, my first judgment, and you know me, I think like I try and paint everything a picture in my head first. My first vision I had was this must be some hostel life kids, because whose mother's allowing that in their yard?
Right. So the person in question is a footballer. Plays for Man United and England, and is on 75 bags a week.
Wait a freaking minute! So this isn't even just some random... Sorry, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so he plays for Man United, first team. He plays for England, and he's on 75 bags a week, and I think he's about 20.
Where did you sorry, this is just me now, right?
For a good few years. I think they've been together like 2 or 3 years.
So she's what? She must be in it for the money then. How did it get recorded?
So apparently she's recorded it, but apparently someone's hacked her phone, apparently. But I believe that she's recorded it, which would then infer that it's happened before or something.
Yes, exactly.
For evidence or whatever.
Exactly, yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Boy,
Yeah, so that
I don't
should
know how
tell,
to
like,
feel about the fact that he's a footballer, you know, because, all right, there's still no excuse, still no excuse whatsoever. But
That's right. There's no
anyway, I
excuse.
I need to
No one
compose
put a
myself
gun
before
to
I
his
speak.
head and made him
so
say
hold
the
on,
words that he
so
said.
does him being a footballer, does that add another layer for yourself?
It does, in the sense of how society are quick to jump on a man for kicking a cat or whatever he did. But
Right.
this sort of shit I had to come on YouTube to hear about. Like, that's where my mind's at right now.
I mean,
but no, it doesn't add
John
another level
BB
to the situation at hand. No.
I mean, John BB actually made a point that it seems like more was made of the captain than this.
This is my point.
You
I
get
never
me?
heard about this until literally I came on your show today.
Well, then that goes to show, but you know they love their animals now.
But
You
come
get
on,
me?
man.
They love their animals and hate their children. But
yeah, but if this same guy had done that to a cat, they'd have said, "Oh, you know, it's just a kid. He's just young and blah blah blah."
Well, as John said, it's a sad fact. People have had more energy for Zuma kicking a cat, which is wrong. But that Greenwood is filth. So that's the bees. So you say about
big up yourself, bro.
All the bees. Because the thing is, yeah, all right, this is his incident, yeah. But we know, or we can at least assume, in fact, not assume, I know, you get me, because I'll come on here and spoke about before that this is how a lot of the youth them are interrelating with each other. Yeah, and I think Khan even just gave some examples. You see what I'm saying to you? So,
but see, this is when I say it must be street youths, because there's no, well, I can't say there's no child, but in my mentality, there's no child that doesn't have this sense. Even when they're in the playground at 6 years old and another kid says, move, in a funny way, they know the energy that came behind that move. It was there. Do you know what I mean? The comprehension's there. So I can't excuse it as how kids talk to each other nowadays, because at the end of the day, if you just know someone's talking to you wrong, you're not going to accept it. You're just not.
So then is it then just the sort of current violation of women then? Because we know there's many other cases, even in the media at the moment, where men are violating women in the most disgusting way, often relating in death.
I have to say, like, you know me, I can kind of come across contradicted, because at the end of the day, it's wrong no matter what. But I don't think if he was a footballer, she'd still be there. I gotta be honest.
Well, I don't think they're wait, Sauce, because I don't think they're together.
Oh, I thought they'd been in some long-term relationship with each other.
No, I'm saying they had up
okay.
until this point. Yeah, I don't think they're together. Someone might correct me. You get me?
I mean, I'd like to know if she'd have put up with that from a regular schmegular. Do you know what I mean? Even if it was only once before, would she have? Doesn't make it right. I'm not excusing him, none at all. But if they were just everyday people, then I could just have the conversation on the everyday people's level. But when it's people of a certain caliber, you have to kind of just like the world isn't the same as ours.
Well,
yeah.
Let me just say, yeah, I think there's something maybe more than meets the eye here. If the boy's playing for Man United and he's hanging around with, you know, bigger guys, older guys, and we know what they get up to, they go to strippers, prostitutes, whatever. And he's been in a long-term relationship.
No, there's no excuse for what he's done. I'm sorry. There's no excuse.
He's now trying to treat his long-term partner.
There's no excuse for that. But what she should do is not be so vain to stick around for the money. No, I'm not saying you are. I'm saying there's no.
I'm just saying if he's been corrupted into thinking it's okay to treat women like this, and then he's brought that bad.
But he's not though, Khan. You're giving him an excuse by saying he's been corrupted. There's nobody so stupid to believe that's the right way to treat women. There's no fucking body, unless they were raised in a generation where their great-great-grandfather used to batter their great-grandmother and it kept going down and that's all they've ever seen. And I don't know anybody that's been through that sort of life set. So, yeah, there's no excuse.
But what we're trying to do is unpack the whole situation,
so we understand the situation to the point of if you can get the great marks enough to make yourself a footballer, then you've got comprehension. You're not dumb. You know that was a violation. That could have been your wife for 50 years, and you know that sometimes she's a bit, and if you push a bit, she'll eventually give in.
I don't know if you know what these footballers get up to.
I don't care what they get up to. Are you saying because he's a footballer, he's allowed Yes, exactly. But everyday men do that as well, and they still know to go home and treat their wife or their woman decent. This is the point I'm
Do
making.
they?
Okay. What
Do
I'm
they?
getting from what you're saying, just to clarify, so it don't seem like I'm just being combative. What I'm hearing from you is because footballers live a different life and they're shown to that women are at their feet and whatever. He therefore doesn't have the comprehension to know that if this is the woman I'm choosing for me, I've not got to treat her any different from any random on road. That's what I'm hearing from you. And if that's what you're saying, then I do not believe that there's any man on this earth that's that dumb.
But he obviously is dumb. You heard him.
He don't rate her as a woman and she don't rate herself. Because I'm not sticking around for no man to talk to me like that. I don't care how rich he is.
I don't
Even
think
if
she
I have to
did.
box him.
I don't think
Well,
she
she
did.
must have been with him for a number of time, for a little while. From what? All right, okay. I came into this blind, and from the information you lot have given me, they were in a relationship for a while. That's what I'm basing my conversation off of. Yeah, and I'm not sticking around with a man for a week if that's how he's talking and treating me. Is the point I'm making. So she needs to have a bit of value for herself. And yeah, we need to understand where that low self-esteem come from. But as soon as I heard he's a footballer, I'm sorry, I can't excuse the fact that I don't think she'd have done that for a random, do you know what I mean? An electrician or a flipping greengrocers. Do you know what I mean? I think that the status is what kind of made her stay. And I'm just looking
But
at that
did she
personal.
stay? For all we know, after what we've just heard, she could have just shut the phone off, shut the
Sorry, when I
recording
say
off,
stay,
draw for the
because you
kitchen
keep going
knife.
back to that and I keep repeating myself, I'm going off the point that they were in a relationship. If she's left him now, fine, fair enough. I don't know what's happened since. But from what you lot have said, they were in a relationship. So that can't have been the first time. And she chose to film it. So something she knew about. And for her to stay in the first place, it must have been the footballer's wages. Who else puts up with abuse for no reason?
If she was with him from the get-go and she's seen him through his whole career, right?
Yeah, like
she's
Rooney,
been there
yeah.
from the start, right?
Yeah.
Then he owes her a degree of respect that he can't be treating her like some girl that found him
exactly,
or come across him.
That's what I'm trying to say, Khan. But you're saying because he's a footballer and he's been shown that women will fall at his feet, that we must understand that he just doesn't know how to treat women. And I'm trying to say he must have an understanding of how to treat women. He chooses not to treat her right. And she chose, if she's left now, great, I'm glad for her. But at the time, she chose to put up with it because of wages. She wouldn't have done that if he was on benefits. She'd have gone about her business. She wouldn't even have bothered of exposing him because there's nothing to gain.
I don't think that's true. I think there's a lot of women in these type of relationships, and it's not about the money. They just love the guy, and they'll still stay there.
Yeah,
it's
no, that is true. I can't be naive. I can't play dumb. Yeah, I can't play dumb and say that's not the case. But I am specifically talking about this case. Like, that's how I feel. I could be wrong because I don't know these people. You know, this is just simply my opinion.
It's not about being right or wrong.
Let me come in there. Hold on a sec, you two. Let me come in there. And now what I'm going to do, Salsa, I'm going to read you a statement from the girl's father.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah. And he's caping for the boy, isn't it?
Oh, hold on, Carnito. All right.
Go on, read
so it. This is the that's what I'm trying to say about the layers. So this is a statement from the father. The first thing we knew about this was at 6 a.m. this morning. It's dreadful. I'm just coming to terms with it all. As a father, you don't want to know things like that are happening to your daughter. The police have been round and she has made a statement to them. She has told us her phone has been hacked. We told her to take it down, which she has done, but it's out there now, so it's too late. She's devastated because she didn't want it released. We have known him since the under 21s. He has been part of our family for 2 or 3 years. Their relationship has not been good for the last few months. She's completely devastated by it all. They were very much in love and have been together for a while. The police are dealing with it now. Yeah, so that's the statement from the father. What do you think to that?
All right, so my phone got hacked, but I can still go in my phone to take down a post. All right, so there's the first lie. Sorry, but when people's phones get hacked, they can't go in there and be deleting this and uploading that. They're hacked, they're blocked out.
Okay.
So she's a liar.
What, in terms of it being hacked, you mean?
Yeah, she put that out.
So you think it was just put out then? The story was just put out then, yeah?
Yeah, because if you can go back to try and delete something, she said, "Oh, I already have, but it's out there now." That simply means she has access to her phone. When your phone gets hacked, they change passwords and whatever, so you can't get back into it.
All right, but what about the statement of the father himself, though? Like, the first thing we knew about it was 6 a.m. this morning. It's dreadful. I'm just coming to terms.
Their relationship ain't been good for a few months, but the first you knew about it was 6 a.m. this morning. What wasn't good for the last few months?
As a father, you don't want to know these things are happening to your daughter. The police have been round and she has made a statement. She has told us her phone has been hacked. We told her to take it down, which she has done, but it's out there now, so it's too late. She's devastated because she didn't want it released. We have known him since the under 21s. He has been part of our family for like, as a father, like
he's caping, ain't he?
If that was myself,
hard.
There's no way that my father's going to be making a statement.
Thank you. I would say I am glad that I'm here to be able to give you this statement, because the way I woke up this morning, I wanted to tear every limb off of that motherfucker. And it's only because it's in the public eye that stopped me. That would be my... What? That man's caping too much for the... Yeah, see? Finances.
Okay, you see what I'm saying now, Carl? Obviously, he's a man. He's a footballer. He's saying he's been with us since the under 21s.
Yeah, and he wants to be able to go to his mates and say, "Yeah, come on, daughter, she's with one of them footballers," and flipping just wanting to live a life rather than actually putting your child's life first, really.
You get me? So I think that the father's definitely motivated by money.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying to you? Where he's basically willing to pimp out his daughter.
There you go.
Do you know what I'm saying to you? Because that is...
Because even if he's not getting anything financially, because I don't necessarily think that, you can actually go to the boy and be like, "Yeah, give us some money for this or whatever." But just the, down the pub saying my son-in-law is X, Y, and Z, even that, some guys are that weak.
Yeah, but if your daughter is the partner of quite a young, high female footballer, there's other ways in which you can make money or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Just speculation or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying to you?
True.
So, like I said, for me, I'm just disgusted at the actual father's statement. You know what I mean? And as a daughter reading that, I'd be like, "You don't give two fucks about me, pops."
How I would interpret that statement would be a little bit different. For me, it's like he's saying, what happened was bad. If it was kept off social media, we could have sorted this out. Because he's a good boy, he's just been corrupted by the environment that he's in now, which obviously when he was in the under 21s, that wasn't the case. So we know him, innit? The real him. And
you are making a lot.
Wait, let him finish. I really want to.
But the end result is this. He's saying now that it's been put out publicly, even if they want to stay together, even if they love each other, it's done now. They can't stay together. And it's a shame.
Nah,
that's what he's saying.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that none at all. I heard, shit, it's in public. I've got to make a statement. He did not. I don't think he. Anyway, that's your interpretation. I can't tell you that what you hear, what you perceive.
Well, let's read it. Let's read it one more time because
I do think you filled in a few more gaps than that were left to fill in there.
Which I know a lot of them have been doing. But let's go through the statement again still. Yeah, I mean, what does the rest of this
9's, I'm listening, but I'm always late for something, and I said I'm going to be good this year, so I'm going to have to go on mute while I do 3 things and bring on some clothes. Yeah, but I'm here.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is this comes from a website called Benchwarmers, and the headline is Mason Greenwood's latest alleged victim's father releases bizarre statements. They were very much in love, quote unquote, right? And then it reads, Harriet Robson's father has released a statement on the allegations made against his daughter's boyfriend, Mason Greenwood. Robson has been hailed for her courage and bravery after sharing photo, video, and audio evidence of the Manchester United star's alleged abuse throughout their relationship. Greenwood has been suspended by Man United as a consequence of the content that has been shared, with his future in football likely to be determined by the outcome of the Greater Manchester Police investigation. Despite the football world rightfully pulling together in outrage against his alleged contemptible actions, the father of the alleged victim does not appear to have the same view. The first thing we knew about this was this at 6 a.m. this morning. It is dreadful. I'm just coming to terms with it all. As a father, you don't want to know things like this happening to your daughter. The police have been round and she has made a statement to them. She has told us her phone has been hacked. We told her to take it down, which she has done, but it's out there now, so it's too late. She's devastated because she didn't want it released. We have known him since the under 21s. He has been part of our family for 2 or 3 years. Their relationship has not been good for the last few months. She's completely devastated by it all. They were very much in love and have been together for a while. The police are dealing with it now. Yeah, so that is his statement. And I'm definitely saying that as a father, you know what I'm saying to you, that statement does not say you're putting your daughter first. Hold on, it goes on. 1 second, so let me finish it off. He also confirms that he has now made. Hold on. Sorry, my bad. First of all, the claim that Robson had her Instagram is hacked is new information. Her father understands that it was not her who shared the content of her story. He also confirms that he has now made a statement to the police, the nature of which is unknown. We can't help but find it slightly bizarre that he describes them as very much in love soon after allegations came to light that Greenwood was abusing his daughter. We understand that he will be in shock and perhaps hasn't chosen his words so carefully, but he stops short of condemning Greenwood's allegations. It's slightly puzzling, isn't it? Yeah, so that was the article in it from Ben. So they're nailing their
they've clicked.
You get me? They're nailing their to the mask and that. But yeah, that's the father. And I know must be coming up to Valentine's Day because can't wrap that shit in a bow. You know what I mean? And rebranded that and try to, but I mean the thing is, I know that as a father you wouldn't accept it like that, bro.
Now slap him silly if that was my son.
Okay,
then. He'll get slapped up.
Imagine if it was your daughter. But what that statement does go to show is that there are parents out here that definitely pimp out their children. You see what I'm saying to you? Like literally pimp them out.
And blasé about it. How are you going to make a bold statement? Even they had to say he may not have chosen his words correctly, and because he's under shock. Shock, and you're not choosing your word correctly means that you're coming out with profanities and all your anger at how you feel about someone who's violated your daughter. That statement seemed like he sat down and thought about it. That was a written statement that was read out, or do you know what I mean? He took time out to piece together what he was about to say. And at no point,
let's not forget how much money this kid's actually on. Like, there's going to be a lot of repercussions from this. Like, her car's going to have to go back to the dealership. Probably his car, the dad's car's going to have to go back to the dealership. Like, it's going to be extensive.
Yeah, because obviously he's going to lose all these sponsorships. This, that, rightly so. You get me? Because you know, although again, it's innocent until proven guilty. But the thing is, I'm not really even talking about his charges, to be fair. You know what I'm saying to you? Because I wouldn't necessarily use this as evidence of RAPE per se. But I'm just talking about the general behavior.
Abuse.
You see what I'm saying to you in this sort of situation? You get me? Yeah, man. Because again, if that's my daughter, I'm personally coming to murk you or do you something.
Thank you.
You're disrespect my picnic, man.
You violated my child.
You know,
you ever got in an argument and the two of you just had a bit of a shouty business? You violated my child. I'm sorry, like.
And the thing is, obviously, let us, you know what I mean? Let us not forget that sex is really supposed to be something intimate and romantic.
This is what I'm saying. How do you talk to a woman like that and then expect her to open her legs? On what world? In what world? And she's meant to be your girl.
The only thing I could think is if they had a row or something and he was trying to instigate some makeup sex.
No,
she
then
just
he still don't do it like that.
Because that does fit into the story.
Then you kissing up all her legs and she's like, babes, get off me. And you're like, no, babes, I'm sorry. And you're rubber foot. Exactly, you don't do that.
But you got to remember, there are potentially young people listening, if not now on the replay. You see what I'm saying to you? And we're big, nah. You know what I mean? Because we all had to go about makeup. Had makeup, wherever this, wherever that. And if that's your makeup thing, it's just best you stay single, Jano star.
Try no. Carl, you can't
Why are
be
you
making
trying
up with
to
a
make
woman
up
and
with
violating
instead
her.
of me that
If I was
you
even tell you
listen
what
to
I
what? No,
think, yeah,
listen.
Talk to
Wait,
me
Con.
again and see what I
Listen,
do to
Con.
you.
Hear
Is
what the
that
man
making
said.
listen.
The
sense,
man,
Carl?
he said
Sorry,
To
Carl.
me, it
listen.
more
Wait,
so
Carl, wait,
sounded
Carl,
like he
wait,
was
Carl,
actually
Carl, wait,
begging.
wait, wait,
He
wait,
was
wait.
begging her. He was
We
begging.
heard.
That's
Let
begging what he
Lines
was
put the
doing.
point to you and then answer that.
Go on,
Yeah,
go on.
I mean, Con. That sounded like beg. Now we got Houston. We got some problems out here.
You stand so this.
Is that how you beg your girl, Con?
Who, me? No.
So then
I
why
don't
are you
beg in it.
using
I don't
these?
beg.
So why are you saying this thing, Con? That weren't him
Because
begging
this
her.
is what I'm saying. Like what he's doing is the opposite of what I would be doing. If a woman say no to me, I'm making a cup
No,
of tea
but
and sitting
even
down
but
and
even
looking on
trying,
Sky to see what I'm
yeah, but
watching
even
next. Like
trying
there's
to go
no
with the
further conversation.
yeah, but
Get
even
me?
trying to go with the bows that you're trying to add to the thing, yeah, Carl, you're trying to say that he's begging her. Cool. As females, we know what it's like to be begged. You get me? But that's not how you go about it.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Nines, when you take out the bad language and you look at ultimately what's being said, one person saying to the other person, I want you, another person saying, well, I don't want you right now.
No, she's not saying I don't.
No, Con.
All right, no, but hold on, Nines. All right, so Con, even if that's what's being said, she's saying I don't want you right now. Should he not back off? Does she not have the
100.
right?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't even have got to that part of your convo because it's like, this is a normalization within street culture. Yeah, it's like you're condemning the normalization of it. I mean, it's like you're condoning the normalization of it, if anything. Because you're saying that, we just have to take into consideration, take out the bad words. Taking out the bad words, we still get the aggression from him. Do you know what I mean?
When the man says, sorry, Souls, when the guy says, he goes, boom, I've asked you, what now? What do you expect me to do?
Yeah, I asked you nicely, and you
get me?
Exactly, and you said no.
That's problematic because that means the next step is
what she said? Read what she said first.
She said regardless, she said she don't want to have sex.
That shit again, blood.
No, she said, but why have you got to come at me like that? And he
went,
because I asked you nicely.
So therefore, if he was asked nicely and she said no, you're now saying the aggression should change her mind, or you're agreeing that his aggression should now change her mind. Because if he's asked nicely and she said no, she must have said no nicely. Now he's feeling he has to be aggressive with it, and you're saying, "Oh, but he asked nicely, so that's the natural next step." That's what it sounds like you're saying, Carl.
You keep extrapolating. I'm just saying, let's look at what's on the table and look at the facts before we start adding in our own thoughts.
You're the only one adding, babe. You're the only one.
You're trying.
Yeah, I'm adding, but I'm going one step at a time. You've already fast forwarded to the conclusion of man's guilty. Let's hang him.
No. Wait, stop it, Khan. Yeah, because remember, I've been where you and just chill out. Yeah, let's reverse a little bit, Khan. Okay, reverse a little bit. Yeah, because I've been very clear in saying that I'm trying to stick to the events of this actual situation. You get what I'm saying to you? Yeah, this situation. Okay, so. And I don't know about extrapolate. So when a woman, when a girl, when he goes, well, boom, I've asked you nicely. You get me? What's the next step?
First and foremost,
you got to realize he's basically saying to her that she has no option to say no. What he's ultimately saying. Yeah, okay, we know that. But what in this situation, he's basically saying to her, no, I don't care about your position. I don't care about this position.
It's no.
Yeah, we heard you say that, Carl, but you can still then go back and contradict yourself. What I'm saying to you is, let me give you a point to work on and then say something based on this, yeah? If the guy asks nice, she says no. He asks aggressive and he's still got an issue. He's basically projecting onto her that you have no option because nicely or aggressively, this is what I want and I don't see no reason why I shouldn't get it. Yeah, so he's telling her she has no option in this. And that's not me extrapolating and that's not me adding. That's what we've just heard. So now you say whatever you want to say if you think it can excuse that.
Right, if you're saying that he's using his position, whether it's a physical overpowering strength that he has over the woman, or whether it's like financially.
No, I didn't say none of that. I said we heard him say, I asked nicely. Then we heard him say that the reason he's being aggressive is because he asked nicely. So I'm telling you that he's ultimately said that you have no option. If I ask nice and you say no, I'm going to be aggressive. I expect.
But that's not asking.
So I'm asking you. Who cares?
If I'm asking you,
I'm asking you, Khan. You know what, Khan? We can't have conversations, you know, because you love to be right so much that even when it's just a simple, let me ask you this and you give me an answer, you have to go back on yourself and contradict your own self just because you just don't want to be wrong.
If people don't agree with you, you can't deal.
No, but I can't. It's not about agreeing. There is no reason for you to agree with me. It's just to make your point make sense. Because 1 minute you're saying that it's wrong and there's no excuse, and then you're saying, but we need to look at it in context. He asked nicely, as if you're excusing it. And so I'm trying to say to you, make your words make sense. Are you excusing it or are you not?
No, I said it from the beginning. He's completely in the wrong position, right? But what's led him to be in that position? So he's wrong, innit? Obviously, I said that from the beginning.
What do you mean? What's led him to be in that position, Khan? I don't understand.
Are we saying that he doesn't think he's wrong? He knows he's in the wrong, right?
Does he? What, Khan? What are you? All right. What in the statement that he made, where it sounds like he thinks he's in the wrong, Khan?
Because she's saying to him, but why are you coming at me like that? And he's offering her an explanation for his behavior. No rapist is giving you explanations while they're raping you.
Listen, will you stop? Listen, Khan, yeah? Stop that slick shit. Yeah? Because no one ain't used
a rapist will be in your ear telling you, bitch, I asked nicely and you didn't give it to me. This is what you get. So don't sit there and chat shit, Khan.
And Khan has a big
Did
man.
he actually rape her? Did he actually
no
rape
one,
her?
Listen, Khan.
No one said he did. We're using your words and then we're making a point out of it, and then you act as if you never said those words, and we're saying bullshit. Like, it's hard to conversate with you in a car.
But we're trying to look at the situation and offer some
context. But we keep moving the parameters. When you give a response and we then challenge that response, you move the parameters.
No,
but anyway, let me
let you say from the beginning. He's in the wrong
offer,
from the get-go.
All right, stop talking a minute, Khan. Yeah, when you say offer context, okay. So let's have a look at that. So you got a man and a woman who are boyfriend and girlfriend, or whatever. Okay, they're at home, whatever. Yeah, they've obviously had either a conversation previously, yeah, or something like that. Yeah. Where now we're getting to a situation where we are now, in it. So me and you, a man and woman, we've had whatever conversation. You get me? Man United may have just lost. Who knows? You get me? He's come home. There's no dinner. I don't know, whatever the fuck. Let's play it again and listen again. Yeah, Carl. This is.
Sorry, but sis, why did you have to do that? Man United might have lost.
No,
you know I'm too visual. I know where you're coming from, but the visuals that set up for me.
But it's a really relevant point, right? Because
I know
because
they take football serious.
Because when England lose so the woman gets beaten. Like, these are facts.
No, it's true. It is true. I didn't mean to be so blasé, but I'm just so visual.
So it may well have been that he pissed off the
or he's had a shout down in the changing rooms by his manager or something.
The manager's told him you're just a social media player. Right now, Man United are just social media team. And get me. And the manager might have all told him that he's come back to his bird and he's upset. She's probably gave him some egg and chips. And he's like, I don't want egg and chips today. You know what I mean? Like, I need some proper.
I need meat and 2 veg.
You know what I'm saying to you? And she's like, nah, fuck off and whatever. And now he's pissed off, isn't it? Now he's pissed off. So he's gonna get it. He's gonna get some food one way or, you know what I mean? All right.
Let me mute up.
Let's get back to the serious matter. So we'll play the audio again, family. And yeah, man, audience, what do you think the context is? Because our Khan he's trying his best to be contrary or what the fuck they call it. But let's see.
Move your legs up.
Put your legs up.
Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up. Talk.
Right. So first off, the man said, "Move your legs." So already we know that there's already some physical contact. You get me? He's going in it. He's going in. Yeah.
And at one point she does say, "Why's your dick near me?" or something like that.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. So we know he's come home now.
Wait, I missed that part. He actually had it out.
He's gone to her now. He's gone to her. She's probably already like, nah, I'm cool. Yeah. And he's pushing himself on her. Remember, I reckon this youth's probably about 6 foot, maybe. You get me? She's something, you know what I mean? So already we know that he's got a physical thingy bobby
advantage.
Yeah.
Can I just say one thing while it's in my head? Ladies, yeah, I'm not telling you how to what and you should and shouldn't do in bed. But if you find yourself in that situation, promise the man the blowjob of his life and bite off that ass, please and thanks. Sorry, Langs, carry on.
Come on.
All right. Yeah, the kid fucked up big time, didn't he? He's lost a lot now. He's lost his.
Are you doing a law degree at the moment, Con?
I thought we were trying to look at things from both sides. I didn't realize that we're just going by the tape.
No, I'm just
asking. If you're playing this tape, it obviously ends up in one conclusion. But then when you start adding in,
wait, Con,
like the dad's statement.
No, Con, stop.
Yeah.
We're not going to do that. We're going to unpack it as it goes, isn't it? Because we're going to go word for word, this, that, and the other. Okay, you know, it's a word, sound, and power, yeah? All right? So we'll just go little bit by little bit. So he's already... Yo, Alexa, chill out, man. See, I know Alexa's listening to me, you know.
Alexa, fasten at the business.
Get me.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want. Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to.
Right. Move your fucking legs up. Yeah? So already there's a potential violation. Man, who can tell me to move my legs? But let's go.
And then he adds, I don't give a fuck what you want.
Fuck what you want, you shit.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you want, you little shit. Get me?
I think he said, you little scat.
Oh, hold on.
That makes it better.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Mason.
Shut up.
I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
Mason.
Shut up.
Little shit, man.
Okay.
Talking to me.
Stop talking to me, yeah? Yeah? Stop talking. So don't chat to me. Just give me what I want.
While I'm
busy. Open your legs, lie back and think of England.
Come on. Don't talk to me, you know. Stop. So she's probably trying to push him away or whatever, innit? And he's like saying stop, yeah?
Stop putting your dick near me.
All right, stop putting your dick near me. That means he's already got his kegs off. You get me?
He's trying to penetrate.
He's already got his kegs off, so he ain't got his jeans on. It's not even like one of them ones where you might even do a little dry thing in the. You get me? Like he's fully, yeah. Stop getting your dick near me. All right, cool. And she's not saying it in that way that we're playing here, yeah. Like, so let's not even try to do that, yeah, because we've got, you get me. That's not a play, like that's not a play one. Yeah, she don't want it near him. She don't want that Coke can.
Twat.
I don't want to have sex with.
Yeah, so he's calling her a twat. Remember, you know, he's trying to sex her, and you're calling me a twat. So that's the way to get me going. Yeah, hell.
You fucking sex with me.
Let's
fucking sex with me.
I mean, I don't want to fucking sex with me. Is this what we're doing out here? I want to fucking sex with me.
9's, you on a laptop, sis?
Huh?
Are you on a laptop?
Yeah.
You know, to skip, press the forward and the back key. You know, you got the up, down, left, and right.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do left and right, it will skip 5 seconds.
Oh, yeah. Give thanks.
Yeah?
Give thanks.
Cool.
Give thanks.
To me. Dear me.
Why do I have to do this, though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
Right then. So he's asked her to do something politely, but she wouldn't do it. So I'm thinking he probably asked her to suck his dick or something, maybe? Because obviously his dick's out. Yeah?
I can't deal with you, you know.
No. I thought I was bad.
She still don't want it. Let's go.
Not the people.
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
See that last bit there about people, you know. Hold on a sec. Let's get that again.
Why do I have to do this, though?
Because I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it.
What the people?
I asked you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you
Did she say that you fucked with other people?
I didn't hear. I just heard people, but I don't know.
Basically, your cock's dirty. Don't bring it near me.
Yeah, let's bring
Is
that.
that
Go
what
and get
she
your
said?
HIV test.
Let
Go
me
and get your
hear.
test done. No fucking until you get your test done.
I think I might have to do this though.
So ask you politely and you wouldn't do it.
What do other people?
Ask you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do? You wouldn't do it.
What do other people?
Ask you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do?
Oh,
Do it.
What do other people?
Ask you politely and you wouldn't do it. So what else would you want me to do?
I can't get that last bit.
It sounds like she's saying go and fuck, and then it's.
no, I think she says you fucked other people, and he says I asked you politely and you didn't. So what do you expect me to do? Like he's saying, what did you expect me to do?
Yeah, he tried to ignore her, saying you fucked other people.
No, he answered her. He answered her and said he fucked other people because he asked her nicely. So what do you expect me to do? That was his response.
Right. Okay. Oh yeah, you do. No, I don't. Okay.
Push me again one more time. Watch what happens.
Push me again. You know them chattings. Push me again one more time, and you see what happens. Yo, ladies, at that time there, you for know what going, you know. Yo,
exactly.
Yo.
Dangerous situation.
Yo.
Baby, let me get the baby oil and massage you. You seem a bit tense.
Oh my god, man.
You see, when I done nice you up and make you feel like jello in the bed, roll you over and start rub down your chest, kiss down your belly. Yo, you ain't gonna expect what's coming next, and you're never coming back again.
At that point, I'm boiling the kettle because
nah, me not buy like a kilo car. Me not here, but
oh my god.
Yeah, man, I'm boiling that kettle, man. You get me?
Yeah, he got off lightly.
All right. So again, he's been very aggressive and asking us and see what happens, you know. Ooh. See what happens. So that's a direct threat, right?
Mm-hmm.
Harriet, you need to fucking move your legs up. Move your fucking legs up.
No, I don't want to have sex.
I don't give a fuck what you want, you shit.
All right, so it is on a loop, but again, from there, man, I mean, even if you're gonna try to do the role play thing, nah, because she don't sound like she was on that. There's no excusing that behavior. There's no excuse.
That's what Kingo thinks he looks like. I don't know why I'm like this. I need to go on mute. I'm sorry.
To be fair, that is what a Kingo used to look like before he got ill. God bless him.
She said you get fucked by other people. Yeah, that's what I thought she said still. Yeah. And the lodger has also reminded us he also got caught out when he was with England in Iceland. But what that was though is that him and one next to you called Foden, who plays for Man City, they must have brought some girls back to the hotel.
And one of them claimed that they was raped or something.
No. I think he just got caught bringing girls back to the hotel, and I think it was COVID
got exposed.
as well, so they weren't supposed to bring back any girls.
That's a recent thing then. Okay.
So I was right then when I did guess that part.
What did you say that you just
them like being like high level footballers now, they're exposed to kind of like
no, but no one said you were wrong with that. No one said you were wrong. What we were saying was that doesn't remove your moral compass to know that how to treat someone.
I'm saying she's obviously upset
when you're out
with
with the lads, when you go out with the lads, you're out with the lads. You're not going to go out with your woman and act how you would when you're out with the lads. Do you know what I mean? Because you've got a moral compass. You understand that when I'm with the lads, it's banter jokes or whatever you and your lads do. And when I'm with my woman, it's me and my woman. Do you know what I mean? So everybody's got that within them. So even if
you're making it sound like he's sort of within his rights to.
No, I'm just saying it's the facts, innit, of the thing, innit? Like,
but even if it's the facts, though, Khan, are you saying that he ain't got enough sense to know to treat his woman better?
No, No, I'm just asking, why is she upset?
You're
with
not
him? Why
asking
does
though.
she
You're
don't wanna
saying.
have sex? No, listen.
I can't.
Why
Alright,
is
let me
it?
listen.
Oh, listen.
Why is it that
I'm
she's
listening. I'm
refusing
gonna
him
answer you.
sex and then
Listen.
he's trying to force it? Because he's done something wrong already. She's upset with him already. It's obvious, isn't it?
Come on, you're
He's already. It's
confused,
not like
man.
she's sitting there and he's like, "Oh, babe, let's have sex," and then she's like, "No," and he's like,
Can't
"Right,
take
then I'm
all
gonna
of that
rape
out
you."
of it and just base it on what you've heard, because otherwise it's like you give yourself
Based on
too
what
many
we've,
parameters
based
and
on what we've,
goalposts.
based on what we've heard, I'll take it back, innit? I'll take back what I said. Based on what we've heard, there's literally enough evidence there to convict him of rape or attempted rape. Based on what we've
Right,
heard.
but based on what you've heard and
I
bringing
don't
it back
know
to
how the
what you
police.
hold on, Khan. Based on what you
Yeah,
heard
but
and
you're
bringing it back
leading
to
me.
I don't care. Based on what you
You're not
heard
allowed to
and
do
bringing it
that.
back to you, I can do what I want. And bringing it back to you saying,
That's what he said.
at the end of the day, no, you don't know what I'm going to say. So how can you say it's what he said? Shut up and listen, boy. Bringing it
I ain't
back
no one's
to
boy.
you,
Go
so
on,
we know
anyway.
you are a bit too big for that, for real. Bringing it back to you saying that, you all make me lose my point to pussy.
These dominant people, man. That's what I'm saying. Overpowering people. You need to relax.
No, but actually, it was something you said that I was trying to home in on, but now it's just slipped my mind.
So, Khan, I keep hearing you, and I've heard others mention it as well. So it's obviously a vibration out there. I keep hearing you speak about his money and the fact that he's a footballer. Yeah. And seemingly,
and the lifestyle, basically.
Seemingly, well, what do you mean the lifestyle? They fucking play football. That's what they do.
No. There's a culture of this within high-ranking footballers.
That was it. Are you saying that their culture means that they lose all sense of reality and therefore don't know how to treat another human being?
No, I'm not saying that.
So hold on, wait,
Well,
Con. What are you? Sorry, sis. What are you saying is the culture then, Con?
The culture, as it's been exposed in the media extensively, and a lot of even married footballers have been caught out, is on this like getting the girls in sort of thing that they get up to, right? Especially when they're abroad, right? But can they handle the repercussions when they come home and the missus is reading it in the papers and going, listen, you're making a mug out of me. I'm the person that's been there with you from the get-go, from the start. How are you doing this to me? You get me? So there's going to be repercussions, in it. So obviously this kid is fucked up and now he's facing those repercussions and he don't know how to deal with it. He's just being silly saying he's going to rape her.
No,
and now
he's
put himself...
Wait, let him finish. Go on, Khan.
He's put himself in a position
silly.
now where he could actually get done.
Khan, you weren't going to stop there, you know. I know you weren't, but
I'm
anyway,
saying he's put himself in a position where he could go to prison for what he said. But I don't know how the police look at it. If there's no complaint to follow up, do they follow up these things just based on like the media, like, or the thing, or the report, or the recordings that's out there? Is that enough to convict someone without that person putting in a complaint? Like, we don't know, innit? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, the dad said that they made a report to the police. So the police, if they hear her saying she doesn't want it and he's aggressively telling her, I don't give a fuck what you want, they're going to use that. I would say. I don't think that could be dismissed.
Look, if we're just looking at just the recording, it looks like attempted rape. Looks like he could get convicted. It looks like
it doesn't
there's no
look
excuse.
like it.
There's no excuse
under the parameters of what rape, attempted rape, under the parameters of maybe not in what you would call street culture, but under the laws of the land, yeah.
But based on her statement, if she says, listen, he was getting fucking shirty with me, I turned the phone off, went in the kitchen, drew the kitchen knife and chased him up the road, that's not something he will go to prison for. Because you're saying to me, what if it's your daughter, what if it's your sister? You could come with a video or an audio like this with my sister being in it, but I know that the geese will not live to tell the tale. So everything that's in that recording up until that point where it goes off, Yeah, that could be a conversation between two people, and it could go either way.
No, okay, this is the thing that you're doing. You're jumping again. Your question was, your own question was, I don't know if the police would hear that and see that as attempted rape. So my response was,
without her
regardless of her response,
complaint.
And my response was, they've said that she's put in a complaint, and therefore, just hearing that evidence by the laws of the land, that
I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that. All I heard was the dad saying the police are investigating it. Don't mean that they've put in a complaint, because his daughter can't be put. Hold on,
no, I'm
his
asking
daughter
you a
cannot
question,
be
Carl.
putting
Did he
in.
not?
No,
Okay,
not what
I
I
thought he
heard.
said that
I'm saying to you, I didn't hear him saying my daughter's reported this guy
Fair
for an
enough, and
attempted
I'm
rape.
telling you that I'm mistaken. Then I thought I heard him say we've put in a complaint to the police. So therefore, I retract that if I'm wrong. It's not a thing that I'm trying to catch you out. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what you're saying. I didn't think you were. I'm just trying to get an understanding of what you're saying. So
what I'm saying is, from what the dad said, the police are investigating.
Yeah, lines go on.
They're going to interview. They're going to interview the people and say, apart from what we heard on this tape, what else happened? Yeah. So she turns around and says, I punched him straight in his mouth. Yeah. Then that puts a different slant on everything.
But why did you punch him in his mouth? Because he tried to attempt.
Because of what we heard on the tape.
He attempted rape. So it still comes back to it. That's all I'm trying to say. No matter how you paint it, they're still going to look at that piece of evidence right there and
they'll say to her things like,
okay, maybe they won't.
Did you
I
feel
don't know.
that
I'm not a police
at any time, like, did you feel under threat, or did you feel that this
was
was a serious
what we heard, Khan?
attempt?
What the flip are you talking about? Please just stop talking. No, I can't.
What do you mean?
My patience ain't set up for it. You're acting as if they don't know, they've not heard. Their investigation will be straight away attempted rape. That's what they're looking into. Just listening to that clip.
This is what I'm saying.
They're not listening. They're not. Hold on. Let me talk, and then you can Then you can actually combat me. You know, you can actually
because
come
you're
back
trying
on what
to
I'm
set.
saying. But you don't know what I'm saying. You're just
because you're trying to lead it.
No, but you're saying you say I'm trying instead of saying I'm trying. Let me then.
Why?
Exactly. I'm trying because that's how conversations work.
No, that's how kangaroo court
all right,
works.
Cool.
That's not.
Do
that's
you
not
think?
Because
I've got places to go anyway, and I'm not here to try and argue.
All right. So when we look at this in the context of, if this was me and you at work, and coincidentally it got recorded, yeah, that's attempted rape. Man's going to prison. Yeah, you're losing your job. You're losing everything, right? If this was just two strangers at work in an office and this is the recording, based on that recording, you could be doing a bird, innit? But in the context of the fact that they're in a long-term relationship with each other, they're in a long-term relationship with each other. They have a relationship with each other, and sex is part of that.
So are you saying that a husband can't be charged for attempted rape?
Yeah, he can, but I'm saying we're
right. So then
this.
a boyfriend definitely can be then. So
yeah,
what is your point?
But what I'm saying is, if I'm trying to fuck someone at work that I shouldn't be trying to fuck, already I'm in the wrong position, innit? Already I'm wrong. So anything that's said and added to that is just going to make it even worse and worse and worse and worse, and there's no getting out of it. But in this situation, a situation where a man has done something wrong to piss off his missus, and she's like, you fuck other people, so I ain't fucking you until, you know, you make it up to me, or until I forgive you, or until you go and get a HIV test. This ain't happening, and he's reacted in the way that he's reacted, he's basically saying, let's just get the relationship back to normal, get to the makeup sex part, because you don't know their actual sexual relationship with each other. They could be having arguments and crying.
I hear you, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But what I'm dealing with is the reality of life. No court, no police officer is going to say, oh, but let's take this couple's relationship individually. Now, how long have you been together? Hold on, Khan, can I talk? And then you can tell me I'm wrong.
They do that, though.
All right, they do that, Khan. All right, they do that. Anyway, no police officer is going to say, we're going to take this relationship individually. Now, how long have you been together? Are you quite aggressive usually? Do you usually argue like this? Can I finish talking, you? Do you usually just, have to tussle before you have sex? They don't think like that. They're thinking, okay, this is what the evidence that has been put to us. And that is a video recording of a man quite aggressively trying to get sex from a woman. That's it, Carl. Yeah. Then they move on from there.
Okay.
facts are facts. You can pretty it up to make yourself seem, you know what I mean? But no one's buying your shit, and I'm not gonna sit here and I ain't got the patience to sit here and listen to it when I know it's shit. No police officer's gonna do that, and you know that as well. 9's.
So, yeah, man. So, like I said, yeah, I think it also, like I said, it opens doors to other arguments in this arena, yeah, because I don't know, again, sort of staying in the football arena. Yeah, hold on a second, let me see if I can find it. All right. Who do you support, Con?
Arsenal.
That's right. Of course you do, Con.
9's.
Yeah, my day, man. Me there.
Support, you know.
All right, so now I want to bring us to this next story then. Again, dealing with the violation of a female, a partner, or ex-partner in this case. Who's that on the screen, Carnal? Nito?
Oh, no, I don't really follow football too closely. Like, Arsenal's obviously my local
Most
team,
Arsenal fans don't, for real.
So for the purpose of the audience, this is a gentleman called, in fact, not even a gentleman. This is one blood clip whitey boy called DT. All right, his real name is Liam Goodenough, 42.
Oh, sorry, can I just add a little something? So there's a Facebook page, and they're basically out there chasing down vigilantes, and this guy was part of their admin team, and they had to put out a statement saying that we had no idea that he was in, you know, that his mindset was like that. We knew him and his woman had issues. So yeah, actually this is actually a known thing, this man here. Sorry, just putting it out there, but yeah, you lot can go and check that out as well. Same guy.
Yeah, sorry, man. So this is like I said, a man they call DT. For the footballers out here, he used to be on Arsenal Fan TV, yeah, with Robbie, blah 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 blah, as a not a commentator, like, you know, social media influencer, whatever, had his own channel, whatever, yeah. All right, so let's just maybe go through the story for those that may not have seen it or heard about it. Okay,
let's do it.
So, Arsenal Fan TV star DT has described his assault and kidnapped on his former girlfriend as 9 minutes of madness after his prison sentence was tripled. Okay, after his prison sentence was tripled. So this isn't a football player. This guy is, like I said, he's a football,
like a pundit.
Influencer. That's right, like a pundit. Exactly. So it goes. Liam Goodenough was, and let me see if I can make it bigger, just in case anyone's trying to read along with me. All right, Liam Goodenough was initially sentenced to 12 months in prison and given a 10-year restraining order after being convicted of stalking involving serious alarm or distress and kidnapping. A statement by the Attorney General's office was revealed that Goodenough stalked his former partner as she went on a date, jealously sending the victim's brother messages threatening suicide and demanding to know the location of the victim. Using a tracking feature, we keep hearing about this tracking thing, family, but we're going to talk about that as well, because apparently people are getting tracked out here and attempting.
And not even knowing it.
Yeah, I remember putting a post out years ago. I just thought it was a joke thing about how you can find the location of where your partner's been on if they've got an iPhone. Poor me. I've never had an iPhone, didn't know that it was a true thing I'm putting out there. Until my cousin was like, "Rotted, cuz, trust you to come with the info, blah blah." I was like, wait, what? It works.
It's real.
Them iPhone things are dangerous. Probably couldn't get it done on a Samsung too, I guess. But yeah. Sorry, 9. Sorry. It's because I'm doing stuff, so I'm just talking randomly. Sorry.
All right, so we'll read on. A statement released by the Attorney General's office revealed that Goodenough stalked his former partner as she went on a date, jealously sending the victim's brother messages threatening suicide and demanding to know.
That's the bit that makes me laugh, though. Like, you're trying to get people to do what you want, but your threat is, I'm going to kill myself.
Innit? So you're not going to kill yourself and come after my blood clot phone.
That's the worst threat ever. That's the worst threat. I'm going to kill myself. Like, go on then.
Yeah, but again, you joke though, Calm, but we know that people do these sort of, that's the sort of emotional abuse that people use. Like, it's not even a joke thing, man. It's not a joke, brethren. These things are illnesses, man. Jealousy sending the victim's brother messages threatening suicide, demanding to know the location of the victim. Using a tracking feature on her phone, Goodenough drove to the hotel the victim was staying in, and verbally abused her as well as assaulting her companion. Yeah, so that means he beat up the dude that she was on a date with. All right. He then proceeded to photograph her in a state of undress. Yeah.
So what? That means that he's stalking her through a window or something.
So he's stalked her, he's found them, he's beat up the dude that she's on a date with.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's abused her. Yeah. He then proceeded
And then he drew for the phone.
Her in a state of undress. That means he must have took her clothes off and took pictures of her.
Oh shit.
Right?
Yeah, but in my mind, I was thinking, okay, because he must be stalking her. Like, how did he get that close to see her in a state of undress? So he's actually, oh yeah, kidnapping. Yeah, cool, sorry. Go on. Rotted.
Okay. Now, this is a big man now. So this isn't even like a 20-year-old, wherever this, wherever that. This is a big man with children, this, that, and the other. Yeah. And a family. Well, he had a family. So let's go. Let's read on. There's any more. All right, where are we?
So he locked himself in the house with her?
Hold on.
Her house?
No, he went to a hotel. They was at a hotel.
She was in a hotel with the lover?
She was on a date.
Right.
And he's tracked her down.
Damn.
Yeah. The 1-year prison sentence was referred to the Court of Appeal by the Solicitor General, Alex Chalk, QC MP, and was deemed unduly lenient. Goodenough's sentence has now been increased to 3 years. Yeah, so initially,
obviously an Arsenal fan, isn't it? The guy, the judge,
and now it's been tripled to 3 years. And he took the piss and took his mug shot in his.
This guy's an idiot.
Wow!
Come on, come on.
What has he done?
Come on.
He knew it was over. He just wanted to get in with a bang, innit? I guess. Boy.
But to me, like, this is what I'm saying. These men are weak. This is a weak behavior.
Well, I'm glad you've said that, Calm, because you know what I mean. That's a beautiful segue into where we can go further, and I'm glad you said it, right?
Yeah, and I wish you'd have said that from long time.
Statement released on Thursday evening. Goodenough wrote, I know a lot of you would have seen the news about me this week, and I know I have let a lot of you down, but there are always two sides to a story, and mine will be told in good time. Yeah.
Imagine. That don't even sound like I'm sorry, or this is like, that sounds like I'm waiting for the right money moment to sell this bitch.
You see what I'm saying?
He's not even sorry what he done.
So very akin to like the father's kind of vibes, man, because there's no remorse or, you know what I mean, whatever. Just once I do my 3 years, you know, I'll be back. I'll be getting that, you know what I mean, running up that bag. After months of receiving help and guidance, I know I was suffering from a mental breakdown, and on that night, I simply snapped. You know, he's watched that program, Snapped. He's trying it. This is not me condoning my actions. Oh, is it not? Is it not?
So what is it then?
I'm just trying to paint a picture of what was going on in my life at the time.
Pictures don't need to be painted when it's the truth, bro. But anyway,
what was going on? You, whoever you were, your ex is on a date with whoever she's on a date with. Tracker on her, gone and found her, beat up the dude. Yeah.
And then got the cheek to say, I ain't what it seems.
Off your woman's clothes, took pictures of her.
Where's Tony? Tony, I want to hear what Tony's got to say about this. Tony was the one who was saying, if I caught someone with someone else, I'll beat up the guy.
No, but
what's
that's
the poor guy
different.
done? The
catching
poor guy
your
done
woman
nothing.
cheating. This guy
Yeah.
didn't cheat. This woman wasn't with this guy anymore. He was stalking her. It's her ex.
And even if you beat up the man, yeah, get me. You can't keep that the woman and take. And the thing is, you're taking a picture of her in a state of undress. That's some psycho
abuse
shit.
right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, psycho.
His ego.
Maybe she had like he wanted to like
The way in
document
which
some
that-
sort of
that
love bites
Mason
or
spoke.
something.
It's all,
He wanted
it's all
evidence.
psycho.
He didn't want no evidence of love bites, can't stop your fuckeries. He basically was his ego's too inflated and he wanted to make her feel little, belittle
But what the
her.
photos for though? What are you gonna do with
To
that?
belittle her. If a man is ripping at your clothes or telling you to take off your clothes so he can take pictures, I don't think there's not one woman on this earth that's not going to feel belittled, humiliated.
Yeah, that one.
And do you know what I mean? And that's all he's trying to do.
That's fuckeries. That's fucked up. No wonder he got how many years?
3.
Not enough.
3 years.
So let's read on. It goes in his statement. All right, blah blah blah. Mine will be told in good time. After months of receiving help and guidance, I now know I was suffering from a mental breakdown, and on that night, I simply snapped. It's not me condoning my actions. I'm just trying to paint a picture of what was going on in my life at that time. All I ask from everyone is that you read the key parts of the report and not the sensationalized headline. Okay.
Headline should have been
Where are the key
cocaine, one
parts of
hell
the
of a
report?
drug.
I cannot apologize enough to my ex-partner for putting her through this. An 80-year relationship will now be remembered for 9 minutes of madness, and I will forever be sorry for it. I want everyone
1 minute
to
too
remember
long,
the
bro.
innocent ones in this are my children. Well, you see, you didn't think about your children at that time.
At
so
the
now
time,
I'm
exactly.
Yeah, when you violated their mum.
I'm in regular contact with them, but my actions have turned their lives upside down. Well, yeah, who wants to know that?
My dad violated my mum.
How's it go, all right?
Yeah.
And why is it only 9 minutes of madness? The whole
Mute,
stalking
sis,
thing
mute
from
9.
beginning to end is madness.
If you wanted, that is.
Yeah. All right, Jay, hold on.
A lot of madness going on. Not just 9 minutes, bro. You're out there stalking. Like, what are you doing?
The fact that he's saying like a 8-year relationship is going to be remembered for 9 minutes of madness, like
He's trying to paint a
why not
picture of the
even
relationship.
for me being an idiot or for me having a breakdown and making wrong decisions, or do you know what I mean? Like ownership.
That's it. This is what I'm saying. Anyone can fall into these traps, innit? Like left unchecked. You know, like you need good people around you in life. You need people that's going to tell you
But
the
again,
truth.
right? Do you think now my mind's starting to wonder? Do you think that because she said 8 years, so she must have had an idea of the sort of person he was as well? So does it go back to she stayed with him for the money? I don't think he just did that.
I don't think this guy's got money. I don't think he has got money.
What, an Arsenal football pundit? I mean, he might not be rich rolling in it, but
I don't think. Yeah, it's not.
nah. Okay.
Nah. And it's not like he's living that lifestyle, innit? Like with this one, it's probably a couple of lines of coke, a couple of Stellas, got emotional, fold up the brother, begging the brother, tell me where they are. The brother, like a pussy, told them.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that part. The
You
brother's a
get
pussy
me?
for real, yeah.
Ruining
You can't
the
get me
day.
to inform on my siblings. You must be mad. Who are you?
Yeah,
They chose you.
definitely
You're nothing
needs to
but a
get
fuck as
sued.
far as I'm concerned.
You need to sue iPhone for this one as well, because iPhone's basically ruined your life. And then man's turned up and just like fucking beat up the fucking lover. Like, what's the guy done, man? He's taking the mother of your children out on a date, spending money on her, treating her good, showing her a good time. Like, what is your problem? Like, what do you want Norman to
Forget
be
that.
doing?
What does he gain from beating? What does he think? Oh, I beat him up and she'll come back to me.
All right, yeah.
No, I'm
See?
asking, what is the point? What does he gain?
Well, if that's what he's thinking, then that's just another sign of madness, isn't it? Like,
Stupidness.
you're already off the even kill, bro. You're already on a mad one. But he ain't spotted it until he actually done an actual madness. But he was mad from he started stalking. Like, why are you stalking your ex for? That's a mad thing, bro. The woman don't want to know you. She's
You
your
ever
ex for a
stalked the ex
reason,
on
innit?
Facebook,
Like, why are you
Khan?
stalking the ex? Mad.
You ever stalked one of your exes on Facebook, Khan?
I don't do stalking. Like I said, all this weak
Hello?
behavior, like
You
indirect
stalk
begging.
YouTube channels of people you don't even
put
know.
your
I can't
legs
believe
up.
you don't stalk your ex-girls.
Put your legs up. I want to fuck you.
And she's like, move, man. Get away from me with your stinky dick that you've been sticking in next people, man. Move. Yeah, that ain't never happening to me. That ain't never happening to me. I don't beg. Yeah. You don't want me, fine, I'm gone, innit? Like, let me know when you want to know, innit? If you don't want to know, bye. But I'm begging
All right,
you.
Carl, I think it's my time to take over.
Go
All
on,
them
go on.
stories to tell you. All right. I want everyone to remember the innocent ones, and it's my children. I'm in regular contact with them, but my actions have turned their lives upside down. All I can do now is serve my time and be a better father and man for it. I have also heard about statements that's been released from someone that I called a friend. Again, I will just this, and it's content into. I think that might be either Robbie or someone from AFTV, or it might be Troops. I'm sorry for letting you all down. I do not deserve anything from anyone, but just know I am sorry. Take care, and I'll see you in a few years, DT. Like,
Wow.
I'm off to eat my porridge.
Drop
and you
the
see that on
mic,
his
you
cap?
know.
That was one of these captions. Behave. Yeah, but he
Oh
didn't take his
no,
own.
which he didn't.
His
he
own
didn't take
advice.
His own advice, man.
And imagine that he was part of a group on Facebook that was going out looking for like vigilantes and stuff, like an admin for
Was
them.
he?
So you're living
Oh,
a
God.
secret life. These people, that's why I always suspect them as well, you know, because I think, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
And then you can see here, it says AFTV has confirmed that Good Enough will never feature on the channel again.
Ah, there you go. That's what I was talking about.
Statement from AFTV this week read, this morning we have been made aware of news regarding DT, who was a regular contributor on AFTV until July 2021. We are utterly appalled and disgusted by his actions and totally condemn domestic abuse or violence of any kind. Yeah, so Robbie weren't ramping, man, swiftly. DT has made us aware of personal issues in his life. However, we can unequivocally say that the extent of the information made public by the government today is new to us. DT appeared on AFTV on the 1st of January when the severity of his legal case was unbeknownst to us. The recent developments came as a complete shock to all AFTV. Yeah, see, everything done in secret, just like Mason, you're doing your little bullshit in secret and it comes to light. In light of the shocking news, DT will be offered absolutely no place on the channel again. That's it. Boom, full stop.
So can we just notice that there is like a pattern here? Number one with the guy who toe punted the cat. Number two with the story that you put up first. And number three with this is that they're all friends involved that have leaked out information.
Well, what did
DT if you notice, the first one with the guy with the cat, it was his brother that filmed it. The second one, it was her friend that she confided in that exposed it. And the third one, with this one that it was saying with this Tony DT guy, yeah, that there was someone involved as well. I forget where throughout the story, but there was a friend involved as well.
I know, Carl, man. You're definitely making statements that I've heard before, like, so I know. Hold on a second.
I'm just saying to people, innit, be careful who you confide in, innit? Because there's people that's ready to sell your story before you get to sell it.
Oh, you're saying there must be a common denominator that's exposed all of them because they all know each other. Okay.
DT, Mason, Greenwood. Why do you think they know each other?
I'm saying if you have a quick skim through this DT story, I swear it mentions somewhere that one of his friends kind of like exposed the story.
Oh, really?
Or was involved somewhere.
Look yourself, Tony. You all right, Bab?
Good afternoon. It's afternoon, isn't it? Yeah, good afternoon, family. Good afternoon to the panel and the chat.
Afternoon, Tony Brown. Respect on.
Yes. Well,
long time since I've been on a panel with you.
You know it, sister. You know, man. But it's always good to hear your voice still, you know?
And you
I was gonna kind of just come in and just kind of basically like give you a lot of insight of that type of madness. You know what I mean? Like a man believing that he actually owns his woman. Because I've been there, man. I'm not telling a lie. I've passed it now, obviously. But you see, when you're under that spell, you know, nobody can't tell you nothing. Now remember, I said I used to be like that. And I'm talking decades. You know what I mean? So if you don't want to hear a truthful, how can I put it, perspective on where Well, not the raping thing. Never been into this rape thing.
No, but the
Panani.
possessive sort of
But
behavior.
the possessive thing, yes.
Yeah,
You
if you're going to
understand?
give a
Most
story on
definitely.
that, then yeah, I'm up to hearing. And as a man's point of view, and as a woman, I'll give you the woman's perspective of being in that position. So that would be interesting to hear. Go for it.
Right. Yeah. Well, you know what? Just ask me questions, and then we'll go from there. I got
Have
about
you?
half an hour, so
Do you
ask me
think that
questions, and then we'll just go from
stalking
there.
is
All right, no,
like?
to start off with, how
Mm.
did you, what was it that made you, what was your possessive action towards this person?
Good question.
What was well, basically, like she couldn't really go out with friends. She couldn't really do anything without me giving her the go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I haven't
Basically,
been
yeah,
there.
yeah. Basically, like if she wanted to go out, I wasn't having it. If that was about it really. If she
Do you
wanted to
think,
go
was that
like
based on jealousy, like you were scared other guys would look at her? Was it you scared that she might go off? Did you not trust her? Where did that come from? Do you even know?
maybe it's a bit of both, because at the time it was never with somebody who like I just had like a casual affair with. It was always with like my baby mothers.
Yeah.
When it came to them, yeah, I was like, well, over the top. Looking at it now, I was over the top because it was a case of ego. It was like, now you've had a child for me. There ain't no messing around no more. You better come correct. You better do everything correct. And if you don't, you're in trouble.
And what
Some,
was trouble, if you don't mind me asking?
sometimes, to be honest, and I'm talking from past experience, it could get physical.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I feel disgusted about it now. I'm a big man. You know what I mean? But then it was almost like it was the done thing. That's what I grew up seeing.
I know where you're coming from.
You understand?
So
'Cause
do
remember,
you think that it was because of kind of, you know, a cultural, not, I don't even want to say cultural because it's not actually a cultural, but what we see, do you think it's that, or do you think there was something in you that you just didn't know any other way to deal with it? I don't like crutches. I hate saying, oh, because I've got ADHD, I can't or because that child has got cerebral palsy, they can't X, Y, and Z. I don't believe in limitations, yeah? So I'm asking, are you accountable, or would you say it's because of what seemed to be the norm at the time?
I think on the road it seemed like the norm, but definitely not the household. This wasn't like what I saw in the house.
Yeah.
It was when I kind of started to like roam the streets. It's like it was just a violent atmosphere.
Oh
It's like
shit,
to
I was
even
meant to be getting
survive.
ready. I'm listening, but my buzzer's going.
Yeah. So it was almost like you had to be violent to survive the road. You understand? And it wasn't no like pretend business. Like now, a man can be like a fake on the road and go through, get his fake reputation, and everybody's like, yeah, you know what? Everybody's like, yeah, this guy's a bad man, even though all he's done is really just punch down one man. In them day, you had to be real hardcore. You understand? It was a different time. So any woman who was with a man at that time who was a street man, she kind of knew what the consequence might be. Because one day he'll be there and the next minute he won't. He'll be in jail. Do you know what I mean? Hello? Am I talking to myself?
No.
No, we're definitely listening, man.
Okay.
What I suppose I wanted to try and ask you, because I see that you're obviously talking about the road and how that could obviously spill into the home, right?
Yeah, definitely.
That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay then. I mean, I get that then, but in terms of the sort of case that we're speaking about, even the young Mason dude, yeah, I don't think we can kind of. Are you trying to equate that, or you're not trying to equate that, are you?
No. That's that brother there is a definite. I would go as far as to say that brother there is a rapist, because things like that I wouldn't do. If my girl said no, I'd get vexed and grumble, and you know what I mean. But I would never put it on her. I've always stayed away from that act. is an act what I you know, I see as disgusting. I would go as far as to say, if a brother is a proven rapist, he should go.
Come on.
That man should
See?
be, yeah, that brother's to go.
And this
And
is
I
what I
can
was trying to
this
say earlier when Khan was saying, oh, but you know, you don't know there's he could be trying to do makeup sex. You don't go for makeup sex with aggression. That was what I was trying to point out at that point. No man does that, no matter how, even if he is quite, you know, they've got a volatile relationship or whatever, he's gonna be kissing her up, he's gonna be, do you know what I mean? He don't, if a man talks to you like that does not respect you, he cannot respect you. The way he spoke to that girl in the video clip.
Yeah, there's
So,
nowhere. There's
Because
nowhere I would deal.
What
I would never deal with a girl like that. Never.
Onto, sorry to come in like what I then want to lead it onto, because like I said in it, when we talk about the people them having and their interpersonal relationships, right? And I'm sure we've all even heard them speak to each other in a way which is off key, yeah. So one, I want to maybe ask the question: where do we think that this transition is coming from? Like, where's it coming from? Because I can certainly say when I was growing up, there was still a level of decent vibrations between the man and the woman, then where man would respect, you know what I mean? Like there was a mutual respect. I'm not saying that there weren't certain men that might have been, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like one away doing whatever with their girl or whatever in terms of, you know, domestic violence, this, that, and the other. But I'm talking about just like on a macro
they still knew how to show respect to other women. Right. You wouldn't even know if they're the man that's backing up their woman on road, because when they're on road, they will see a woman, and if they're cussing too much, say, "Oh, excuse me, princess, sorry, empress," you know, whatever. They still have that respect for women. And they might go home behind closed doors, like they say, we'd never know what goes on, but there was always that respect in general, you know. If a woman chat too much, he might tell her to sit on one piece.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But on a whole.
Yeah, so where do we think it's coming from? Because I'm also going to try to tie it in with this whole manosphere bullshit, wherever this, wherever that, submit bullshit, this, that, and the other, yeah? Because I think there's a level of this kind of authoritarian thing, you know what I mean? And we heard it even, you get me, in that Mason thing, but he said he doesn't really care. He don't really care what you're thinking. I don't really care about you right now, innit? It's about me, which I think this whole manosphere thing's about, yeah. Again, I use the word submission, and that's what it was trying to get her to do, to submit, right? So, who does anyone on the panel agree with that, Karen? What do you think? Because what do you think of this whole manosphere thing? And
what's manosphere? How men talk to
yeah,
each other
I was just about to ask that. What is this manosphere?
Well, it's just this whole thing of men trying to, how would you say it? I don't want to say put themselves on the map, because that sounds really lazy, but just bitching, man. Just bitching and moaning, and basically wanting women to submit. Like, I don't know if my brother 9's is listening. You know what I mean? He comes from that kind of them kind of vibrations. There's a couple man, like there's another man that you lot would love to hate. You get me? He comes from that kind of vibrations, like you will submit. You will submit. All them type of vibe. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I'm not into submitting, but we've got to compromise. You get me? You got to know your role. I don't know about this submitting and you do everything I say, but you know, you got to meet somewhere in the middle, innit? You got to be able to reason and chat to your partner. And if she's doing something you don't like, you just pull her up on it, you know what I mean? And have a bit of compromise going on. It's coming like it's a war of the genders, and I don't understand all that. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. I guess that's the very point that I'm making, because seemingly,
big up Cads, by the way, big up Cads London.
There is some kind of I don't know to call it a war on the agenda, war, but something I go on. You get what I'm trying to say? Like I said, coming from a female point of view, there's been a lot of cases of just domestic violence or whatever I want to call it, people killing people. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Even in the police force, that they were sharing dead women's pictures and just all types of just disgusting shit where there's just, for some, a lack of respect for women, right? Which I think is
well, these things have been happening from day dot. Yeah, it's only that it's like turned up a notch, but these things have been happening from day dot. This ain't no new stuff. You understand? It's only because people are filming it now and putting it on the internet. You know what I mean? And then you got some prick who wants to better it. You know what I mean? He sees one thing and he says, you know what, I can do better than that. So he does a thing. Then the next fool comes along, and it just goes on and on and on, and it's just spiraling out of control. You understand?
Well, I think this is the problem, because my thing is that, all right, there's the way in which the youth them are acting today or moving today, but if it were to continue in this sort of vein, this sort of behavior could become normalized if it's not stopped.
Yeah,
you get me? Because if young people are already growing up thinking that certain things go a certain way, and the other thing that we need to bring into this as well is porn. So I'm saying, because a lot of
Queen 9, let me tell you something now. I discovered one of my youth them was watching the P Word, like, I think as a teenager, which surprised me. So I pull up the youth about it, find some, I don't know where it was getting these, them man had DVD, yeah? Search room, mash up the whole of the what he had there, what I found there, seen? I don't know where he got it from, and I don't know who encouraged him to watch them thing there. I would say outside, because I'm a man, I don't watch porn. It does nothing for me.
Yeah.
But that same youth now, who's now a man, the same way you hear the brother there was talking to his girl, is how he deals with his girls. That's how he deals with them. But I personally don't deal with that youth no more. I don't like that youth. Yeah. But that's how he deals with his girl then.
Yeah, so porn is a corrupting element. It'll make you deal with women, like you just said, Tony, in a very wrong way. Do you know what I'm saying?
I would definitely say that. And the thing about it also, like, even though, like, I don't want to say this is the only genre of music what does it, but you see this rap, yeah, where it's just disrespecting all the time, 24/7, rubbing it in your face. Yeah, that has got a lot to do with it. I'm telling you, where they're celebrating, when like you've got women calling each other the B word like it's nothing, and it's just right now to me, it's just crazy. It's almost like I'm living in hell, because where I'm coming from to what I've now seen that we've become, yeah, my people of color, black people, I can't fucking work it out. I really can't work it out. The struggles and the things what we've been through as a people in this country to now see where we've come. Even though certain people feel that we've moved forward, I would say that we've moved backwards. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but we've also got to be careful though, Tony, because I hear what you're saying and I agree. Like, but I would say that society's changed. Yeah, you know what I'm saying to you, and because it's even in. I mean, obviously.
But we don't have to go along with it. We can still maintain culture and code.
No, absolutely, Tony. Absolutely, man. And that's what I'm saying. Where do we think the transition began? You get me? Because you're a bigger man for me. You get me? You get me?
I say 80s. I say 80s, 90s. That's when it started to pick up pace.
You see, because you mentioned music, and I always mention music because we know how impactful music can be. Yeah, you know what I'm saying to you. And I can definitely compare the music, and I've spoken about it many times on my streams, man. Like the music that I was listening to coming up, foundation music, you know what I'm saying to you, compared to the foundation music of today, it's oil and water. You know what I mean? And now if you go back to your days now, where obviously there was much more roots and culture, rare this, rare that. Again, I'm not saying that there weren't bad ones amongst them. You get what I'm saying to you, Tony, but I think the foundation was better, right? Whereas now, if you think like the foundation of music is for the youth, then it's completely problematic. You know what I mean? And that's why I think we should be licking out against it. You know what I mean? Like certain of them music here that's been made.
I agree. I don't entertain none of this music nowadays. Do I entertain? Rambo, you need to jump on the panel because you know me, so you know what I'm saying.
Rambo in the building.
Yeah, you need to jump on the panel.
Yeah, so Mr. Day, I'll go on top.
Yeah, so you you know, it's like, and go on 9's anyway. Go on. So,
yeah, I
so what
mean,
you were
again,
saying,
I'm
I just
just
thought,
underlining the point that you made about the music. And we can even see that it's going into other sort of genres. It could be argued that once upon a time held their sacredness. You see what I'm saying to you? Even if we look at certain like, you know, like what would you call it? Roots and culture, yeah? You know what I mean? Because you know, recently there's been this whole big thing about you know what I mean, coffee and rare this and rare that, and you know what I mean? You know? Which for some it's a valid point, isn't it? Because you know what I mean, you know, Rastaman vibration, whatever, right? Your own so certain things are becoming true, it's a little bit contradictory. So there's that. And I don't know if you've seen, I don't even like to talk about it, you know what I mean? But have you seen a tune with one guy called, is it Mega the Stallion and Spice?
oh, Megan the Stallion.
Yeah,
I've heard about it. I've heard about it. Some dyke thing.
It's
It's
just wrong, man. You know what I'm saying? It's just wrong, and I don't even know
but the
where
thing, the thing about it, them kind of videos will get like a billion views and just as much likes. So it just makes you know that, you know, people like us who are trying to, like, you know, think like with good principle and morals and all that, we're fading out, or it seems like it, because all these degenerate videos, they go sky high. Whereas man who's chatting sense and knowledge and trying to educate and empower people, you know, if they get 1 million, it's a bonus.
But again,
so people like the foolishness.
All right, then T, and then this comes to the wider thing again, right? Because, like, do we think that these things are happening by coincidence or by incidence? Are these things being planned, or are they just happening you know what I mean, organically, you know what I mean? Because
no, man, these things are planned, man.
Right.
These things are planned.
Right. Yeah.
You get me? When a man is becoming popular, they buy him out and turn him into a facile and dash him one side and bring in their next facile to do their bidding. They know what they're doing, man. You know what I mean?
Right. So again, and then bringing it back to the youth them again now. This is why, you know what I mean? As much as I go hard on them, I still got to try to understand their, not even their position, but their situation. You know what I'm saying to you? Because like I said, when I was a youth coming up, we had like channel 1 to 3, then 4, then 5. You know what I mean? Radio was limited. Do you know what I'm saying to you? So it was very restricted what you were, what came into your vibrations. You see what I'm saying to you? So, and it was still, it could be argued quite pure compared to today, right? Even on the TV.
It's consulate.
Sorry,
it's consulate.
Yeah. I just got the kettle on, so I just put it on mute.
Even on the TV now, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even seem like that a watershed even exists again. You see what I'm saying to you? Because you could be watching telly at in the daytime and you're seeing bare mad things. Just mad things. You know, like, so again, the wider society's got their part to play. The media, they're on steroids right now when it comes to pushing certain do you know what I mean? Like programs and I don't know what you call it, not even theories, but just certain little vibrations. You know what I mean? If I turn on my TV, MTV, they're always telling me about this girl that used to be a boy or this boy that used to be a girl, and you know what I mean? And it's just it's a lot.
You know the thing is, right? Is for us to know that them programs ain't good for us. Even the rap culture, what they're forcing down man's throat, that's not even our culture. That's some like degenerate culture. All right, you like the music, right? You like the swag, but that ain't us. In general,
remember,
that
Tony,
is not
it's
us.
not about me and you as big people, you know. Because remember, we done do our thing already. We're talking about the.
But it is though. We can't let go of the baton, you know. We still have to hang on, you know, because as you can see, the generation below us, they're going to pot.
No, I'm not saying letting go of the baton. Definitely not. I'm definitely not saying that. What I'm just trying to definitely do is, as much as we get onto them, really just highlight what it is that they're battling with compared to ourselves. You know what I'm saying?
Nine, we know better, we do better, we stand firm. Yeah.
Absolutely.
If they're going left,
but then all right, then cool. You say that. We know that there's certain
they're going left, we go right.
Big men, yeah,
Yeah,
that are acting a certain way that is uncomely, that their sons are following. The same thing for the mothers watching their daughters. You get what I'm saying to you? So definitely,
I agree.
For everyone to fix up 100%, because everyone is being programmed by the same machine anyway. Yeah,
that's right.
But
everyone's got to take responsibility for their individual situation. It's like when my mum and dad broke up, my dad was my role model through that whole process. So when I broke up with my missus now, I know how to show my children a positive role model. Like, you don't get bitter, you don't attack their mum, you don't do anything stupid like that. You just keep it moving. You just move on with your life and show them a positive role model. Like someone who's gonna, meet someone else and move on. Like my dad had other children. I haven't done that, but still, like he met someone else, I've met someone else. And my children now, when they grow up and like, let's say their relationship falls apart, they're not gonna spaz out and lock themselves in the house and beat up the woman and beat up the boyfriend. They're not gonna do nothing like that, because I've gone out of my way to show them this is part of life. Sometimes a relationship's going to fall apart. You can't start disrespecting the woman that you've been laying down with for the last 10 years.
So let me ask you a question.
Greetings.
Yes, Rambo.
Let me ask you a quick question, Card.
Who's that? Rambo's. Respect, my brother.
Salute, man.
Who do you think's got more?
Big up, Rambo.
Who do you think's got more say over your children? Yourself as a parent, or let's say ourselves as parents, yeah? Because I'm not trying to individualize it to yourself. Ourselves as parents, or the media, the school, the social media influencers, the rap videos, the grime artists. You get me?
We're a drop in the ocean now.
It depends on what age you're looking at. Because certain ages, the child is fully fixated on the parents, that idolize the parents. When they get to an age where they care more about their friends than the parents, you want to hope that you've instilled some foundations there for them to move on from. If you haven't, then you're just like, you're lost in the wind then, isn't it?
I kind of agree with that though, yeah, because what happens with our youth, I think it's the ages between 10 and 12. Or 13, where sometimes if the dad ain't there as a role model in the house, he would lean to a man on road or society, as you were saying. What has the most? Because I believe it's just like a scale now, because what I realize now, the generation today, I don't really believe there are father figure role models in the youth life. The youth is looking to man on road. It's like most dads today don't have no chat for their youths, let alone the mothers. The mothers, sometimes as a boy, you tend to listen to your mother. Yeah, but if your dad ain't there, some people don't have no chat for you. And remember, like, most of us have that sense of saying, we got to be the man in the house next. But see, when that dad link is gone, that is when our youths is in that's why our youths today is enough problems. So the government doesn't help, because you got enough good fathers who are not allowed to see their kids.
Yeah,
it's because of the mother now. Because remember this, it's not that the government just don't stop you seeing your children. It also weighs up with the family, the mother as well. So sometimes it's like our society is a lot different than other cultures, bro. Because see the culture thing, I know a lot of Asian youths don't parents don't do what
sorry,
black
Rambo,
do,
sorry to cut
and
you.
vice versa.
Sorry to cut you, but you know what? When you spend that one day that you got to spend up family law court to sort your shit out, you're seeing everyone up there, black, white, Asian, Pakistani, Muslim. Every man is up there fighting for the right to see their child. Yeah, and it's the same culture we're living.
Now, I'm glad you said that, right? Let me come back in again quickly. Sorry, 1 second. I'm glad you said that, because that's what I was trying to say to Tony still, because I think we got to be careful that sometimes we can highlight situations that we think are only happening to ourselves. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah. And because we speak English, which is like the language of the country, you know what I mean? We can't hold no secrets. You see what I'm saying to you? Whereas other communities talk about their thing in for them language, we don't go amongst them, so we don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But trust and believe that we ain't the only community that are going through these things, because, and that's the next important thing as well. You know what I mean? And there's so many conversations that could be had through this, but the impact that society just has on cultures anyway in England. You know what I'm saying to you? Like
But you know what, no, sorry to cut you. I got to go in 5-10 minutes as well.
Cool. Thanks for coming.
But hear what's sistering, right? I don't really know much black man, who's getting caught for their children, Maybe it's changed now, but I don't know no black man who's going to court for his children. Yeah,
that's
he either
because
tries
black
to.
women don't take black men to court.
Yeah,
that's the difference. Other
exactly.
women will take them.
Has it changed now? Has it changed now? Because
that's the negative of having a white wife.
Probably not.
You're definitely going to court. You're 100% going to court.
Black women sort of remain
easy,
same,
I'm telling you.
Black women would rather, hold on a second, they'll probably just put their head down and just soldier on. You get me? Which I'm starting to say that we may need to stop doing, but that's going to be another conversation for another day. You see what I'm saying to you? But
you might have a point still. You might have a point.
Yeah,
because I know when I got in that situation, it was a case of where, you know what, boy, all right, if that's the way she's going on, you know what, I just have to cut them from my mind. And it hurt me, you know what I mean? But eventually, like, she kind of saw the is the expression, she saw the wood from the trees. Is that what they say? Yeah. Well, anyway, eventually she changed her mind, because when the corn wasn't coming in, and the luxury goods wasn't kind of flowing like before, she had to obviously make the youth them come see dad. You know what I mean? So, I didn't really have a problem like that, really. But yeah, anyway, go on, 9's.
I mean, what I also wanted to just add, because I see Rambo's going down a certain direction, no problem, because if there's, truth to what he's saying. But I think we also have to acknowledge that these sort of things are also happening in 2-parent families. You know what I mean? So again, just to show the pull of the other external factors, you know what I'm saying to you? Because, people have it believe that all the youth them on the road are all coming from 1-parent fucked up families, and that is not the case at all.
No, some of them's coming from 2-parent background. Yeah, dad loves them. Dad's got a good job.
Religious.
Dad's not even on road.
Exactly. So I'm saying all that again just to highlight the power of the external influences in today's society, especially compared to when we were coming up. You see what I'm saying to you? Because like, remember that youth there in a few years ago, Upwood Green, that got took out. You get me? He went to a £26,000 a year private school. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, the family moved off the ends, and that youth kept coming back to ends. Yeah, to involve himself in the nonsense. You know what I mean? So again, I'm just saying that as an example to say it's not always, a 1-parent family thing where there's no father figure, this, that, and the other.
No, but no. What I'm saying is, though, as a male child, sometimes, you can come from 2-parent backgrounds, but even like our days were a bit different, because sometimes we did have our parents, both parents, in the house. But what made us gravitate towards the rude boy business? It was our mum and dads. It was our peers. It was stuff out of road. You know what I mean? And we still have the discipline when we go back home. It's like most of the men in our generations, they knew how to mask off certain attitude, ways.
Rambo, do you know what that's called?
From their parents.
That's called
Khan was a
dualistic culture. That's called having a dualistic culture. Like, people who are Muslim at home and they're gangster on road. Like, how can you be a Muslim gangster? Because people have more than one culture. Like, you think that everyone merges their cultures and their influences into becoming one culture, but you can have more than one culture.
I'm glad you said that, because because we're big people, so we don't need to talk dumb and talk fuckery. We know in a religion, pure bad man in it,
facts.
It's like when you deal with Christianity, pure mafiosa, pure bad man in that. When you're dealing with Islam, same fucking thing. So what we can always know is that religion does play a good part in this culture. You know what I mean? Because one thing about nowadays, yeah, we have to realize some of the religion has kind of stepped up. Sometimes the religious talk what we're talking about. It's kind of old school to what's really going on now. Yeah, because sometimes religion can also, yeah, make certain things be acceptable out here, blood. Because all you go do is blame fucking God and blame the devil within the shit. Because it's all agenda, bro. Yeah. So sometimes when we say, oh yeah, a bad Muslim or a good Christian or a bad Christian or all of that, it's just a shield, bro. It's like a lot of us, yeah, we always find something to shield away from our true responsibility, and that is ourselves.
Yeah, I agree, Rambo, because like I've been everything growing up. I've been Ras, I've been Christian, I've been even Muslim, you know,
Yeah.
and I'm telling you straight, you know, these religions ain't helped me. I've helped myself. You
Thank you.
understand? And respect to, you know, I'm not trying to disrespect anybody who, you know, who is religious, yeah. But I realized to myself, it's not religion what's helping me. You know what I mean? It's my common sense and savvy which is bringing me through. And the thing about it, you know, I don't need to be told how to be good. I know when I've done something bad. And in some cases, I have to be bad and ruthless just to survive. And I'm not going to make no book or somebody who's written something like XYZ amount of thousands of years or hundreds of years. Like, you know, I'm not going to make nothing like that make me kind of basically like, you know, try to keep to that scenario when I know that in this time, everything is different. You understand? Everything is different now. You know what I mean? And I got to move skillfully. So I'm not knocking anybody who follows religion, but me personally, I just deal with righteousness and that's it.
Yeah, I agree with that, bro.
You know what I mean?
Sister
But
Nine.
listen, people, I'm gonna slide still.
Yes,
Yeah,
T. Bless
Sister
up, man.
Nine,
Give thanks, man.
I'm gonna slide still. And you know what, Rambo? Good hearing your voice, my brother. Seeing and
It's good to hear you, man. Thank you, bro.
yeah, it's good hearing your voice. And everybody in the chats and everywhere else, big up still. Seeing, bliss up.
Yeah, man. Happy Sunday, man. Happy Sunday. Thanks for passing through.
No
So
problem,
big up to you,
ladies.
man. Come on, man.
Bliss up.
So yeah, family, man. Melanated, that's Tony Brown talking there, bub. Hopefully we'll hear from him again, man. But yeah, that's Tony Brown speaking to. Oh, Tony. Oh. I need to ask him something, actually. Yeah, so all right then, boom. So yeah. Rambo, definitely I heard you speak about sort of role models, this, that, and the other. And I think it's even more problematic now because you could have role models in your house because you know what I mean, like previously or historically, it could be argued that your first role model are your mum and dad, etc., etc. Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to say about the power and of these external factors because you know what I mean, like especially with social media and that, Rambo, man, where people are properly locked into this social media thing, man. You know, and who are you gonna listen to? Your dad or fucking, I don't know, fucking Cristiano Ronaldo or whomever has got 6 million fucking followers? Do you know what I mean? Or, you know, name somebody else type of thing. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, man, it's tough for the youth, then, man. I got to acknowledge that because even if we think back to our time, Rambo, yeah, even if we were to think back to our time, because let's not go on like, oh, everything was squeaky.
All right, so who was your role model outside your house?
That is such a good question, you know. Outside
and who was like? Was it musical? Was it Michael Jackson? Diana Ross? Who was it?
That is such a good question. When you say that, because I mean, my main model, they were definitely my mum and dad. strong. Whereby I would say I wasn't necessarily looking for external role models, but what I can certainly say is that music definitely had an impact on my thinking. I would say that, and that's why, you know what I mean? You know, Arlen, you know a tune like this, Rambo, yeah? Janet Jackson, yeah? Let's wait a while. You get me?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying to you? Them things were impactful on me anyway. You get me? Or my guy, you know what I mean? You don't have to take your clothes off. You know what I mean? Because these are that is programming, Rambo.
Yeah, but like if we look at it like further on, yeah, when we were youths, if we say musical influence, if you born into reggae, some people say, you know what, Bob Marley was my musical influence. You start to see how like if it's depending, because sometimes a lot of people who look at Bob Marley as their influence or role model tend to go into like the Rastafarian, tend to sing reggae music, tend to like locks up their hair and all sorts of stuff, yeah? Even in hip hop, when we were younger and we was into like, okay, D Block or Jada Kiss, or we was into some like West Side or East Coast rap, we would tend to dress in the way we were influenced. And the problem is this: our youth is not doing, they're doing the exact same thing what we did. And because we never had social media like what the youth them have, I feel a lot of the older generation tend to think that these youths is wayward. The only thing what was only different then, we was just coming into the era of mobile phones, but not the era of what's happening now with mobile phones, where we could screenshot, where we could film, and all of that. Some of the old school pictures you do see some youths. You could tell some of them came from good families, but the influence, like we was dressing in click suits and all of that stuff, you know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying though. Rambo, but again you kind of jumped in it, you know what I mean? Because
tell me where I jumped. Tell me.
Yeah, because chronologically in it, you get me? Because
no, Sister 9's, I was just explaining this, yeah, that our parents were our greatest influence. I ain't gonna lie, but we also maybe watched. Like I'm from, like I was born.
No, I'm acknowledging that though, Rambo. So I think we're kind of saying the same thing, yeah.
Yeah. I think we are
saying that the external influences that we had compared to today, it could be argued a night and day. You see what I'm saying to you? So again, you spoke about coming up and you spoke about Bob Marley, this, that, and the other. Cool, I get that. But that was all roots and culture, and for the most part, it was positive, right? You know what I mean? When we were as young people, you know what I mean? When your mum and dad are playing Bob Marley, you know what it is, man. And again, that kept you rooted in who the fuck you are, where you're coming from, this, that, and the other. That's at least how it was for myself. You know what I'm saying to you? Car on a Sunday, my mum would be playing her reggae, my dad would be playing
some Studio One and some
well, you get me, whatever the influence of your parent was, but more time it was Sunday, you know what I mean? And that's when you're gonna get your doses. So that goes back to what Khan was speaking about in terms of the whole duality, this, that, and the other. We get that because obviously we were young people growing up in England with an English culture, whatever you want to call it, but yet still trying to maintain our Caribbean, African, whatever, Turkish, whatever culture with it. And that would have been through music, through food, through language for the more fortunate people. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah. So I agree. I definitely agree. But again, I'm just saying the influences of today, because all right then, boom. Remember, we didn't even have a lot of black people, it could be argued, to identify with in the media compared to today.
I agree with that. Yeah,
never had black people.
Yeah, who was there? Muhammad Ali, Bob Marley. That was about it.
Mr. T. Nah, fuck that.
Mr. T. Big up Mr. T. Big up Mr. T. Still.
Well, again, but Mr. T, you're still going forward a bit. You see what I'm saying?
Well, am I?
Well, that was like the 18 was like the late 80s, isn't it? That was like the 80s.
No. They were like mid-80s, man, like 86. That was used to come on, you know. Yeah, but still, 9's.
But even so, that wasn't part of your. All right, then go on.
But what I'm saying is to you, yeah, really, it's like, when we talk about culture, right? Culture, I get it. It's tend to we tend to identify it with our roots and that positive stuff. But our culture could always gravitate to what we see today as negative today. Yeah, because what I'm saying is our culture, it's like our culture also have a split. Like, I'm just trying to explain that, yeah, we can say culture in the good stuff of like knowing our awareness and knowing ourselves, but we also gravitate a culture where we could call it street culture, gang culture, and all of that. That was another thing, and a lot of people tend to use that and say that the people in the clique or their gangs were their family in that. So there's another culture we kind of inherited as well when we was in the streets with our friends and everything else. That's another thing, 9's.
Well,
it's like when we say who was our role model, sometimes our not done from our area, but our rude boy from our area. I'm talking about a boy who could be like 3 years older than you. You looked up to him in your era, even if you came from a good family, but you had a relationship with him and he had a relationship with you. You tend to pick up his ways. Maybe it was a bit, his influence may be a bit over your parents. What this kind of conversation is about.
Yeah, that's not part of our culture, though. That weren't part of. I don't necessarily think that was part of culture.
But 9's, it is a part of our culture. That you're young. What is it to call it? Like you're young, you're a teenager. You got a brother on the road who comes from the same community as you. You went to the same school, but he was older than you.
Peers, they're called peers.
Yeah, your peers. Your peers. Your peers.
You're trying to fucking lay street whatever to our culture, and that's not the case.
But that's how it also happened, guys. When we was out.
Yeah. But you got to be very careful with your language, Bedrin. If you want to tell a story,
no. But it's a fact. But listen to me.
Hold on, man. If you want to tell a story, then that's fine. But we're not going to try to attribute that to our culture because that wasn't everybody's thingy bobby. That wasn't everyone's foundation. Like what the sort of scenario that you're ascribing there would be generally if you're from certain like ends or the block or whatever the fuck you want to call it. In my opinion.
No.
Rambo, do you remember in the early days of hip hop? Yeah, it wasn't just black people; it was black people, Latinos, everyone together. Yeah, that was the whole point of street culture, was for everyone to come together on a sort of even understanding. Yeah, so you can't then say. Yeah, but you can't then say like black culture is street culture because they're not saying that you don't have your own culture.
Can't. Listen to where I'm coming from now, yeah? Every child I don't say every child, but most children, yeah, peers are also their influences, bro. Yeah, your friend your best friend from school can also be your influence. Your cousin could also be your influence.
You're right, of course.
You know what I mean? I'm not just saying your parents don't always have the you know what I mean? That
the last word.
They don't have the last word. It's like your fucking older cousin who you look up to, where your mum takes you to grandma's house every weekend. But what she doesn't know, that your cousins is slowly influencing you to the point that she don't have no talk over you. No, does your dad. We've all been there, son.
I get that.
We used to get licks at home, but as we go to our auntie's house, we got freedom beyond freedom because you got your cousin there who doesn't live the way you do in your house. When you with him,
all I'm saying is that is not part of the culture, quote unquote. If anything, if anything, that was the beginning of us leaving our culture because you're going on road to do fuck shit.
Yeah,
you get me.
But
that weren't part of our culture. That was maybe it could be argued That was part of the culture that we were now going into. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you just made the whole statement yourself. You're
Rambo.
leaving your good home where you're being taught the right and wrong.
Let me just like try to reiterate 9's point, yeah, because I grew up with black people, innit? And for me, growing up, black people were far more stricter on their children, had far more morals and ethics and rules to everything, and they used to smack their kids. And like my black friends weren't like how we were. Like, all right, mum, they'll be like, mummy. Like, man's 14, 15, like coming on 19, he's calling his mum mummy still. Do you get me? That's the level of respect that I've seen in the black community. So I don't associate black people with street culture and street things. That's just a separate thing on its own. So I think like when you get them two things mixed up, you're going to get white people or Asian people looking at black people and going, man, they're all about street life. Like keep your children away from their children.
No, that's when
and you don't want that.
You take it, hold on, God, that is when you are taking it to certain levels of things where we say, no, bro, yeah? That's not what I'm saying. Ever.
I know that's not what you're saying, but I'm just trying to tell you
black
what
people
I think
created gangster culture, and in actual fact, we never even created all of that. If we don't say who created that culture, we have to, because when we even name our fucking nicknames, bro, yeah, that is another thing. Don't say black. I'm pushing it on black culture because I've never seen a black gang today name themselves after African fucking names, bro. Yeah, or black names that they if you talk about street culture and always black people, name me a gang who called themselves the fucking uncle, fucking Cameroons or Egyptians or anything like that. Tell me a fucking black gang what calls themselves that. So don't tell me I'm saying that's black culture, because I'm not saying that, bro. I'm not saying
you're saying that.
black
I think
culture
is just trying to make it clear that there is such a thing called black culture, and it's not about
black culture ain't that.
Crime or streets. Like that's just all that's a small little point. But yeah, continue, bro.
No, but as I'm saying, we can't. People saying street culture is black culture, and known for a fact that it's not. You know what I mean? Because the white people don't say, yeah, this is English culture, and English culture is gangsterism. They don't say that. You know what I'm saying to you? No matter how much fucking organizations, mobsters, and all of that who are white, bro. You know what I mean? So we can't always fold the race card in the fucking in the fucking engine of fucking culture or roots, because it don't work like that. Because most people will tell you the way of them become a gangster was because of fucking poverty, bro. Like everybody's writing books about how they've become fucking #1 Teflon Dons, bro. Everybody's doing podcasts now. So what we gonna say to that? Is that a black culture, white culture, Asian culture? Whoever steps out and say, yeah, you know what, I had a good life with my mum and dad. My mum and dad took me to university, and in university, I met one friend.
No, but I think we're going a little bit off piece. Yeah, let's bring it back, because the only reason why that was mentioned is because you spoke about going to your older people, and then they started to show you other things, you get me? But you use the word culture within that statement, yeah? So I'll just say, let's just definitely try to separate the two, yeah? So keep it moving anyway. But we were talking about, obviously, the different influences, you understand what I'm saying to you, whilst coming up and whatever, compared to today, yeah? So I think it's clear that the argument of the fact that the youth today have got it much harder than we did in terms of influences, I think that's, you know what I mean? I think that's a done deal still, yeah? But I guess it's about how to manage them in this sort of society that we have now. Yeah.
Can I just add something, 9's, to what you're saying? I personally feel that in our previous generation, our parents were conscious of the fact that they're bringing up their children in a foreign environment, and they kind of instilled certain things in us. Like, you know, watch out for this, watch out for that. Don't trust this, don't trust that. When the police try to stop you on the street, be careful. Like, all these sort of things was given to us. But now when you look at this generation, they're not given that, because their parents are second or third generation, where living in this environment is normal to them. Like, my parents weren't born and bred in the streets of London. So same way they couldn't really teach me about the streets of London, the same way they had their own culture that they made me feel separate from the hoi polloi and from the majority. And they said, like, listen, You know what I mean? You can't just roll with whatever everyone else is doing, because you're going to get treated differently. And that is a normal thing for immigrants, first generation immigrants, to go through. But what I'm saying is, these kids that we're looking at now, when we talk to them, their parents are younger than us. If I speak to any of these kids on the street now that's running in gangs, do you get what I'm saying? So they're second, and if anything, third generation, that they're not having that dualistic culture where their parents are at home, you're Muslim or you're Turkish, and on road, you can do what you want, but when you come home, you must behave yourself. They don't even have that no more. Do you get me? Because their parents grew up on road as well. So they're completely one step removed from our situation. So it's hard for us to look at them and say to them, like, you know, you need to be more like us, because they just didn't have the same parenting. Like, bless my parents, innit? They tried, innit? Like, I have to respect them for that. They tried their best. Like, but I rejected their teachings because I was like, no, I need to learn how to survive in this environment. I need to know how to hold my own against other children that's been on road since they were 9 years old. Do you get me? So I kind of rejected my culture and tried to kind of like integrate more just to keep my head above water. Do you get me? But these children these days, they're already born, like my kids, for example, they're born in that already. They're already born, like they don't have to balance off their personal culture from home against their school friends. Like, it's already one thing for them. Like, they're already in the flow. Do you get me? So now, to flip the script 180, I've had to, from a young age, really try to imprint on them certain values and certain morals before they even each reach 9 years old and 10 years old. Because I know that once they like do what I done, which is like start mingling at 11, 12, 13, 14, I'm going to have less and less and less say on them. So I've really made an effort to connect with them, to have them like friends where if they've got a problem, they can come and chat to me and I can sort of like guide them a little bit. Do you know what I mean? And have a little say. Even if it's not like the final say, have a little say on like steering them towards certain things, like to stay away from trouble and whatever. Like, I've actually made that effort. Do you know what I mean? But for me, like, people are like, oh, why don't you teach your children Turkish? And why don't you do this, and this? Like, bro, I'm teaching my kids science. I'm teaching my kids maths. I'm teaching them about going to university. I'm teaching them about don't be just some working class pleb. That's what I'm teaching my children.
Hold on. You don't teach your children Turkish?
I can't, can I? Because like they're with, I get my children, what, like 2, 3, 4 days out of a month. How am I going to teach them Turkish? Like, it's an uphill battle. Like, I'll put my strength towards like just kind of trying to steer them in the right direction in life. Like,
I hear that, though, but I would definitely encourage you to try to impart some of your native language on them. I think.
Yeah, I do. But I'm saying they're never going to be fluent, innit? They're never going to be fluent, like confidently speaking Turkish like I do. Yeah, I am. Yeah. Yeah, I'm good like with the Turkish and all that. Do you know what I'm saying? But my parents focused on that rather than on the religion side of things. So my religion's lacking. Where my Turkish is perfect, I could go Turkey and go and come and speak, and you get me? Like, obviously people clock and say, oh, it's got a London accent, but 90% my Turkish is like on point. But it's just with the religious aspect, I'm a little bit lacking.
So how do you think that the Turkish community is faring in England or in London at the moment?
I think all communities have got different, what's the word? No, different sections within the community, right? There's diversity within every community. So I know Turkish people who, like I said, their mum and dad's younger than me. They can't speak Turkish at all. They've never been Cyprus. They've never been Turkey. They've just got Turkish names, like his name's Ahmet or his name's Hassan. That's the extent of his Turkish.
So, all right, I guess I'm asking you, are second and third generation Turkish children or young people, are they facing any, what would you call it?
I think what's good for the Turks now, is that there's more Muslims coming in. Like, same way how with the Caribbeans, they benefited when the Africans came in, right? Now we got Turkish children coming home going, oh, I've got a friend, he's an Afghan, he's Muslim as well. I've got a friend, he's a Somali. I've got a friend, he's a Pakistani. I've got a friend, he's Algerian. Like, they've got like that network that they can work with, whereas before there was a little bit isolated. I don't think they had that extensive network around them, like they could go crossing into other cultures that much, because it was just like us, and then you got the Christian majority. Turkish, I think Muslims were in a very small minority, especially they're living at far-flung places like Enfield, like, do you know what I mean? Like, they're out there, innit? So a lot of them.
So are you saying that the younger ones are integrating more? Is that what you're saying? Because the older ones, like I know Turkish people that they don't have to speak a lick of English because everything they do is within a Turkish setting in London.
Yeah. But like I said, 9's, that's a situation
lawyer.
where you're looking at swings and roundabouts. Because our lot come here not being able to speak English, so they had to make their own jobs, they had to make their own communities, right? Whereas when you look at, for example, like where I've worked in security before, you can see that there's Africans that come from Africa speaking fluent English, bam, straight into a job. Same with the Caribbeans when we're talking about Windrush, when they got here, they all come here speaking English, right? So they integrated differently, like compared to people who can't speak English. Because people can't speak English, they're dependent on each other.
Yeah, I get that. I do get that. But I also think that London or certain places afford some communities. In fact, under the Labour government, they positively promoted not speaking your fucking own language because they made everything in different languages in the first place. So it's not like they was encouraging people to speak English, you know what I'm saying? Which I don't think was a good
thing. This is what I'm saying, it swings and roundabouts, isn't it? It's like what you gain from one side, you lose from the other. Like there's no right or wrong way. It's like, even like I'm saying, every community is diverse. Some communities are like, you have a section where they're very conservative, very nationalistic, they don't want to mix with no one. Then you have the others where even their own community is telling them, man, you become English already. So there's a spectrum there, isn't it? And
I definitely agree with that.
So as an individual, you have to find where you're comfortable, right? So like, for example, I've moved out of London and lived out of London for what, like 3-4 years. Man, after that time, do you know what I was doing, 9's? I was in, where was I? South, near Gatwick, right? Bro, I see a black man. I was running up to him on the streets going, bro, what's going on? Like, where you from? Where you from? He's like, oh, I'm from South London. I'm like, he's like, what's the matter with you? I'm like, bro, I've been surrounded by nothing but wall-to-wall white blonde people for the last 3 years. He's going, what, you never seen a black man around here? I go, no, you're the first one. And I was just having like a 5-minute conversation with him on the street, and that made me realize, like, I need to go home. I need to go back to Green Lanes. I need to go back to all the Turks around Tottenham. Like, that's where my heart is, in it. Like, I'm surviving out here, but now I realise that now it's just become too much now, innit? And I need to go back home again.
So as you even, that's a beautiful segue, because you went, So what do you think's making men so emotional these days, and you know what I mean, quick to put their hands on women?
I think how women are kind of like going ahead, leaps and bounds. Women are moving ahead really fast and they're leaving men behind. And I think for men that is like a shock, because they're like, well, how do I fit into all this? And it's difficult for them to know their role, right? Because women are, let's face it, moving ahead at a massive speed. And really, they've got a lot of ground to cover. They need to do that. And like all this talk about equality and all that, really, when you're looking at high-end wages, women ain't really up there with the men just yet. So let's not start blowing trumpets about how women have made it.
Just take a pause. Like, I agree with the beginning of some of that in terms of obviously the progression of women and some men not being able to catch up. I agree with that. But I don't think that we could apply that to like the younger generation, because I would say that, like, what age? Like at least 25 and down is sort of all, you know what I mean? They wouldn't.
The damage is already done.
Know about what happened previously. Just like that sort of certain age group that hasn't really faced like real in your face racism. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Yeah, they may have had it covertly, or you know what I'm saying to you? Or,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
But
like not that, you know, that people, that NF thing, like man walking on the road with NF on their forehead and all of that, like you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. So like I said, every community, you got to look at all the diversity amongst it, right? And there is opposites in that. So same way how you got men who don't know their role, who don't know how to keep a woman or keep a woman interested because they don't feel like they're up to the job. The same way you got men who are like, oh, this is a new lease of freedom. I've got women basically throwing themselves at me. I can sleep with as many women as I want. There's no obligation on me to wife them or even treat them respectfully. Yeah, that's a different section of men. They all come within the bubble of men, right? So then you got all different extremities. You got men that are, for example, incels now. men who are involuntarily celibate. In other words, they're deemed as unworthy to even mate with, let alone to have a family with or produce children with. These men are incels. They're write-offs. Yeah, you got men that's like that now. That wasn't the case before. Before, there was always a woman for you because there was always more women than men, and the men had the jobs. So when you got a job and you got income and you can support a family, no matter how, you know, unattractive or uncouth you are, right? Someone's going to either arrange a little marriage for you, or you're just going to find someone on your own level. So that's from the bottom of the barrel moving up. You can see that on a scale of how men like relate to women is very, like I said, diverse. So at the top, you got these men now who like the alpha males who are saying like, women want us, yeah, and we don't need to do nothing. The woman's providing everything. She's working, she's got her income, she's flossing, she's blinging. You get me? Like, she just wants me like for the D basically, and I'm happy to provide that. And I'm providing that to the majority of as many women as I can, right? So the problem is there balance? Can you find the middle ground where there's happiness? Like a man can say, okay, I'm being valued by women, but at the same time, I can get a woman to kind of be my partner in all this. And as a team, as a man and woman team, we can negotiate this madness that's coming ahead of us and basically come out on top. Now, that's the problem. That's where it's falling apart. Because like I said, you've got these two extremes of males. You've got the incels on one side and the alpha males on the other. But in the middle, the normal 9-to-5 men who just want to have a family, they're happy with one woman, they're the ones that are kind of like the misfits. They're the ones that can't really balance the situation out, because the women on the other side of the equation, who should be their wives, are now basically cashing in their old men, saying, nah, this guy that I was with, because I couldn't get a job, I'm binning him, right? Now I've got my job, I've got my money, and now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and look to these alpha males who are just basically providing D, because that's all I need. So now you'll see the syndrome of the cougars, older women going for younger men because they feel that they're comfortable with these younger men, that they can outsmart them, but they just use it. They're getting what they really want from them, which is the excitement of having a man who's basically, you know, like quite good in bed, for example. And they're getting that excitement from having a man, but it's just like, basically it's like renting a Ferrari for the day. You don't need to worry about the oil change. You don't need to worry about the servicing. You don't need to worry about the tires. You get all the fun of driving it for one day, and then you give it back in, and then you don't really care that someone else is driving it tomorrow. You're not even thinking about that. You just had your one day of pleasure. And that's basically how women are looking at men now.
But I asked you why you think men have become so emotional and putting their hands on women. Well, I don't know what you just told me.
Yeah, because I'm saying there's like a mismatch. So before, where men and women used to line up, yeah, and you could find a woman that was on your level, now there's a mismatch because women are either looking, you know, down at men, or they're looking up to men that they can't maintain. So the woman's saying, okay, I'm happy to do that because I've got my own job, my own money, I can provide for my children. I don't need that middle of the road Monday to Friday guy anymore. I don't have to have that in my life.
See, I don't believe what you just said. That's not true. Like, where are you getting that from, man?
From the people that I'm seeing in real life. So I'm seeing a lot of women split up with their partners, even though they've got 3 kids with the guy. He's getting the boot. And
right,
then
hold on. All right, wait, stop. Why are they splitting up?
Because what he was providing, like, which would have been financial, yeah, and that security, she don't need that no more, because she's got her own money, she's got her own job, her own career, she's got her girlfriends around her supporting her.
Wait. So you're saying that this couple that you're alluding to only broke up because she started earning money?
I'm saying it's the main factor. Out of all the factors,
they didn't have any other problems then? There wasn't any infidelity, no domestic violence?
No, nothing like that, no. She's just saying that, why do I need to cook and clean for you?
So she fell out of, okay, so she fell out of love with him then?
No, she's saying, I want to be the man now. I want to live how you was living. You was on top, now I want to be on top.
But how could she be on top Because what? Because she now earns her own money. But the thing is, even if she starts earning her own money, the likelihood is that what now she has to start to pay all the bills, all the rent, all the mortgage, whatever council. That's not she's not going to come out on top in that regard financially, unless she's on some big.
She will, because the government gives family tax credits to women. They also give them council houses. So a man, for example, who's earning...
Stop. Right. So you just said about council house. Where do they live now? Or where did they live when they were together?
In a council house.
In a council house. Okay. Right. So they lived in a council house that they were both in as a family.
Yeah.
All right then, cool. So that's the first thing. Yeah. So
not really. That's not the first thing.
No, it is though, because you just said that because you just said that she's gonna get a house. You get me? If she boots him out, this, that, and the other.
No. I'm saying what you're saying, which is a woman who earns the same as a man or just less than a man, is happy to carry on living in a council house. Whereas the man, if a man was earning 30 grand, the first thing he'll be thinking of is buying a house and getting a mortgage.
But that's a lie, Khan. You keep... Dude, what you got to do is stop making assertions, man, and just stop putting things in that ain't there, man. If you're talking about this particular story...
Are women going and buying houses, 9's? When they get their jobs and they get their 30 grand, are they getting mortgages now? They're not, are they? They're happy to carry on living in the council house and happy to go on 2 holidays a year, take the kids to Disneyland, buy themselves a nice car on PCP. That means that you pay £250 a month and the car's never yours anyway. Like, this is the lifestyle they're living, isn't it?
Slow down, man. Slow down. Because remember, this conversation started about emotional men, yeah? So just slow down. Now,
go on.
Now, you gave a scenario, of a couple. She's booted him out, You're saying that she's only booted him out. Well, you said actually so that she could be the man, Those were your words. I'm saying that's not going to result in her being on her uppers. You get me? After such a situation, because then she's gonna have to be paying all the bills. She's got to be paying the rent. She's got to be paying.
Listen, babe. One sec, because at the end of the month, she's left with more money in her pocket than the money that her old fella was giving her for the housekeeping.
Through what benefits?
No, through working.
Right, but she still has to pay out though, can't it?
It doesn't matter what she pays out, she still quids in, because at the end of the month, she's got her own money. She don't have to say to her husband, "Oh, how much have we managed to save this month, babe?"
Right. Start again. So initially in this relationship, the man was the only worker.
Yep.
Okay.
The woman could be doing a part-time little something still.
Okay, so he was the main breadwinner. Yeah. Right. They then broke up. Yeah. Now you're saying that this woman broke up with him because she wanted to be the main breadwinner, etc., Yeah. So she booted him out. Yeah. So now she's not only getting the little money that he may have gave her at the end of the week or month, the little housekeeping, I'm assuming. And whatever benefits that she may have got, because you mentioned benefits. So now she's got a full paid job. Okay, where she's getting more money than she did before, regardless, even if she's paying out money.
Yeah.
Right. So you're saying that they broke up because she wanted to be independent?
Yeah.
So so don't you think that she fell out of love with the man, Carl?
No, I think what it is because can I just explain one thing? 9's. Let me just say one thing. In the old days, there'd be such a thing as a job for life, meaning you'd come out of school, they'd headhunt you before you've even done your GCSEs, right? Okay, so now because there's no jobs for life, there's going to be times where, as a man, you're not working.
No, you're going somewhere else again. Stop.
It's not. I'm showing you where she fell out of love with him.
But when I said that, I asked a question. You said no, she didn't.
She didn't really fall out with him because he ain't done nothing wrong. I'm saying apart from he's in between jobs. He ain't working. He's at home. So
you're saying that this woman, whoever you're speaking about, has booted out her man because he's in between jobs.
Yes.
And now she's the main. How long was he in between jobs, Khan?
About a year.
I would say to you that there was more problems in that relationship him just being in between jobs, Khan.
Okay, like what though?
And to be fair, if he wanted to get a job, Khan, he could have got a job in a year if he really wanted to. You see?
That's what she said.
No, but of course he could. Of course he could. But the problem is, this is where the man, because now I bet you that guy was thinking, well, just like I always hear yourself and other men always comment and about how the women can get their benefits and the this and the that. Like, I don't even know how much.
It ain't about the benefits. It's about when a man's working and basically making his money cross-generational. So that means that he wants to leave an inheritance for his children. That's an accumulation of wealth. That's a threat to the system, right?
Stop. You make a lot of assertions. You need to stop it, man.
Do you not agree that when men work and funnel their income into, for example, a property that they can then leave to their children?
But this scenario, they're in a council house. So what are you talking about?
No, but that's their goal, isn't it? That's the goal. The goal is to have that, to have a job where you can buy a house, pay your mortgage off, and leave it to your children. So then they've got a next step up from your generation. That's cross-generational wealth, right?
Intergenerational. Yeah, all right, I get that. I mean, it doesn't always
That's the
work
goal,
that
isn't it,
way.
of every man? That's their goal, isn't it?
No, that's a lie. No. Fucking hell. Is that your goal?
100%.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying it. I'm saying a lot of guys.
But you can't say it's the goal for every man. You can't say that that's the goal for every man.
Every man who's
no, some men are wetlists. Some men are wetlists, and you need to embrace that, right? It's possible that he could have been wetlists and don't care about the next generation and want them to get it how they get it, just like how he got it, and sink or swim. He could. Some men think that way. You can't generalize. Just like some women and some mothers are wetlists, some men are wetlists. Like stop just glamorizing like this opinion of how you think men aspire to reach these. No, it sounds like she got tired of a man with a lot of lip service and no action, and she wants a more ambitious man. What's wrong with a woman wanting that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it.
Okay.
Melanated goddess. I'm not putting my own feelings into it. I'm just saying that this is what happened, not just with her, but with a lot of people in her peer group. So when I talk to her and her friends,
could the opposite of that be that a lot of men don't match the ambition of women? Because
a lot of men, 100%.
Because even going by the scenario that you just gave, seemingly she's come to the conclusion, not the way in which you describe it, you know what I mean? Because obviously the way in which you describe it is about her just, kicking man out, where it is, wanting to be an India. I'm sure at some point the word feminism.
Well, at the end of the day, it did boil down to that in the end.
What?
How long did he live in her council house? How long did he live in it?
1 year.
Okay, so this is a 1 year. Yeah, like how
long were they together? Like 8 years.
Yes, they were together 8 years, and in 8 years, you and your dude combined can't get out of public assistance, the government housing. That's a problem. That's a problem.
That's normal.
Why? What do you mean that's normal? I don't know.
UK, that's normal because the average wage isn't enough to get you out of that situation.
So most people in the UK live in government housing for like ever.
Well, the ones that's in government housing, yeah.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that in 8 years, right, you and your man combined can't raise up your financial situation hasn't improved in 8 years. So year 1, year 2, like that just doesn't make too much sense to me.
Melanated. From what I'm told, at the beginning of the relationship, she was a stay-at-home mom looking after the kids, and he was working, being the sole provider. Then further into the relationship, she got when the kids were old enough, then she got herself like a little part-time job working in a supermarket, stacking shelves or whatever. So then they were both earning. Then he was unexpectedly made redundant from his job. And then within a year obviously with her girlfriend telling her, why are you feeding this guy? Why are you looking after him? She kicked him out. Now, after the
Wait,
fact
so
she kicked him out,
so he was
she had to
unemployed for
then
a whole
up her
year?
game and get a full-time job. And like, she's doing all right now, but I'm saying for a few years there, she had to go from being a dependent person to being the man, right? And it was a
No, she's
struggle.
not the man. She's just
And I
a
guarantee
she's
you,
providing. But
yeah,
don't
she
do
regretted
don't
it.
no the man.
She
But don't
regretted it.
listen. Con, don't do that. Don't call her a man because she's providing. What do you mean?
But
She's working. She's a woman
yeah.
working, not the man. You know, that's like you shouldn't like that's kind of disrespectful to women. Like we're not being manly by working. You understand what I'm
All right,
saying?
but the thing
Like
is, what like if we look at gender roles, if the woman's working and going out and being the provider, then who's at home looking after the children and taking care
women
of the household?
from time immemorial
So if we're gonna
have been able
show,
to make it happen. We do whatever needs to be done. If the table is broken, we know how to use a hammer and fix that shit because
yeah, I know
kids
you
have to
do,
eat on the table, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
you do that,
you know I
yeah,
do.
but
But I'm just saying,
not in England though. In
I,
England, a lot of these women we're talking about, they got dads. Yeah, she'll phone up her dad and she'll be like, "Dad, come around and fix the table," and Dad will come around and fix the table. And basically, if she runs out of money, Dad's there to support her, and he's got money for her. So don't take the dads out of the
so how's she
equation
living
because
in a
these
council house
people,
if she
these
got a dad?
indigenous broski,
How's she living in a
English
council
people
house?
are not. You can't relate to what I'm saying, thingy melanated. You don't
But how she
understand what
live?
I'm saying to you. Because your dad's not living in America with you, is he? Your dad's not there with his 4-bedroom house bought and paid for, telling you, do you know what?
But what I'm saying is that
Don't worry, I got you covered. Your dad's not
how are
doing that,
you
is he?
living in a council house if your dad got a
This is
4-bedroom
what I'm
house
saying
and
to you, melanated. These English people are moaning about the foreigners are coming over and taking up all the council houses. Why do you think they're saying that? Because even though they've got 4-bedroom houses, they think that they're due even though they've got 4-bedroom houses bought and paid for, they think that their children, when they leave home, should go straight into a council property because it's their country. Whereas with us, with a Turkish person, if your children's moving out, you do them one big wedding, you raise up about 20 grand and you put a deposit down and then move straight into a house that they have to pay the mortgage for. But these lot don't think like that. These lot think, nah, the council houses are our councils of our houses. They think they own the shit, bro. They don't feel no way. No, it's a
no.
4-bedroom house. The house is empty. You're living in there on your own. All right, you spent your whole life paying for the house. It's your house, fair enough. But your daughter now is bringing up 3 kids in the council house. Why can't she move in with you in your big £400,000 house? Why can't she move in with you? Do you see what I mean?
I'm still trying to understand the mindset of this dude.
Which one? The one who's got the daughter.
No, the dude who got kicked out.
The guy who got
Like,
kicked out. He lost his job.
so
And then
most men are
basically, from being
comfortable.
unemployed and not being able to find work and losing his position as the provider and the respected person within his family, man fell into depression. He got ill. He couldn't really maintain the struggle, the fight to find another job. And then he flopped. And then he was just sitting at home every day playing Xbox, smoking weed. And
Oh
she got
my
pissed off with
God.
him. She got pissed off with him and she said, you know what? There's the door. See you later. Because I'm not supporting no man. I'm not feeding no man. And he's like, yeah, but I fed you and your children, which ain't my children, for 8 years. And she's like, yeah, so what? I need a man that I can look
Wait
up
a
to,
minute.
a
But
man that I can
Wait a
respect,
minute. Wait
a
a
man
minute.
who earns more than me.
Did he think that because he took care of her, right? That she's supposed to take care of him while he played Xbox and smoked weed in the house? Is that literally like he feels like that's unfair? Like he should be he basically bought some.
You there, melanated? Yo.
All right, signal might have dropped off a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Y'all
you
can
there
hear me?
now? Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, you're back now, man.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? My phone, I think when the screen gets black, which it shouldn't do that. Like you guys can't hear me. No, I was saying, do you think that he bought time to like because he took care of her now she owes him some time to smoke weed and play Xbox and chill and be,
But
like.
you can't really say that because she wasn't like supporting him when he was working. He was financially supporting her, right? So obviously when he lost his job and they had to go on benefits, right? It weren't like the money was coming out of her pocket. It's not like she's
What do you
supporting
mean?
him, or she's not supporting him in return. Like you're saying,
Why not?
because he supported
I don't
her for
understand.
8 years, does she now need to support him? But she's not supporting him.
You said she was working.
Yeah, she's working part-time, stacking shelves in Morrison's or whatever. Like that
Whatever
money's not
she's
going to.
doing, she's also, oh, the screen time.
That money's not
Whatever she's
much,
doing,
Melanated.
she
That
also
money's not
has.
much
But
money.
listen, but like, I don't know if you've ever had a grown adult live with you, right? But when
Right.
you are getting up in the morning and punching a time clock, and they are busting some serious D, snoring loud and shit, just comfy,
Yeah.
2 p.m. They're eating
Yeah.
breakfast. They just
Yeah.
woke up. You're like, nah, like you too
Yeah.
comfy, right?
Yeah.
And then guess what? And then what?
But men do
You
that for
still
women, though.
you still
Melanated. Men do that. Men do that for women.
okay.
Yeah, men do that for women. Men will supply
You just
them
said she had. You
with
just said she had
40
kids.
grand Jeeps just to drive the kids to school. They're not doing nothing with their car, innit? She just drives the kids to school, comes back, and like even the shopping's delivered. They don't do nothing. Like they've got 40 grand like Land Cruiser sitting on the doorstep just as a status symbol. Men
And
will pay
they
for
do that,
shit like
and they living in council houses.
Yeah, because no one can
No,
afford to buy houses in England now.
no, man. This life. I
Trust
don't
me,
understand this life right here. I don't understand it.
bro.
I really
This
don't.
is
You
what I'm
said I
telling
don't
you.
understand it. I don't understand it.
Melanated. The situation now, putting a deposit down on a property ain't like before. Now you need to literally prove that you're
They don't
earning
have
X amount of
regular
money
apartments. They don't have like like what they call a flat,
or
a
private
regular
rent,
flat. Yes,
private apartment.
because like in America to get a, I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear me because the screen just got black again. So in America, in order to get what we call public assistance or a housing voucher, right? Your financial situation is extreme. I'm talking, I think it's something like 12 grand a year. That is low. $12,000 a year. So if you make 15, 20, 30, you have to get a regular apartment. You have to pay rent somewhere. You won't qualify for a voucher. So this is what I'm thinking in my mind. Like, what is the income threshold out there to actually qualify for this house, and why in 8 years you can't break the threshold? You see what I'm saying? Because like, let's say if you got a housing voucher in America and you only got to pay $25 a month, right?
But
In
Melanated,
8 years,
the government
mhm.
here subsidizes people's lifestyles. In other words, you get family tax credit, you get this, you get little touch-ups on your income, even if you're working full time, because the government knows that the money that they're giving out, isn't enough to live on. So they give you like a little extra touch, right? They
Family
call it
tax
family
credit in
tax credit.
America is two grand per child for the year. That's not a lot of money.
Yeah, it's not a lot of money, but basically it puts you over the threshold to where you're earning enough to live on. You might not be
Two
earning
grand. So
enough
if
to
you have two children, that's $4,000. So if you make $15,000, you now at 15,000 a year. You at 19.
Yeah, but the government,
It's still gonna be a
but
struggle for
melanated,
you to get an
Mel, you're
apartment.
forgetting something. Melanated, you're forgetting something that the government sets the minimum wage, so they can dictate how much people are getting paid. So obviously they know how much to add on to get you just over the threshold where you can live, but you can't save, you can't progress, you can't go
No,
from a council house to saving a deposit, on a private property, You can't do that because you're not earning enough.
well, when
The cost,
you
the
can't
government
listen
dictates.
when
Hold
you
on,
get
man.
when you get
The government
when you get
dictates
your
how
tax
much you
return.
earn, and the government dictates the cost of living. So they know your incoming and they know your outgoing before you even got the job. So what makes you think you can save money? Where are you going to cut corners? Especially you got a wife. Your wife's telling you, "Nah, I need this in the house. I need that in the house." No man can say no. I need a car to run the kids to school. You can't say no. So the cost of living, is set. We know how much the cost of living is.
Where are you going to cut corners from? Where are you going to have a little side hustle? What are you going to do? You're going to work 2 jobs, 3 jobs. How are you going to run it?
I'm trying to understand if there's a particular threshold. In 8 years, you have not broken that threshold. That I would be depressed too.
Of course.
I'm just telling you, like, don't be mad if I gain 80 pounds in 8 years, because shit, goddamn, all I could do is cook and in this house. I can't, like, that would just stress me out,
Even, is
man.
that you? Sorry, Mel.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just dropping the baby off. Dropped out and then come back in.
Who's that?
I've spoken to you a few times, Mel.
Oh, that's my what's the up north accent guy? You got the up north accent. How are
I don't
you?
think we count them as up north. They're sort of their own thing, isn't it? Liverpool's it's his own thing. Northerners are sort of like anything north of Birmingham before you get to, I think, up to Middlesbrough. I think you could call that Northerners. But Liverpool, they're their own thing, innit?
Well,
the Liverpudlians, the
well?
Scousers. I don't think we count Scousers as Northerners.
Don't you know?
Nah. They're their own thing, innit? It's like Londoners, innit? They're their own thing.
His accent is so different.
I'd say every individual city has its own, like, culture, doesn't it?
But it's like up north, they think Londoners are southern bastards or they're southerners or whatever. But really, London ain't south. South is when you go down past London towards, like, you know, the counties, the home counties, like Sussex and places like that. That's south.
South is anything past Birmingham. Probably called Birmingham, middle of the road, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the north-south divide, isn't it, that we got?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you saying, Heathen? Can you go from a council property to buying your own property?
Yeah, you can do, lad. It's hard to. I don't know about down there, but up here, you have the right to buy your council property, don't you know? So no,
yeah, but don't that sort of like ain't that sort of defeating the property? Ain't that defeating the purpose of having a council property?
What, for the council?
If everyone bought their council property,
but that's a different
there'd be no
argument,
council
though,
property.
Khan, man. You can't flipping listen, man. Stop this water ride, man, and stay on one point, man. Yeah, either it's possible to do it or not. So, is it possible?
He said it's very hard.
All right,
no, it's not. If you've been renting your council flat, I don't know how many years it is. I think it's like 20 years. Then you have the right to buy it, and all the rent that you've been paying off for over the years is basically looked at as like a mortgage.
Yeah, but
so
even there's a cap on it. They put a cap on it, 33%, I think it is, of the property, whereas before it was 75%.
What do you mean? So you only own?
Yeah, so 30%? your rent goes towards your discount, which used to be 75%, but now they capped it to 33%.
I wouldn't know, lad. I've never lived in a council property, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the right to buy scheme, isn't it? I think Maggie Thatcher brought that in, right to buy.
I think
but if you were renting my property,
Sorry, go on, man.
No, I was just saying that if you were renting my property, right, then and you want to buy it, which is fine, but I'm definitely don't want a 33% a profit, or you know what I mean, like that's not fair to the owner of the property that you've been living in for 20 years.
No, it's project
council
housing.
property. So basically, a time came in, and again, this also adds to the argument that you're making, you know, Carl, because I'm saying that the men have become less ambitious and not matching women's ambition, yeah, and then
100%,
and then start using excuses about the government and benefits and all this type of bullshit, yeah. But Mel, in England in the 80s under Margaret Thatcher, she brought in this thing called right to buy scheme. So basically, a lot of what you would have as sort of government stock housing, yeah. If you had been living in it, yeah, you got the opportunity to buy it. You know what I mean? And a lot of people were able to buy them at really highly discounted prices. Like Carl mentioned, 75% at one point. So that means maybe if your house was worth, 100 grand or whatever, you only had to pay 20 grand for it. You get me? So
that's right. That's right.
That's a discount. But I agree. I mean, as much it was a good thing, it was also a bad thing, because now today in 2022, we've got a housing stock shortage, especially government stock shortage. You see what I'm saying to you? So previously it would have been a one whereby you would go into social housing and then you would then move up into your own private housing. You know what I mean? Like buy your own house, get a mortgage or whatever. But a lot of that stock was removed via right to buy. So then obviously that led to council properties being limited.
So what about like apartment buildings? So
yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing, man. Sometimes
so the apartment buildings are all owned by the government.
Let me add one more thing in, Melanated, just so you know how deep the situation is, right? Now that there's a shortage of council properties and everyone has to rely on private landlords, there's no cap on how much a private landlord can put up the rent. So the private landlords now can charge however much they want for the rent, whereas before, because people had the option of going to a council property, it kind of kept them in check, sort of. So the private landlords couldn't put up the price that much more than the council rents. But now, you see now, the private landlords are charging extortionate amounts of rent, ridiculous. So even a 1 bedroom or even 1 room, let's say in London, you want 1 room with a shared kitchen, right? You could be looking up to about £500 a month. Now, if you're talking about a 1 bedroom flat, it goes up to, I don't know, like
but
this council it'll be.
That's cause and effect, though, Con.
But the effect is being bad.
Yeah, absolutely, because there's not the supply to match the demand. So then that allows the people then with the actual supply to put up the price. So again, this is a ripple effect of the whole thing.
That's right. And that's the game they were running the whole time, that no one even thought that. And was like, I get to buy my house. I get a discount. Oh, fantastic. We didn't realize the long game is in benefit of the landlords, who are all conservative voters.
You can't blame someone. If someone's given the opportunity to buy their yard, you can't blame them for that.
That's what I'm trying to say.
If the government's building replacement properties, then that makes sense. But they weren't doing that.
Real estate is
but you can't blame
a business.
The people. You've got to blame Margaret Thatcher and her government and succeeding governments that didn't put plans into place to restock the houses that they lost.
Yes.
On top of that, you don't want to build on this belt and that belt and all the rest of it. Yeah. Whilst they're probably one of the main ones making the money now, because that they're behind all the other property investments, this, that, and the other. You see what I'm saying to you?
Exactly.
So in America, people can have their home that they have approved to receive the voucher. So like I could fill out an application, have an inspector come by, take a look at my home, make sure the venting and all that stuff, all the vents and everything is clean. There's doorknobs, there's medicine cabinets, and all of the it's a safe environment. And then I could get approved to have a tenant placed into my home who has a voucher, because we don't have like what you call council houses. That's the project.
Yeah, you can do that as well, Mel.
That's the project, and project is not. It's not the move, The project is.
We don't really have council housing anymore, Mel. To be honest, it's an age.
A private landlord could receive. Hold on, let me just. Mel, in England, if you got a private property, that you own, you could get tenants who pay you via the government check. You get it's called I think it's called DHSS or something like that. But a lot of landlords now won't. A lot of private landlords now, they don't want it still. That's the problem as well, because of their.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's tough to get those people out of your place if they're tearing up the house or whatever. It's like they could tear up your house, but if you don't get something repaired, it's a big issue. but them tearing up your house, you know, they got like more leeway or whatever. So
yeah, absolutely, because it's still your responsibility. So that's what you would find. A lot of private people would rent to these persons on government assistance, as you would call it, and then the tenants would just mash up their yard. You get me? And then you as a landlord, you've got no record. You know what I mean? You've got no one to go to. You see what I'm saying to you? So yeah, that's why a lot of private landlords don't take government. I can't remember what they call it in England. Housing benefit. That's it. In England, it's called housing benefit. That's it.
yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I get that. Khan's point is that, you know, the residual income or the disposable income is very sparse, right? So you don't have money to set aside, you know. But I think that's what Nine is keep bringing up, the ambition part is.
Yeah, I mean, I know Sis has dropped out again, but even regarding the whole buying of council properties, I think a lot of women bought them on their own, to be honest. You know what I mean? I think
Wow.
women were not really into getting mortgages and into sort of 25-year, whatever you want to call it. You see what I'm saying to you? Yeah, can't say a lot of women have bought their houses on their own. Houses, flats, whatever, on their own, because yeah, man, them don't want to do it.
So I was trying to say, like, when you brought up the ambition, you know, when does it click? When does the man say, you know, we need to like increase our income in some kind of way? Like, if he can whatever his skill is, you know, do that on the weekends for extra money. And if he doesn't, oh fuck, on the screen. If he doesn't have a skill, when does it click to get one? Like, I don't understand. Like, I think that's what ambition is. And, you know, do it.
But
Like, just
absolutely, man. I think what I can definitely say in England is that I think the government assistance, whatever you want to, over here it's called the welfare state, has made a lot of men lazy and unambitious. You see what I'm saying to you? Because you often hear them talk about it. So they do seem to see it as like a safety net for both themselves and, you know what I mean, arguably their families. Because in England, obviously, I think the same in America, if you don't work, they give you a little bit of money each month or each week or whatever. You see what I'm saying to you? So I'm saying that them thing there, because when our people came, when mum and dad come in, they couldn't get, you know what I mean? Those things were not available. You know what I mean? You had to work, and you know what it is. Yeah. So there was definitely a generation in England. I mean,
it's also though now, isn't it? We handed it to Europe. You know, everyone forgets the deals that were done for the benefit of the European Union, isn't it? It's like the amount of industries shut down around the country. You know, and then you will get men naturally saying, "Oh, I'm not going to do that job. I'm not going to do this job," because they were quite happily doing what would be seen as like a manly job. You know what I mean? In all different industries, welding, shipbuilding. You know, all the industries were then handed off to the rest of the European countries for them to prosper.
Yeah,
we're still sort of stuck in that mode now. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm saying even you chime with a good point, man, and I think it actually all coincides, yeah, because we're kind of speaking about the 80s, yeah, in terms of 1 second, family.
Go on.
Heathen, are you there?
Yeah.
Don't you think that the best way, out of this problem is for the man and the woman to work together?
No, I reckon it's purely bring back industry and production into the UK.
But that's like a bit like hard to do. I'm saying, given the current situation, if you find yourself in this situation now, the best thing you can do is find yourself a partner who you can work together with. So then there's two of you, not just one of you, against the world, basically.
Yeah, again, I think that sort of goes without saying. Like you don't get a lazy partner, do you?
But does it though? Because
no, it does.
yeah,
That's what we were just
should
saying.
do, yeah. If you want to gain out of life, yeah. Sorry, Mel, go on.
I kept using the word combined, so that means that the two of them combined still was in a bad situation. That's together. So you're not saying anything different. I kept saying in 8 years, the two of them combined, right? So like, that's really, really bad. That's like what two of y'all combined, are y'all bringing in $1,000 a month? The two, one bringing in 500, one bringing in 500.
Let's look at what you're saying here. I'll take it as what you're saying as given, right? It's the truth what you said. But a woman, right, who used to be your wife, who used to be under you, who used to basically live with you for free. Now, when you flip the script and you're saying to her, okay, now you're going to financially contribute as much as the man does, but the man, he has to stop.
I'm sorry, Khan. But you know, word, sound, and power, Bedridge, yeah?
Under you, I heard that.
You know you're a slick you, yeah? So I can't have it. So when the man was working and the woman was at home, did she have children at home?
Yeah.
Okay. You at no point have you added that point. Yeah.
No, I did. I said the children that weren't his children.
No, when you were just detailing it just now, you said he was taking care of her. She was under him. You didn't say she was rearing the children. But the way you described it, I'm just saying the way that you described it.
I'm just saying the man was viewing it from that position, right? So
no, he could never. No, he could never look at it that way because she wasn't at home sitting on the couch, an empty home playing PlayStation. Listen. She didn't. She was taking care of kids.
Kids are at school, man. How hard is it to look after kids anyway?
Oh. You said that she had children in the home.
Is this man got done playing PlayStation now?
Turkish shifter, man. Don't fall for it, Mel. You're trying to.
No, but if we're going down the ambition route, what type of man who plays? How old was he, Khan? Like anyone who's past 21 still playing the PlayStation, I would question ambition straight away. Like what is your ambition?
Don't say that. Ultra's in the chat. Ultra's in the chat. Don't say that.
My point.
Hey, he's going to be a made man by his son. He's going to be a kept man by his son soon.
Even my point is this, yeah. When there's a rebalancing of the financial contribution along with the physical help, let's say that the wife's giving, the woman's saying, look, if I have to work and contribute half the financial income, then I ain't cooking and cleaning and looking after kids. You have to help with that as well.
Get in there.
You understand?
1-0, Heathen. 1-0.
Is it 1-0? Yeah, he's right, 9. I'm walking the dog. I've got to get this dog walked today, so
I'm trying to understand.
I'm going to catch the second half. Sorry, go on. Sorry, Mel. Sorry.
It's very weird to hear men compare themselves to women. Like,
but sis, this is the new thing. This
men compare. You think because you have a vagina, you're to be taken care of. What happened to the woman being the weaker vessel? Like, bruh, like choose an argument, right? Because supposedly they're the weaker vessel. Supposedly they came from your rib. Supposedly, you're dominant. All of this stuff. Where is the evidence of the dominance? Show the dominance, bro. You don't get to sit down and play PlayStation while I'm at work. You're not being dominant. You're not being very leader-like. You're not. So that's why he got kicked out. That's the case, right? So you want this level of respect and so forth, then you need to earn it, right? Just the penis is not. The penis don't give you that because this penis everywhere. Everywhere. Somebody will give her the penis, right? So she don't need to.
You're not getting what I'm saying, man. I'm saying when a relationship's set up in a certain way, yeah, you can't then just readdress the balance and say, okay, well, just because the woman has to work now because the man's not working and earning enough and she has to contribute financially, then you are turning around to the man and saying, right now, you can't be the dominant one no more. You can't have it all your own way anymore. You have to meet her halfway, and basically you have to help out with the kids and the cooking and the cleaning and show her respect. Man's not used to that. He can't switch into that position mentally.
Well, he should have just switched into a job then. He should have switched his ass into a job then, so he wouldn't have to. But since he didn't do that, right, that's the ambition. Since he didn't have the ambition, right, to do it, then life switched his ass on out the house.
But like he even said, the jobs on offer are women's jobs. They're not jobs for men.
What does that mean?
Yeah, but you're making a man's job. I know what you mean. Like, but this is where you've got to go with the cards that are dealt, innit? And this is the shit thing. Like, there's a lot of men can't grasp the concept that if you haven't done well in school, you've got to start at the bottom in the social ladder when it comes down to jobs. You know, you might have to work in McDonald's for 2 years, 3 years. You know what I mean? Before just to get it on, just to show to the rest of the companies that you're going to go for that. Right, you've stuck it out for 3 years in McDonald's. Then you go for the job. It depends on how your life's being lived and what you've done in school and how you've acted outside of school. You know, if you've got a criminal record, you're fucked. You're majorly fucked unless you know someone you can go and work for. You know, unless you can get on your mate's building game or something that your mates do, you know what I mean? And you can tag along making money off that. You're completely fucked, you know, but I don't know. We've got to move with the times at the same time, haven't you? And you've got to sort of, you can't just sit on your ass going, oh, there's no jobs for me. It's I do get both sides. Do you get me? You know what I mean? There's nothing worse than doing a degrading job, is there?
And then him,
this is the point we're at now, where we're expecting people to come over from the rest of the world to do it. Why? Just so they can start off their life here. I don't sort of get that argument. Like, you know, we're looking on getting a load of Polish.
You raise a very good point, man, because it could be argued that was the beginning, right? Because remember, England had to, and till this day they've got to do it, right? They had to get people from abroad to come and do jobs here.
That the British don't want to
do.
Do
you know what, Nine? I get that argument, and that's exactly how it was portrayed. But the jobs weren't here when people turned up a lot of the time.
No,
you know
So
what did the Windrush do? What job did the Windrush do?
I don't know about
the Windrush did pick up jobs, but what I'm saying is a lot of riots were down to the fact that there was no jobs and because of the conditions that people were living in. You know, like the toxic riots, you know, the lads couldn't get into it.
Hold on, let's go a little bit at a time, even, man. Let's go a little bit at a time. The riots were definitely about conditions, yeah? But remember, them days, how I know it, or was taught at least, is that you could leave one job and go to another. They may not have been well-paid jobs, yeah? But there were jobs. Now, definitely the living conditions were outrageous. That's a definite. You see what I'm saying? My people have definitely told me that you can leave one job even in one day and go to another job the same day. Might not be paid, you get me? But it was a job. Whereas the living conditions, that was something completely different, because then we know about the slum landlords, this, that, and the other. So but I want to just zone in on the point of England having to bring in people to do jobs that were there, but were not being done. Otherwise, they wouldn't. And that's happening till today. Even, you know, England's had to bring in, you know, this nurses, teachers, right, carers. Get me? There's something
free pickers. You know, we've got a whole generation that'll go and pick fruit for Australia, but won't pick fruit in their own land. You know, regardless on your background, we've got a sort of mummied generation that think that there's a choosing and there isn't. There's a nation to uphold, like. You know what I mean? And you should be honouring your nation rather than going around the world. And it baffles me. It does baffle me, to be fair. Know what I mean?
You're going into sticky ground when you say that, because obviously this is an island that done exactly that. Yeah, so you got to be a little bit careful there and get smacked.
So you know what? I keep thinking about this example, and to me, if my man was unemployed and smoking weed because he's so stressed, to me that's a sign that you couldn't even pass a drug test right now to get a job. Like, you're literally not even trying to get a job, bro. It's like, how do you have money for weed when that all of your money should be coming, whatever money you have should be coming to the house.
There's 80 quid a week, 80 to 100 quid a week, easy.
What, weed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We smoking that every day, playing PlayStation, at least 80 quid a week.
That's crazy.
But her argument ain't that
which is probably the house insurance and the internet a month. You know what I mean? Maybe even more.
It's more about the ambition than the income. It's not about the income. It's about the ambition. Do you understand?
What ambition can you have, like, when you're smoking weed? What's your ambition?
He's being whatless, Khan. No woman want to see her man lay about, and it has nothing to do about it. It has nothing to do with the fact that she is working, but because she's working, I know, but it sounds like your argument was, if she was okay when he was the one taking care of her, and now that she's the one financially taking care of him, but you don't think she should have a problem with that.
Exactly. But what I'm saying is,
you think she should.
I personally don't, but I'm saying it's not so much the fact of what I'm saying or my opinion. The fact is, for her, she couldn't cope with the change. With the change, if she'd have met a man who's like that, lack of ambition and whatnot, she probably still would have loved him and accepted him for being like that. But it was the change. It was that he went from being a worker to being a slob, and she couldn't take the change.
Why do you think that she shouldn't have a problem with him not being a provider?
Because I believe in for better or for worse. Someone could get depressed and not be able to work for a year. Does that mean you're going to dump the guy?
Yes. How are you comfortable? How are you comfortable dumping everything on me? What the fuck? Because you're depressed. Motherfucker, go get you some antidepressants and then go clock in. Right? Because what you're doing is you're clocking out of this relationship. You're becoming even with the case of her being a stay-at-home mom, clearly that is an agreement that they made. She did not agree to take care of a whatless person, right? You agreed. This is the dynamics. I'm going to go to work. You're going to take care of the kids. You are going to make sure that I got clean drawers when I open up my drawer to get some underwear, that there's paper towels, there's toilet paper, there's food cooked, the house is clean, if I touch the dresser, it's not dusty. All of this shit in here is your responsibility. She said, yes, sir. Okay, no problem. And she says, you're going to pay the motherfucking bills. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. No agreement. She did not agree to have a whatless man. What is confusing by that? So you was making an argument that, she was okay. He was okay too. He probably felt fucking good out here, like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Look what I'm doing for my woman. Fuck that. I'm a boss. You know what I'm saying? I'm coming home to a hot meal. He felt good. That wasn't no she make him go out there and work. He did it
here's
too.
What I'm saying, melanated. Let's say, for example, me and you agree, right, on what we just said. Now, anything you think that I personally added in as my opinion, leave that out of it. But the facts is the facts on the tables, which is what you just stated. The fact is, she dumped the guy. Moving forward, she said, I want a more ambitious guy. But she ain't getting a more ambitious guy. She's getting 25-year-old fuck boys to be with on a temporary basis. So she's got a career, she's got her children, and she's got guys that entertain her on going out and getting fucked and whatever. And then she complains about why none of them want to stay with her.
Yeah, but she don't have the responsibility either. She don't have the responsibility of caring for a man. She doesn't. You know what I'm saying? If she wants to get her D, she get her D, you know, whatever, once, twice a week. She ain't got to wash nobody's drawers. She don't got to do none of that shit. She don't even got to cook for a motherfucker. He could take her out. How about that? So, yeah, I mean, because that is a responsibility. So if you are adding responsibility to a woman's life, you got to come, like, nah, that's, I don't understand these new modern dudes this whatless culture. I don't get it.
I agree
Come on,
with what
mommy.
you said, but let's move it on a step. The next step is you dumped your husband, who's bringing up 2 children that weren't even his children, because he had, let's say, less than a year off work or a year off work, right? You dumped him for that reason, saying he was going to find a better man. But all you've done is run around from pillar to post getting fucked. Your children ain't going to respect you for that.
Well, that just means it just means that the quality of men are low. That just means that, you know, which as a man, you should feel bad. Like, how can a woman not find a good, hard working man? Nowadays, basically what you're saying is that all the men is whatless. Either way, it's not.
I'm just saying the work ain't there. I'm saying the work is not even there. The work that you're saying he should be able to find so easily, that work ain't there.
So all the men is whatless. Well, I would be single out there because I can't be going to work and watching my man sleep. Get up, dude. You need to be washing my drawers. You need to be doing everything.
Melanated. Let's move on the conversation. So what I'm saying is, your children ain't going to respect you. They're going to think mum gave up the family to go and be a whore, right? So they ain't going to respect you. So you've got 2 options. Either bring up your son to be a simp and do whatever the woman says and bow his head to his wife being a hoe, or you've got the other option of having a son which is unruly, unrespectful, courses up women, threatens to rape them, and goes the other extreme road. So the whole question here has been, how do these men who disrespect women get created? What is led up to the men being like this? And we just talked ourselves.
Or you could raise your kids to see that men don't have to do nothing, but daddy can stay around the house and play PlayStation. They know what marijuana smells like, and mom goes to work. Raise your daughter to say, this is the bare minimum a dude has to do. He gives you a kiss. He loves me. That's all I need. You can raise your sons to also be whatless with this whatless example. Hell no. Get that example out the motherfucking house. You ain't gonna get nothing different.
We can stay together and we can be poor together and we can raise our children. So if they've got opportunity to have a positive life, they can take the opportunity. Yeah.
But
or we can go your road and say, no, mum is going to be a whore. She's going to earn the money and she's going to fuck who she wants. But you as the son, you have to grow up seeing different men coming in and out your mum's bed.
No, they got grandma's house. They can go to grandma's house. I mean, just stop acting like
you got all the angles covered. Grandma's house. So grandma's helping. Grandma's
grandma is
on the whole.
As a single parent, you need help.
Got no morals either, then, innit?
Come on. What you need no morals to do what? What is more? How is morals involved in this?
Moral, right?
How is that? How do we get to hoeing? Having a sex life is hoeing. So you're not with the father of your child anymore, and now.
Yeah, you're not 15.
So she can't have. So she can't have. So she can't have sex ever again. Only with him.
Well, maybe find someone worth staying with and then start having sex.
Come on, mommy. I don't know what happened to your leash. My doggy, she had a rough night last night. She was out here hoeing in the streets.
Pick up the hose then. Where would we be without you?
Good afternoon, good day.
Who's that?
Urban. Yeah, bless up family, bless up Urban. Welcome back, Tony. I'm hearing it, but I'm in the kitchen, so I'm gonna be on mute still. But yeah, man, fire for the conversation, and yeah, man.
You're in the kitchen. How dare you be doing all that?
We got to boost up. We got to boost up the channel 9. I'm there in your corner. You get me?
Come on, man.
So yeah, what's the argument now?
So Tony, the argument was, How did these kind of guys come about, innit? Like the guy who was talking to the girl and saying how he's going to rape her and he's got no respect for her and whatever. And then the dad come out caping for the boy, going, "Oh, we've known him since he was in the under 21 situation." I don't know. Did you hear all that as well?
Yeah.
So the question from 9's was, where did these guys come from? How is this young generation ending up being so disrespectful to women, right? So I basically took them through.
I thought we dealt with that. Yeah.
The scenario where you're going to end up with a son who's either a simp and accepts the fact that his mum fucks around, or he's going to be a woman hater.
Nah, I disagree. Khan, I think that you're using personal experience or things that you've witnessed to generalize how things are, and I don't agree, because in my life and my circle are not within that description that you're giving the men in Britain.
All right, go on. Yeah, I agree with you. That's exactly what I've done. I've taken a personal example of someone I know and extrapolated to a more general thing. I agree with you. I have done that, but for the purpose of the argument, right, the conversation. But if you're saying you know people who didn't end up with sons that were women haters or sons that were simps, I want to know what the other options are. How could this young boy, how could he turn out?
So let me ask you, so did the young boy ever see his dad with another woman? No, never. I don't get she's a whore because she moved on with another man. But does the man
she never moved on with another man? She's fucking these 25-year-old
and he's fucking too, and he's fucking women who wants a broke dude. How about that? It happens. Yeah. You see, you see how quiet he got. You see how quiet he got. You see how quiet he got.
Both of them is at fault. You know what I mean? If they're both going on that said way, the both of them is at fault.
But what about the influences
the woman and the man?
Things like music, social media, porn. What about things like that? Are they a factor in it?
Oh yeah, of course, most definitely. I think we've all agreed on that. You know what I mean? I think we've all agreed on that. It's a touch of everything, innit?
Yeah, and especially I think that religion kept a lot of people in line for a long time, and now it's more the age of like science and atheism. So then values are kind of not as prominent as they once were.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you there.
People, even though they're not religious. Yeah, because
I'm not religious now. I'm not religious now, but I've got to be. I'm not religious now, but I've got to be honest. I think religion did keep me in check for real. So I agree with you there.
Yeah.
Whereas now people don't give a sheg really about religion. They just do what they want, innit?
And there's things like my mum wouldn't let me out unless I'd done things like the washing up, the ironing, stuff like that. I wasn't allowed out, so I had to learn quickly how to do.
How old is you? If you don't mind me asking, how old was you when you was helping out around the house?
Mate, I was borderline child abuse, man. My mum had us making cups of tea for her and her mates about 8 or 9 or something like that.
Oh, so you weren't joking when you said you was from Walthamstow and like you're proper from that end, isn't it? Because I know how them ways run, innit? I know, innit?
Yeah, but that's how most not many of my friends had to do.
See, this is I think this is where you're going wrong. Pardon me for saying this, but where you said to me, I've taken a personal example and extrapolated it and made it general.
I'm using my own personal example.
I think what you're doing and what a lot of people do is the way how they were brought up, they think that's normal. They think everyone lives like that. But I don't know 9-year-olds that make cups of tea or like clean the sideboards or do you know what I mean? I've only seen that around certain areas.
Yeah, maybe.
Con, you weren't making tea at 9, Con.
No, man.
Shut up, man.
I'm Turkish. I'm Turkish. Men don't do nothing.
All right, was you washing your balls at night, Con?
Mate, I was 12 and my mum was still sticking me in the bath and scrubbing me like a baby.
12?
Yeah, Khan, you come from a Muslim background still, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
so I can understand where you're coming from still, because my son, hold on a minute, my son, who is Muslim, his mum still powders him and he's 20 odd. So I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, she still powders him. When I mean powder, I don't mean literally. I mean, yeah, she spoils him to the max.
She's mumsy, isn't it? She's mumsy with him.
Definitely. To the point where he's all embarrassed. She wants to rub her hand on his head, and you get me. And So I understand when you say that. I understand. But the Caribbeans, well, my age group, I know that we was doing chores from basically our eyes was at our knees. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're washing up. You're cooking. You're doing all sorts. You're sweeping. You're hoovering. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Question
time.
Yeah,
I've seen that too.
Can you hear me?
Yes, melanated.
Oh, I have a question. So you said you're Turkish, and Turkish men don't do those kind of things. Would it be fair to
I didn't
say
say they
that
don't
Turkish...
do those kind of things. I mean, as children, Turkish boys aren't really required to do any housework.
He's not Turkish. He's Cypriot.
What about Turkish men? Are Turkish men do housework?
It's not the same thing.
Yeah. Obviously, the men help out a little bit.
Okay, they help out. So it's not their responsibility. They're just helping out. So I'm asking you, what would their responsibility be? Wouldn't it be to provide?
Yeah, to provide and obviously like defend the women. Like if there's any like
defend the women. So then, would it be fair to say that a Turkish woman would be find it hard to accept a man who's not providing?
100%. Why do you think I'm with English women?
Okay.
Turkish women don't cut you no slack, bruv. No slack. Turkish women are like Irish women, but worse. That's how Turkish women run it.
Yeah, that example that you gave about old boy, that was crazy, man. Mommy, get down.
It's all cultural, isn't it? It's the stories that we tell our children becomes their reality, and they grow up to live that. So what I do now, I always try to be balanced. Like if my girlfriend's going too easy on her son, I'll say to her, babe, I was like that too. You need to kind of step him up a bit. He's 14 now. He can at least put his dishes in the sink, right? Like let's start him on this progression where he slowly starts upping his game a bit till he's helping out around the house and carrying his own weight. By the time he's at least 16, I want man to be self-sufficient because he's going to go uni or he's going to get married. I don't want him to be dependent on women or other people. I want him to be self-sufficient, innit? Like at least like you better look after your own mess, innit? I'm not saying clean up after anyone else, but at least be self-sufficient is what I'm saying. So I'm trying to balance it.
But when you say what's wrong with looking after someone else, because where would the mindset of I need to look after my woman, where would that come from? If he's never accustomed to doing something for someone else, where it's just going to miraculously happen? Like where do a young man get that mindset that I'm going to do for myself and my woman? He gonna constantly. That's why we have dudes that feel like, why you ain't doing? You do something.
When she's having your baby, you're gonna do everything for her, everything, anything. You understand? Because that woman's part of you. Your two bodies have become one body, where you're bringing about a third body into this world. So that woman and you is like one person at that point. So you don't need to think of her as another person. Isn't it? So from that point on, she's the mother of your children. You look after her better than you look after yourself.
But that's not really working though. That's too late. It need to happen before then.
Khan, if that's the
Go on.
Khan, if that's the case, how come you're not still together with the mum? If that's the case, how come you're not still with the mother of your child?
I treated her too good, innit?
Oh Lord, here you go.
I was too good to her. She thought once the kids are grown up and they've gone to school, I'm still treating her the same. But the kids are big now. They're gone to school now. You get me? You're back at work now. Like everything's back to normal. I don't need to cook and clean 3 times a day.
Innit? Situations change, man. As long as the youths are adults and can deal with things themselves, so be it.
Exactly.
Situations change. People change, innit?
Did you express that to her when you was doing all that stuff? Did you say, hey, I'm going to do all of this stuff while the kids are young, and when they're not young, then we're going to go? Like, did you establish, or did you say, oh, she think I'm gonna keep doing this, and then you just switched it up. Did you express it like ahead of
Do
time
you think?
beforehand?
Sorry. Do you,
What before we? Are you talking
No,
to me?
I was asking Khan. He said he was
Oh,
too good to her, so I said
I don't think
ahead
there
of
was
time.
anything that was verbalized. It was never
Well,
verbalized. It was like watch the ride, didn't it? Watch the moves, didn't it? Like watch the movements. Yeah. Like it's never
that's not good.
verbalized.
That's not good, Kanye. You don't think that you should have been more direct and say, I'm the plan for us or as a team. Yeah, I'm going to carry most of the weight while you are doing stuff with the kids. And then once they're older, then I want you to start working too, so that we could that's a plan as a family. But if you waited for them to get bigger and then be like, oh, so you ain't gonna like, how's she supposed to know what what you wanted?
Sister Mel, yeah,
cool.
Sister Mel. It's not every woman who's ambitious, You got some whatless women as well.
Right.
It works both ways.
That's why I'm highlighting the communication. That's why I'm saying that you come up with a plan. Because someone will say, no, I don't want to work.
Can I just say
well,
no?
I've been with women who has been ambitious, and I've been with a couple of women who haven't. So it works both ways.
And you learned, how did you learn they weren't ambitious?
Sorry?
How did you learn that
How did I know that she was ambitious?
No, how did you learn that they were not ambitious?
Because they didn't want to do nothing for themselves. They didn't want to get a job. They didn't want to get even a career. They just wanted to sit in the yard, and live off welfare.
And were you already? Did you have to be in a relationship with them to figure that out?
What do you mean? You don't have to be in a relationship with
them. Did it take for you to be in a full-fledged relationship before you figured out that they was whatless, or were you
No,
able
not
to
really,
figure
because
out?
I don't depend on others. Not really, because I don't depend on others. I depend on myself.
So you
that person wants to be a layabout.
So you
if they want to be a layabout, it's not going to affect me.
Exactly.
Because I'm going to do my thing.
So this is what I'm saying to you. When a woman's
God.
got no ambition, a man will carry her. But when it's vice versa, or when the man falls on hard times, Melanated saying, "Oh, you're opting out of this relationship now."
Absolutely. And if you have a daughter's time, you feel the same way. A woman is not taking care of no whatless man.
If I'm on my face, and me and her was together for X, Y, Z, and now because I'm on my face, she wants to move off. Nah, man. Nah. She's whatless as well. She's fuckery as well.
Exactly.
Simple as that.
It depends on your.
You know what I mean? You hang in there until I get back on my feet. You hang in there until I get back on my feet, and then we move again together.
What does get back on your feet mean? Because in the case that he only telling you part of the story. If you were on your face, as you said, that's what you call it, on your face, and you're being whatless. You're not being motivated. You're not finding no job.
No, but sometimes you go through a spell in it. You go through a bad patch in it. You know what I mean? Where you feel downtrodden and nothing ain't going on for you. But eventually you'll snap out of that and you'll go again. I can't see a man who's been working for X, Y, Z just suddenly losing his job and that's it. Just wants to play PlayStation all day and smoke weed all day. Don't go like that.
So what do you think is a considerable amount of time for a man to be on his on his down,
That's hard to say though, because there's circumstances. It's individual circumstances.
Well, I would say, on
the panel. Then give me whatever your time is where you're
Sister
on.
Nine.
Sister
Nine. Yeah, I would say I would give that person up to a year, but everybody's different.
That's what I'm saying.
Everybody's different. Everybody's different. For some people, it'll be a couple of weeks. For some people, it'll be a couple of months. And for some people, it might even take a couple of years.
And to be fair, as a female, I can say, all right, a year is that's doable. You get me? I'll say that's doable.
But I think it depends.
If you really love that person, Nine, you'll carry them for as long as it takes. If you really love that person unconditionally, you will carry them, as till whenever.
But I think
You
there is a
understand?
finite amount of time, though, Tony. You get me? I do believe that, man. I believe that because
Yeah, well, if it goes into the 5 and the 10 years and all that, obviously now
Right,
you know that
10.
he's got to
How
go
we
in.
get to 2? How we get to year 2? You talking
Well,
about
but
5 and
that's
10?
you in it. That's you in it. But if I'm with
No,
a
I'm just
woman and
saying.
I
I'm
love
just
her
saying because you
dearly,
said
I'm gonna carry her as long as I can.
Tony, look how
If I'm
sad
with
the
a woman,
story is, yeah?
what?
Look how sad the
Yeah.
story is. This man met this woman when she was pregnant. The kid was born. Yeah, they brought up the kid with the kid thinking that my man's the dad, innit? Right? For 8
Yeah.
years, he's been looking after and feeding the kid that ain't his kid. Plus, she had the kid from before, right?
Yeah, but that was his decision.
Yeah.
That was
Now,
his
1
decision,
minute.
though.
It weren't my life. This is someone else's, right? So
Thank
what I'm
you.
saying
Yeah, let
is,
me hear what Khan's
hold on,
got to
hold on.
say, man. Go on,
So then the
Khan. Yeah,
geezer
let
felt
me.
ill. The geezer felt ill. He
Yeah.
had a bit of depression or whatever. Got back on his feet, got working. By then, he'd
Yeah.
moved back up north to Newcastle. Turns out a
Yeah.
couple of years later, my man's got MS. He's in a wheelchair now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
this illness, this depression, wasn't really some made up depression that he was making up. It was just the beginning stages of him having
Yeah.
full-blown MS. So now he's in a
Yeah.
wheelchair, a man can't
Yeah.
move, and he ain't got no kids around him, he ain't got no family, he ain't got no wife. It's just him back up north on his stud.
Yeah, but that ain't
I
her.
feel
That ain't
sorry
her
for the
fault that he
guy,
ain't got no
bro.
kids.
No,
But
I
the
feel
kid that
sorry
he
for him. I
brought
don't
up,
business. I
the
feel
kid
sorry
that
for him.
he
I feel
brought up
sorry
to the
for him.
age of 8 years old, he ain't got no say
Yeah.
over it because it ain't his biological you anyway.
So they just cut him off completely. Well, the mum cut
Yeah,
him off completely.
he's
She's
cut off now,
fucking,
innit?
man. Yeah, she's fucking, man.
That's what I'm saying. That's heartless shit going on right there. But I can't really be that hard on her because she didn't know he had MS, innit? She didn't
Yeah,
know.
of
She
course
thought,
not.
oh, he's
But
just
like, have a
depressed.
bit
It's
of
just
empathy, though,
depression.
innit? Have a bit of empathy, though, innit? If he was there for 8 years for you or you, have a bit of empathy.
But with some people, Tony, they don't accept depression as a serious thing. They're like, nah, you're making it up. Snap out of it. Get back to work. But man was seriously ill, innit? It just turned into full-blown MS.
Yeah, but that's what I was going to say before you said that, Kanye. I was going to say to 9's, yeah, it's all good to say like what time period you want to put in it because the example you're using is depression. But what if like they was in like an accident or they became paralyzed and it's longer than a year? Are you then going to wait or are you going to walk away because they're wheelchair bound for a temporary amount of time and they can't physically go back to work or
urban.
anything?
What you
That's
said
different.
is
That's
bang
different.
on,
The
yeah.
example that he
Nine
gave in
ether,
context, the dude was sitting up
nine
on the
ether would
couch
wait,
playing
but
PlayStation and smoking
melanated.
weed.
I'm not sure.
No,
I'm not
no,
sure.
no. Listen, no, listen. If my dude, I just said a year. Yes, a year of me seeing you actively wanting to improve your situation. Yes,
Yeah.
a year of me going to work every day and you're playing PlayStation and smoking weed, talking about I'm depressed, and I say how many therapy appointments have you gone to? None. Are you on medication? No. You're not actively trying to. You're being whatless. And you want me to support that? I'm not dealing with that. No.
Yeah, that's
You see what I'm saying?
yeah. It depends. It depends on the man's role during that situation. Like if they're sitting around the house doing nothing, but if they're up, they're doing the garden, they're helping with the kids, they're doing this, they're doing that, they're supporting the home in their own way. Then you probably could get away with being like that for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But if you're just sitting there smoking weed all day,
Weed
For a
playing
little bit longer. I would
if
have
you got
said
a job
I
offer
would have
right
said
now, you couldn't even pass the drug test. You know what I'm saying? You got let's say he got a job offer. Somebody said, yo,
yeah, but you was
this
all
is
right when he
hiring.
was smoking weed before, though, innit? When he was working, he was all right with that, innit?
But
When he was
he already
smoking
had a
weed before,
job.
you
Did
was
you hear what
okay
I
with
said?
that,
No,
though,
but
innit?
did you hear what I just said? If he had a job, so if
Hello?
Oh, she keeps cutting
Hello?
out, poor thing.
no, I said that if he had the job, right, and
Yeah.
was smoking weed, it's not that I have an issue with the weed. And what I'm saying is that if you are unemployed, you are not making sure that you are in a position to be employable. That's the problem. So you are purposely or intentionally holding back the family. Why would you do that? At least you can't say, I'm ready to work, but yeah, I'm supposed to hit this J right now. No, bruh, hit the J once you're working, right? Because the same way as if I am on public assistance and I'm
gotta
not
be
making no
honest. You
money.
sound hard to me, man. I gotta be honest. You sound hard, star. I gotta be
What's the
straight.
odds?
You sound coarse.
Oh,
You sound
Tony, you
coarse,
know
man.
what's
You sound
deceiving?
too
She's got
coarse.
an American accent, but really she's from Yard, isn't it?
No, but what
She's
I'm
not
saying
really
is that you
American.
gotta
She's
give a
got
man a
the
little
Caribbean
leeway.
work ethic.
No, you got to give people a little leeway. That's too coarse, man. What do you mean, man?
Listen, go to your mother and lay down on her coach with your leeway. Not leewaying in my oath. You're not leewaying in my oath. You must work. The Bible says a man must earn from the sweat of his brow. Where is the sweat on your brow? Your ass is laying down on the couch.
I don't business what no Bible says. I don't care about what Bible says.
Any grown man
I'm working
want
with
a woman
me.
to just
I'm
take
working
care of
with
him.
me. And if I'm with a girl, if I'm with a girl, right, and she falls flat on her face, see, I'm gonna carry her as far as I can. You understand? I'm not just gonna let her go because boom,
You're
she
supposed to.
she's sick with cancer or whatever. I'm
You're
gonna carry her,
supposed to.
man.
She's the weaker vessel.
Do you think that
But
marriage
even if
might
she
make a
wasn't,
difference?
even if she
But she
wasn't,
is.
even
But
if she
she
wasn't.
is. But
No,
she
but
is,
what I'm
though.
saying, even if she was earning more than me at the time, and she drop off shape, I'm still gonna carry her because my love for her is gonna be unconditional. Worse, that she's got my youth. I'm
Love
not
is
just
an
gonna say,
action
well,
word,
boy,
you
you're
know.
in that.
Love is an action word, you know. It's not an emotion in your heart. You just feel it. You have to show love. So if you see me busting my ass and you cool with it, how is that showing love? How? Where is the love there?
Well, if she's busting her ass and I'm cool with it. What do you mean
She's
busting
busting
her
her
ass?
ass. She's working. She out there dealing with the man in her face. Do this, do that. Da 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 da. She not taking orders from
But
her husband. She's taking orders from another man.
like I said before, I'm not that type of guy. So the guys what you must be hooking up with, I don't know where they come from.
Bro,
But I'm not
you're
that
making this
kind
too
of brother.
personal. You're making
He's
this
talking
too
about the
personal. I'm
guy in the
talking about the example. Thank you. Thank
But
you.
you're
I'm
using
not
one
talking.
example. I'm another example. You're talking about using one example. I'm another example.
But the
And
example that I'm talking about is the whatlessness. The whole conversation, right? What if you wanted to know what we was talking about was is it okay for the man to be whatless or to like when I asked the question, what is a decent amount of time? It's because in the example that Khan gave, the guy was unemployed for a whole year, right? And in the time of him being unemployed, Khan said he was playing Xbox and smoking weed all day. And the woman got tired and she broke up the end of the relationship. He said he thought that was wrong.
But even if he was sorry to keep cutting you, but even if it was that, a year is not a long time, you know, in the scheme of things, you know. A year is not that long, you know.
I think when you have children, a year is fairly long, to be honest. If you've got
it
children,
is when you're in the house
a year
every day and you're having to go out.
A year for a child is a long time.
You've been with somebody for like 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're telling me a year of him being unemployed is a long time.
Yeah.
Considering that you
all of the other dynamics I said, don't just say
your
unemployed.
parent,
The
a year
weed,
is a long
the
time
doing nothing.
to be unemployed. I think there's ways of. I get historically we've had a very hostile environment, especially people that have come here as immigrants and what have you. It's been very hostile in regards to employment. But in this day and age, right now, there's no excuses because you can still set yourself up. You can make yourself employable.
And I think it depends. I think it depends on the conduct of the man before the situation as well. You know, like you said, if you was together for 10 years and you was a provider and you'd done everything that you were supposed to do for 10 years, then yeah, in the scheme of things, a year is nothing. But if you weren't really doing much in the 10 years before that, you know, you weren't really supporting, you were spending your own money, you weren't really providing, and all of a sudden, the next thing, now you're at home every day, sitting there smoking weed, and she's getting up at 7 o'clock in the morning while you're still sitting there playing computer, going to work, coming home tired, then having to look after the kids while you're still there smoking weed, playing the computer. Then it's a bit of a different scenario, isn't it?
Exactly. And that's, to me, that's the picture that it seemed like Khan was painting. So that's the reason why I have that very hard line thing. Not to say that, you know, like in a relationship, obviously you care about your partner and so forth. So to me, you know, I would be trying to get this man some help for his depression. So if he's not trying to get help, that's going to be a big sign of like,
he's suffering
okay,
depression. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I knew one of my girlfriends, right? She always made more money than the person that she was in a relationship with, right? But he worked. He was gainfully employed. He had a job, but she just made more money than him. They moved somewhere else, like from one state to another. And right off the bat, he got a job, right? He didn't like it. So her job in this new place, she made more money than him. He didn't like the job, and he started having like real issues with the people at the job. And he just said, he came home one day and he was like, yo, I'm going to quit this job, right? And I don't know if I'm going to find another job. So she had just had the baby, like just had a baby, and he quit his job. And my dude was a home dad. Their daughter is 13. He has never worked for
melanated. How can he be a home dad when the mum's there too?
No, what I'm saying like he was the caretaker of the child, and she was the one going to work.
Okay,
but you know he also did. Hold on, but you know what? I'm not.
It's not hard.
Dude, listen, Fedate, listen to what I'm trying to say. You know what? This is something that he also did. They have these apps, right, where it's like handy people apps. He registered himself there, and when his wife got home, he would go to people's places and hang up their flat screen TVs for like $100, or he would put up screen doors. He taught himself how to put down hardwood flooring. He taught himself how to do ceiling sheet, how to put the sheetrock up in the ceiling, all of this kind of stuff. And he started a basketball nonprofit basketball tournament thing, and basically like a what's that called, a charity. But he has like a charity that's for the youth, and he would take all of his money from that, and he would pay the mortgage. He would pay the mortgage, and then she would pay all of the bills, even though she had a job. That is a woman dealing, like understanding. One, he's not lazy. He has ambition. He's gonna find a way, even if he bring it home $300. He's not sitting on his ass smoking weed, playing PlayStation. That's all I'm trying to say, is that a woman is gonna deal with you if you showing you have ambition. When there's no ambition, you just want to be whatless. Yeah, you got to go, bro. You should.
Can I just say just a quick one as well, just regarding the MS sufferer?
Yeah,
definitely should stick by that person, especially if you have children with them. I know people that have gone through this and they've become a carer without even knowing it overnight, and it is hard. And people should reach out for support from whoever they can. But I don't think people should be leaving people with long-term disabilities. So, yeah,
what if you'd fallen out of love with someone and then they fell ill? Is it then, do you still have to live through your own sort of misery?
Oh, just before they
I would say, if you're still with them, whether you fell out of love or not, if you're still with them and something like that happens, I believe that you should still kind of, give them support and help them, man.
Yeah, I would still be there personally.
But then if you're not happy, you're not going to be able to support them as well. You know, you're going to build a resentment.
I suppose it means the level of support you're talking about. You're talking about in terms of being in a relationship.
Yeah, I mean, like staying together, because now you're in like you're sort of in like you're in sort of like a guilt trip.
I don't think you should stay with someone out of guilt.
I know someone who took, like Tasha's saying, they supported the person, but they moved on and they got married. But she used to go to her ex's home a couple times a week. She brought him food because he didn't have any children, and his parents were already deceased. And he was really ill. So like she was with him in a relationship for a long time. She knows like she's all he has. So, but she dated and she got married. You know, she didn't stop her life because her ex-boyfriend is really sick. You know what I mean? Like she didn't. So you can provide support without being in a relationship with them.
I think, especially if you've got children with that person, I would definitely, like, the level of support may not be the support that they would receive in a relationship, but I would definitely support them as much as I could. You know.
Do you think
I don't
marriage
get,
makes a difference?
I don't get on with my children or mother of my children right now. But if anything was to happen to any of them, I'll be there for them.
That's good. Yeah.
I mean, and I don't even check for them. I don't even like them.
Oh, Tony.
Same. I'm the same, Tony. I'm the same.
Yeah, I would be there for them, man.
Because they're they're the mothers of your children. So if they're struggling, the children will struggle. So I suppose it goes without saying you're going to have to support them to a certain extent.
No, my children are adults. My children are adults.
Okay.
They're like, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
my children are like 40, 30s, 25,
Oh,
them
right.
kind
Oh,
of things.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I would still support her because the children could also support. I wouldn't.
No, most definitely. You know what I mean? I would definitely, put my hand in my pocket or even, put some labor at all time into helping them. And I don't even like them. And I've done it before where their house have been popped down. You know what I mean? I've done it before when houses have been popped down, place look correct. I've gone there, seen that boy, it looks unsightly. You need some corn? Yes, I do. Okay, what do you need done? Here you go.
Wow. Okay.
You understand?
That's good when you're able to do that. It's people that do that out of sight, out of mind, and they just forget that children are being brought up in that home, and even though they dislike the partner, the ex-partner, they kind of take it out on the children, So that's good because it's not an easy thing when you split up from a partner. I've seen so many people. The damage that's caused.
I think it's my generation. I think that a lot of us thought the way I did, or I believe so. I could be wrong. So it to me is second nature. But I do know that the generation under me, they're a different kettle of fish. They're a different kettle of fish. You know what I mean? And it's only going to get worse because what I see happening now, I see like my grandchildren basically putting some big, heavy arguments to their parents. Really face the arguments like, yeah, well, I didn't ask to be born, Rare tear. So I don't know what's going to happen there. But the funny thing is, they got respect for me. And I don't talk tough to them. If they want a thing, yeah, certain time I'm a bit over the top. I won't even ask questions. But then there comes a time, if they keep asking for certain stuff that they've got repetitively, I'll say, listen, you've got one, you've got even two. Why do you need a third? You understand?
Right.
Sometime I'll pull them in check. But this last generation, well, my last generation, the grandchildren, boy, it's going to be warm for some of them parents, mate. I'm telling you, because they're not ramping. And especially if the mother and the father is not getting on, I can see where there's going to be hell to pay later on in life for that individual, if you get what I mean. Did you understand what I just said there?
Can I quickly interject? Sorry, before I go back to my small task, as we were speaking before. So I want to ask the panel, and maybe especially the men, In fact, no, not even especially the men, but because obviously we often talk about two-parent families, this, that, and the other, cool, Now, I want to ask the question, is it better for a family, to have a situation, and Khan's gone in it, a situation where you got a man in the house who...
Khan gone, big up Khan still.
Oh, he said I'll be back, to have a man in the house whereby he's not working, not doing nothing, that whole scenario about playing PlayStation, smoking weed, just generally doing nothing whilst the female's going out there doing whatever. Because I think that was a scenario that was painted. Or for her to kick him out, or to let her know, say, yo, this can't work, this, that, and the other. So I want to know, what do you think is better for the family? Let's start with for the family.
That's a difficult one, That's actually a difficult one, Nan. I would say still have him in there. But then if he's smoking weed and drinking and just playing PlayStation, it's a difficult one.
Because I guess what I'm also asking, Tony, and as it's man them on the panel, is it better, for a father to be there, but not necessarily showing the right, what would you call it? Mel, help me out. The right, blah, blah, blah. So he's not in no walk. You get me? He ain't on no education. He ain't on no trade. He's just at the yard running weed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whatever, as a scenario was put. You know what I'm saying to you? Yeah. But he's there, innit? But he's there. He's in the yard. He's there.
if the youth comes home, he's there. He's playing PlayStation, but he's there. You get me? You then come home, he's bunning some weed and probably playing some music or whatever, but he's there. You get me? So I definitely want to reiterate the fact that he's actually there. He's present. You get me? But him not there for nothing. So I guess I'm asking you: is that a worthwhile trade-off for the father to remain in the yard?
Fucking difficult one, you know. I don't even think I want to commit to that right now.
It's pros and cons, isn't it? Pros and cons, because one thing I definitely missed out with not having my dad there in my critical years was advice. Now, someone that's at home, at least they're there to be able to advise your child, but then is someone like that going to give good advice?
Yeah, exactly.
What kind of example does it lead for the children to see that it's okay to just sit at home and smoke weed and play computer games?
Exactly.
Yeah,
but I guess that's the sort of the question is the trade-off worth it? You know what I'm saying to you? Because seemingly this is a situation that is real out there. You get what I'm saying to you?
See, I think age also plays a factor, because I consider it fortunate, but others may not. But in the most part, I consider it fortunate that I had children quite later on, like in my later 30s. So I was much more mature than what I was in my 20s, maybe. So in my 20s, I was a bit of a gamer, smoking weed and playing computer games, but I didn't really have any responsibilities. Whereas now, I wouldn't do that. But it's easy for me to sit here.
How old are you now? How old are you now?
39. I'm 39 now.
Okay.
So it's easy for me to sit here and say, yeah, well, I know better now, so I'm doing better. But that's not the case for everyone. Do you know what I mean? So for me, life changed when I had children.
But okay, that's cool. But I want you to try to look at it. I don't know if subjectively is the right word at the moment, because what I'm saying is that I think that the scenario that was given is quite a common scenario, right? And I believe that is, and you can replace, PlayStation and smoking weed with other things. You know what I'm saying?
Drinking, drinking and watching football.
You get what I'm saying? The point is that in the depth are nothing. You get what I'm saying? No, and this goes across and the beautiful thing about this is that it goes cross communities, cross boundaries, cross everything. Right?
Yeah.
So I'm generally asking the question, like, is the trade-off worth it? Like, because I've heard man will come on certain channels of like, yo, the man could be violating you within the inch of your life. You're still supposed to stay because that's your job. You know what I'm saying to you? And it's better for all them kind of vibrations.
It's better for the kids to see the man there.
Yeah.
But you know what? And it's not only men that feel that way. Sometimes women stay in situations, so that their kids could be in the house with their fathers. I think that that's part of their moral compass, their foundation. Sometimes it's from religious women. Sometimes it's not religious women, just women who maybe they would, they just value that.
Let's just put that question in isolation under the microscope. Get me? Is it worth a woman or man, it could be argued, whatever, staying in a certain situation just for the sake of the children when all these other negative things are going on? Where you get me, whether it be womanizing, drug abuse, you get me, man staying at home now. You know what I mean?
Nine. I'm going to answer that quickly, right? Because I just thought about it. My youths would always tell me that they loved when I was around. When I left, they was unhappy. No matter, what I might bring them and all that, they were always happy to see me when I was around. That's what my children told me. Now, baby mother might say something different. You know what I mean?
So I had my African homegirl. She's from Nigeria. Her husband did not treat her well. Her children saw it. They saw that their parents did not have a loving relationship. She basically stayed married to him until they were adults. The idea of living and like co-parenting and doing visitation and that kind of stuff. And when I say not treat her well, he just was a very mean person, you know, like and mean to the kids too at times. Like if they had to suffer, like one time she lost the key or whatever to the house, and she went up to his job and was like, "Can I get the key to the so the kids had school the following morning and whatever." And he was like, "No." And her kids sat in the car till like 8 p.m. And
Why did he say no? What kind of thing is that? Is Mel there? Or
no, I'm sorry. He was just like, what? Why did you lose the keys? No, you just wait. That's it. Just wait. Every time it snowed, and this is up in New York, every time it snowed, she had to be outside shoveling the snow. Sometimes she would go like every 3 hours. I think it was going to be a lot of snow because she needed to make sure the driveway was clear so she could take the kids to school or whatever. And I was like, "Where is your husband?" She said, "He's in his bedroom. He's in the bedroom watching television." I'm like, "What?" And she was like, "Yeah, you know." And I was like, "So your son doesn't see that when it snows, I'm supposed to do this with my dad. Your son is playing his video game. He don't feel obligated to help you either. You outside shoveling snow and you got a husband. What the fuck is that? What?
Yeah,
What?
Yeah,
Right?" And
yeah,
she did not
that's
leave that
disgusting still.
situation. She did not leave. I mean, if her children did something wrong, the father would lock the door. He would lock their door to their room so they couldn't even get into their bedroom. And he would take the mattress off the bed and put it in the hallway and say, "You sleep right there." This is the kind of shit she had to deal with. I was like, "Yo, that's crazy." And she stayed and she stayed and stayed. The son is in college, the daughter's in college, and now she's divorced. Crazy. Like, why did you put yourself through that? I don't think that you should put yourself through that. So your son doesn't have it. He's an adult now. He doesn't have an example of. He don't know how to be a husband still. He don't know how to be a good man to a woman because he never seen it. Your daughter, the daughter, you say you need to leave daddy. You need to leave daddy.
Melanated, wouldn't you say that she must have saw this coming? It must have led up to what it was, innit? Like it didn't just happen overnight. Would you agree that she must have saw certain little
I asked her.
bad
I
habits?
asked her a lot of times when she would tell me stories. So they were married with no children for like 7 or 8 years, right? She had a few
Right.
miscarriages, so they had a loving type of situation going. Like if their relationship was gonna fail, you would have thought in the first years of living together, living with somebody or whatever, oh, he got a nasty attitude or whatever. It really happened when his career took off. Like he became an attorney. So while he was going to school, while he was taking the bar exam, all of that stuff, she was with him, all of that. When he became a lawyer and he had his own practice and everything else, he just became a dictator. Like he just became a tyrant in the house. And I was like,
rich and switch.
yeah, I guess
Got
so.
rich and
And
switch. Yeah.
she was cool being a domesticated she was cool, because she was happy to have children. So they were on the same page with that part. But the love, the intimacy, like I would say things like, "Your husband don't hold your hand." She'd be like, "No, hold my hand." I'm like, you could just hear how starved she was. Like she never cheated on him, but I think if the right man would have came, like maybe she thought she could have got away with it because she just didn't have that, romance part of the marriage. All of that was gone. It was like he was her father. Craziness. And to me, to go with what Nine was saying, the example for the kids. The kids had to see that, and they don't have an example of how, as a young girl, because she got a boy and a girl, the girl doesn't see, oh, this is how I know a man that loves me when he does this. She doesn't, you know what I mean? She don't have that. And neither does the boy. So what was the purpose of staying? That's my answer to your question, man. I don't think certain things you should stay for the example for the kids. No, it's not good.
Maybe she felt she couldn't get any better, or she was just comfortable. You know, like you get comfortable, like your most comfortable pair of shoes, and you might have a hole in it or whatever, or, you know, it might be slightly damaged, but it's so comfortable that you just don't want to lose it. I think that's what happens sometimes in these situations.
People don't want to go through the rigmarole of new relationships and meeting people,
like,
and especially when they've already got children now. And
exactly, it's like that in itself.
Better the dog you know, innit?
Right.
Better the dog you know.
Well, I don't know about the dog, but yeah.
But yeah.
I was going to say, Nathan, you know, to that question that you asked, it's an interesting one. But I suppose if you said, if the woman was smoking, drinking on the PlayStation, would the man leave? Cheating? And I think everyone would say they would go. You know, they would go, they would leave the relationship. But if it's asked to, you know, in regards to men, you know, women and men sometimes are like, you know, maybe we just need to work on things or give it some time, or so.
What if she got depressed and put on 60, 70 pounds?
Say that again.
What if she got depressed and put on 60 or 70 pounds in a year? See what I'm saying? That's when the man like, no, what's going on? You're too wetness.
No, but hear what now, Mel? Hear what now? Seeing me personally, I would kind of tell her that, you know what, love, you're putting on some weight, you know, and I'm not really feeling it. You know, if she continues, I'll give her a final warning after that. You know what? I'm gonna have to shift, you know, because you're kind of looking like your body's looking bad now. So you need to fix up.
But what happened to the love?
No.
What if she got depression? What if she got depression and that's why she gained the weight? What if she got depression and that's why she gained the weight?
I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not saying I'm
You're
perfect.
supposed to go to the gym with her, Tony. You're supposed to get that gym membership.
Definitely. But if she didn't want to come to the gym, I was just talking the worst case scenario. If she didn't want to come to the gym with me, and she was getting unsightly, then I'll have to show her that, you know.
Yo, he
No, I think Tony makes a good point. I think Tony's point is a good point. Like communication. I think like to separate it, like what is like last resort. I think like if your relationship's strong enough and you communicate, then whether it's putting on weight or sitting playing the PlayStation, then you should be able to like talk about it and get and make a change rather than for it to become the new norm within the household to a point where the resentment.
Well said, young man. Well said.
So where is Khan? Where is Khan? I need Khan to hear this because Khan, when I said yes, when I said that, you know, I would try to get him therapy. I would try to see if he could want to get on medication or whatever to address the depression, but no, he want to sit down and smoke the weed. Khan said I was bad for wanting to put the man out. But here it is, the woman, you know what I'm saying, her belly get a little sagging.
Well, I'm not,
but hear what now? What if the man was getting a bare belly? Well, what happened if you met him and he was physically in shape, and all of a sudden now he gets this pop bellies starting to look like Santa Claus? What then? You're not just gonna hold on to him and say, yeah, you know what? You're my man, sir. It's no big thing. You're going to say to the brother, look, you're becoming a barrel, fix up, right? When you say that.
But a lot of women like their men to look bad, so they know there's no threat out there when they're out.
That's a fact, you know. Brother, King, you know that's actually a fact, you know.
I know it is.
Telling you, man, a lot of people don't realize that that is fact.
What's a fact? I got all type of shit going on, but what's a fact?
That if man is going gym, and keeping himself in shape, and my girl ain't doing nothing, she's all getting a bit kind of like shirty about it. Like, why you keep going to the gym and blah 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 blah? I've had that a couple of times, 9's, for real.
My missus hates me going gym. You're down the gym again.
Yeah.
It's the only bit of social.
I used to think because they think that you might be poking out, but I realized that because like they're kind of dropping off shape a little, and you're still looking trendy, that they don't really like that.
But some men don't want their women to work out either. Some men don't want
this man.
No,
man, there's
because
some worthless men with low self-esteem.
My cousin, her husband, he can't stand it when she lose weight because she don't have like a big behind. So every time she gain weight, she get a little behind, right? So he'd be happy, you know, he's happy with the behind. He says, I don't understand why you're losing the weight. And she said, but the behind comes with a belly, and I don't like having a belly, so I'm gonna lose the weight. So he don't care how soft and cushy her body is. He wouldn't mind if she was 200 and something pounds. He don't care at all because
I think it's important.
He like that
to remain attractive to your partner, though. I do think that is important.
Yeah,
so
man.
What if attraction? What if attraction is overweight? What if they attracted to overweight?
No, I'm not. No, but I don't just mean weight. I just mean remain attractive. I mean generally, you know, like.
I agree with you, young man. I agree with you totally. As an older man, I agree with you.
Yeah. And vice versa.
And what if attraction is employment and finances?
Then you better keep yourself a job and earning money then.
There you go.
But you see, I'm not so focused on this money thing when I'm with a partner because I make my own change. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I'm not relying.
Yeah,
I'm not.
I've always supported my women, yeah, but I still don't like a woman to just be a bum, though.
Do you think that part of what a woman is attracted to you is the fact that you do earn your own wages? Do you think that that's a bad thing?
Confidence. They like my confidence. They like my confidence. That's what they like. I'm confident and I'm not beggy and needy.
That's another factor that Khan's not here to answer for. It's like what initially attracted that woman to that man? Was he always, you know, like if you're not considering these things when you get together with this person, and then later on down the line it becomes an issue, then is it not your fault for not thinking about these things at first?
Right. Like I think that women are sometimes shamed for having security as a prerequisite to be with them, right? That women are shamed for seeking a man who can be a provider, even though this man can be the potential father of her unborn children. That's supposed to be what she's looking for.
I think there's a difference though between gold digging and being with someone who's like ambitious and is going to provide and get up and go to work every day. Rather than just, I think there's a difference, you know what I mean? There's people that obviously go with people with money because they've got money and only because they don't want to work themselves to get anything for themselves. Whereas a woman who may be self-efficient already and wants a self-efficient partner, that's not really a gold digger to be like shamed upon. So I think there's a difference. And I don't think women should be shamed for being attracted to a man that's self-efficient. And then also it comes down to the level of self-efficiency, you know, like just because someone like you want someone that goes to work every day and provides, it doesn't necessarily mean you want a millionaire with a Bentley who's going to fly you all around the world every week.
Right. See, we're talking good sense, man. We're talking good sense.
Yeah,
but
I like the rhetoric.
I might have been.
I like the rhetoric.
A lot of good different answers like 5-6 years ago, you know, like so that's why I do factor in age with it and maturity.
Definitely, in my case, age and experience has definitely turned me right around. Because when I was in my 20s, like you know, I used to handle women differently to how I would deal with them now. You know what I mean? Which I'm not, you know, I'm not, you know, it's nothing for me to like, I'm not happy about it, but, you know, times have changed and so have I. You understand? So, there you go. That's life, innit? And that's why I can say that, you know, you can be with somebody like for a year and it's all gravy, even 2 and 3. But when you reach all 10 now, you might see, you know, you might find them even boring. You might say, you know what, this person ain't the one for me again. It's not that you're being horrible. It's just that that's life. You know what I mean? When I was a youth and I had my first girlfriend, I thought we was going to be together forever, ever, amen. But it didn't work out like that. Then even when I went to the second one, I thought the same thing. Maybe like when it touched the third and the fourth, I realized to myself, you know what? It's not even about that no more, you know. You know what I mean? It's not even about that. It's not about looks no more. It's not about that no more. You know, I want somebody now who's going to be a long time partner. She doesn't have to look like a Hailey Berry. You get me? But she has to have a good character. She has to be stoic. She has to have good values. And hygienic.
He said hygienic.
Not
hygienic.
Oh my gosh, Tiny.
Huh? What, a woman has to be hygienic?
I'm not even going to ask about.
Hold on a minute. A woman has to be hygienic. What's wrong with me saying a woman has to be hygienic?
Women tend to be hygienic.
Nah. You got whole heap of frownsy floozies out there.
Oh
you can't tell me that. I will argue that case all day long.
Nah.
Enough of them frownsy out there.
No,
oh, come on.
Say things like that. And hold on. What about the men?
I'm saying it and I'm saying it with chest. I'm saying it and I'm saying it with chest. Whole heap of them is cool. Enough of them are pan cool.
Oh my gosh, Tony.
Men too, don't get me wrong. You got whole heap of nasty man out there too, but you got whole heap of girl who's off key as well. Let's not go around corner.
What
it's
do you
a
mean?
fact.
I'm not sure about that.
I can't say the majority, but there's a whole heap of dirty girl out there.
Knowing your age.
I'm not saying the majority.
Yeah, go on.
I'm not saying the majority, but there's a whole heap of dirty girl out there.
Okay. Minority. Okay.
I mean,
because your like age group, I would expect that their hygiene levels were on par to like. I'm assuming you mixed with mainly Caribbean women, so I'm assuming they were.
I've mixed with all sorts. I've mixed with all sorts.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But yes, my baby. Yeah, I've mixed with all sorts. The majority, yes, have been Caribbean. You understand? But when I mention somebody like, women being hygienic, and a lot of them ain't. And I realized dating in the last 15 years, right, the hygiene levels of some of the ladies I've encountered has been very poor. You go into the toilet, you're not washing your hand. Yeah, get back in the toilet, go and wash your hand. Simple as that. Why do I need to tell them that?
Oh my goodness.
And I could go even further, but because this is that's what I'm saying. Because it's so respectable, right? That's why I'm not going to go deeper.
Yeah, but I don't know if anyway.
Come on, young lady, you can't say that there isn't some people with bad hygiene, men and women. It's not just men alone.
I mean, I know that to be the case. I think people, sis, you ever gone to a public restroom and you go into the store and you be like, what in the world is wrong with that lady body? Whoever was in here before me, they just left an odor. It's like, whoa, sis, you need to go to the GYN right now. You need to go to the doctor. You need to go to the doctor. Like I know what he's talking about, right? I think but you know what? Those things, because to me, my voice is. I think those women, if they have a man in their life, that man don't love them because if I have a pH balance issue, I need my man to say, babe, look, it's a little off. I'm gonna need you to go. Like, you put me on. Let me know if I'm not down there. You down there. You the one that's gonna tell me. You see what I'm saying? Like, so put me on. I go make an appointment and get situated. Anything could throw your pH off. It doesn't mean she's out here cheating on you. It could have been her diet. It could have been she changed
some
detergent.
of them love that fishiness, sis.
Oh
no.
them not tell you. That's why them not tell the girl them because them love the fishiness. Make them go in.
But that's not cool. That's an infection.
I'm glad Sister 9 is back because now I'm going to give you 10 minutes of hard work. So I'm glad Sister 9 has come back because when I done know, said enough for who no frowns.
No, don't say oh no. I'm not frozen. You fresh. You fresh. Don't say oh no.
I was
talking. The thing is, Tony, yeah. The thing is, yeah.
I didn't mean it personally.
On recent streams before, right? In fact, it was Born Rich with his sober self. But anyway, so I can't say it no gossip in it, car. If you as men are encountering such women, I can't say it no gossip. You get me? I can only talk for myself as Mel can talk for herself. I know, so we're fresh and clean.
Yeah. I can vouch for that, Queen, because I've met ya, and I know you're definitely fresh and clean, definitely.
But at the same time, I am saying if there are women out there that ain't, because I'm sure the men cannot be lying, hopefully, yeah. Then as women, you got to look about yourself and sort yourselves out. Now, what I'm gonna add to that is this. And I tell my young girls all the time, yeah, you can't wear thongs 7 days a blood cleat week. See? You can't shave off all the pussy hair.
The same thong that you can't wear 7 days a week, but you can wear
any thong, man. As a female,
there's nothing thong with that.
Yeah, go on, Urban. Talk to me. Go on.
I love a thong.
Wait, what's wrong with thongs?
Yeah, well, 28. All right, maybe 28 days a month. You can't do it.
Sister 9 said you can't wear them every day. Basically, you have to wear something else apart from just thongs, right?
Why?
Because it's not good for the nanny, sis.
How is it? What do you mean?
Go on, because
I'm saying, how is it not good for the nanny? Like the thong part is by the butt. Thongs still have vagina coverage.
Yeah, but it's not full vagina coverage, is it, sis? Come on now. I've got
your whole vagina unless your thong is too small or too big. But if it fits, the vagina part covers it, and then in the back is the part that goes up the butt.
I mean, look, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on this matter, sis, because I am of the belief that as a female, you should not be wearing thongs every day. You get me? If it changes.
No, that's not that.
Maybe the material is made out of
Queen
Line.
That's not fair because we're here to learn. So how come now you just cut it short? We agree to disagree. Why isn't it appropriate for a woman to wear a thong for 7 days? We want to know. There's men here too. Let's hear it.
Like maybe it's the material. Are you speaking about the material it's made out of? Maybe like because if it's spandexy, maybe it could like stretch a little bit more. Like you get a little bit more coverage.
Oh, no, spandex. I don't mind French knickers. I'll settle for a French knickers a couple of days a week.
What's a French? I don't know what that is. What's a French knicker?
See, I was also gonna add. You see, I don't even want to go through them, but okay, it is what it is. Because remember, before we were talking about pH balance, right? Yeah. And well, close your ears, isn't it? I'm saying, sis, I believe that such things as thongs, certain soaps that ladies use, what else? What's the next thing? Where are the soaps? And like certain underwear. I think these things add to these potential problems. You see what I'm saying? So okay. And the other thing, you get me, is the shaving off of all your pussy hair. You get me? I don't think them shits is healthy. You get me? When we talk about pH balance. Not to mention, I think it's a paedophile look anyway. Yeah.
I thought, is it a Brazilian or Hollywood? I thought that was supposed to be hygienic, a woman shaving underneath. No? Have I gotten that wrong?
The Most High made us with hair in certain places. We know scientifically that they're there for a particular reason. Now,
he didn't make us with clothes on, though.
That's a truth. Yeah, I mean, I think
hold on, wait. Just to come back to Urban, because he thought he got a little slick left hook there. That's debatable, Urban, because at the moment, obviously, we've been told that I came from your rib, which we know is a whole heap of bullshit. You get me? So, arguably, I came here fully clothed, Bridget. That's what I'm saying to you. But big and serious, though. I do think that all these other things.
You came into the world fully clothed.
I'm saying, man, you know what I mean? If the story can be that I came from your rib, then the story could be that I came out in, you know, I don't know, some red bottoms and whatever else to get me. If I was to write the story.
I think that you can still have a good pH without having hair on your genitals. I think that
you're exposing yourself to Dave melanated.
Literally.
I personally like when it's shining.
Kind of like, what did I walk into?
If I can just say this, I personally like when it's shining, because at least if I take a quick gaze, right, I can see that there's no warts, no blemishes, and no nasty lesions. Sorry?
He said when it's shining. He said I like it when it's shining.
You know, when it's clean. When it's clean, I mean. When it's clean, you know, hairless, I can see if there's any imperfections.
And
that's why I like it.
I think hair has the potential for germs or whatever to live there.
Yes.
Without it, there's no.
I agree.
For,
hold on
especially things like crabs.
No, I agree with 9's because the hair is supposed to. It's just like our eyelashes prevent dirt from going into our eyes. Yes, the function of the reason why hair grows is actually a protective barrier. Yes, I agree with her. Like if you, and I think that we do certain things for cosmetics. You know, I actually had a married couple that's close to me, call me up. They was together and they called me up, and the wife is like, she said the same thing 9 says. Do you think that a man who's attracted to a vagina but has no hair he could sleep with a minor who doesn't have hair? And I said, no, I don't. I mean, I'm not going to co-sign that. She was like, how come? And Tosh, close your ear, because I said, because my pussy don't look like a little kid pussy. I'm sorry, like I was like, it's no way that you're gonna say a grown woman pum pum look like a 9-year-old or a 7-year-old. No.
Hold on then, Mel. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Yeah, because what is the differentiation between a girl and a woman?
Pubic hair.
The shape, innit? The shape, innit? The body shape.
Wait.
Exactly.
Wait. As a female, what starts differentiating us between a girl and a
puberty? Yeah.
And what happens in puberty?
Yeah, but that's for some kids that happens at 7 and 8 years old. They're still little kids.
That's a good point.
They're still little kids. There's no way a 30-odd pom pom look like an 8-year-old pom pom. No. I feel like men who are pedophiles, they are actually attracted to the fact that the person looks young. They are undeveloped.
Underdeveloped, yeah, I agree with you.
Undeveloped,
man.
Yeah.
People might say
I don't think it's got anything to do with.
I call it the paedophile look. You get me? I'm so sorry.
Oh, come on now. Come on now.
That's a bit extreme.
That don't even sound right.
But listen, let me tell y'all. They have
all right then. Watch this then, Tony. 1 second then, Mel. Watch this now. 1 second, Mel. Right. All right then. Cool, Tony. Cool. So, Tony, there's certain man. Yeah. There's certain man. Yeah.
Yeah.
That fuck bottom. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you consider that gay?
No, hold on. Now, I call them man there, batty man, straight.
Yeah, I make no
Whether it's a
difference.
woman or a man, you're an anal man.
I
Yeah.
make no
Whether it's a woman or a man, you're an anal man.
I make no differentiation. You come under the same banner, put on your
Can't
pink
bite in his lip.
shirt, and do your thing. Yeah, straight. So I'm really saying that to say, because obviously, man, will be like, nah, it's different, isn't it? It's a woman. I'm like, nah, you're an idiot.
Of course, it's different.
Man. Cool.
Of course,
Yeah?
it's different. You're not attracted to a man.
How is it different?
Because you're not attracted to a man.
But you're attracted to Batty. So you're a Batty man. Are you mad?
No. Listen. Let me say this. Let me ask this. Then,
I can see that this is going to get very sticky.
Yeah, this conversation. But I'm just trying to understand. So if a man wants a woman to go down on him, then he wants a man to go down on him too.
That's a poor analogy, sis.
No, it's not. Because a mouth is a mouth. A mouth is a mouth. A mouth is a mouth. If a bati is a bati, a mouth is a mouth.
Hey, panel members, you do realize that Sister 9 doesn't encourage slackness.
I'm just trying to listen. I'm not coming out on nothing. Because listen, I'm just saying. I'm just saying that. A man, if a bati is a bati, then a mouth is a mouth. Because if a man could say, no, that's different, I only want a woman to, he's saying he only wants a woman to do that to him, or he only wants to do that to a woman. I mean, that ain't my thing, but I'm not going to say a man that does that, he's gay. I'm just going to say.
Wait. You didn't hear me say gay.
No, she didn't. She didn't
well,
say
my mind goes to gay and bati boy, like bati man.
The vocabulary that I'm using, and I'm saying with chest.
Literally, you're kind of right, 9. He's a batty man. If he likes bottom, he likes bottom.
Yeah,
you understand?
Yeah.
But isn't a batty
I'm not saying that you're gay. I would never say that the man is gay, but he is a batty man, though.
That's right, and that is syntax.
But isn't batty man like referred to gay?
Yeah.
Well,
okay, so that's what's confusing. So then a man who likes oral sex, he's a batty man too.
He's a mathy man.
No. He just likes to polish. He just likes to polish and shine.
Melanated.
It's batty and batty boy.
Melanated. Growing up, I had this brethren, and it was always into taking girls from the back door, right? So I said to him, like, that's a bit disgusting. How can you be attracted to a bumhole? He goes to me, it's not the bumhole, it's what the bumhole's attached to. I thought, it makes sense, but still, like, I'm not that way inclined, so I can't really relate to it. But each to their own.
Brother Khan, them man, they want to lash the back door, yeah, because they'll get a scream out of it. Whereas if they go the front way, yeah, it might take them a bit of hard work for them to get a girl to scream. But when you go the other way now, yeah, say it's not going to take much for them to scream out. You understand? That's how I see it.
But
anyway.
Listen. Let me give y'all an update. So the same couple, right? The woman went to the waxing place because I guess the husband was like, "Hey, you just do a little something." So she got a bikini wax, which is just not really anything. They just take off the hair off of the side, like like on the side of your leg.
The extras.
The little extra, just kind of clean it up. Right, just clean it up a little bit, right? So she got that wax, and my boy was like, "What? Look nice, right?" So she went back like a month later, and she got it cut a little bit, like wax a little bit more, and they just left like a little landing strip down the middle, right?
Brazilian stuff.
No, the Brazilian is everything is going. Well, no, the Brazilian you can't still
do. Hollywood.
Okay, so she said, "I'm gonna go back one more time, and I'm gonna make them do in the back part." She's like, "But I'm scared." I was like, "Girl, you gonna be team naked JJ in a second because you barely gonna have anything, right?" Because so she even like it. Now that she did it, even she like it. But before she was
in the back door, you mean? She likes it in the back door.
Well, we ain't talking about all of that. We was talking about the waxing.
I'm glad you said that, Melanated, because I was going to ask Nani for that. When she's talking about hair, does she mean like a big bush just left as it is, or like groomed bush?
So that's interesting you even say that, Urban, because I have had a conversation about this recently. So
it weren't with your partner, was it?
so I have to also acknowledge, that are you talking about regarding hair on the front and that, Herbs, before I put myself into shit?
Yes, I am.
Pardon the
women
pun.
get hairs on their back.
Cool. So I've also, and I've got to be careful because I've got all kind of people listening to me. Yeah, like you know when you don't even know some people are listening. Like trust me, I've talked myself into it. But anyway, the point being, right?
Just thinking of review shows.
Yeah, cool. So I have to first acknowledge, right, that even different women have got different
preferences.
No. Different women have got different vaginal hair, right? You get me?
Yeah.
So I have to acknowledge that in it because I'm blessed in it. You know what I mean? I'm a short back and sides girl, and I'm good. Yeah, I'm 9 ether. My shit's tight. It's nice. It's neat. You know what I mean? I can go years and years and years, and I'm still good. You know what I mean? But I also acknowledge that other women ain't that blessed in it. Like I actually, I'm not going to tell you a story, but I acknowledge that. So I know other women got to have a more brutal regime than myself. Like Jano, I get it. I get some women. Oh my god, some women. You know what? I'm gonna shut up, man. You know what? Shave that blood cleat because someone wanna.
Some women had the whole Michael Jackson afro down there. That's what you're trying to say. They got the whole
Amazon.
Got the whole Jackson 5.
The whole Jackson 5 afro. Like that joint is.
Have a little bit of discernment for my other lady, you know what I mean, other sisters. Cause Jeno, like I'm so neat, it's a shame, man. Like,
but let me ask you this: what do you think about manscaping down there? Do you think that men should?
Again, we had a conversation about that. Like me, I'm not about the bald thing in it. Like I'm not trying. Nah. Like I said, because I need to know a man's a man in it. You know what I mean? Because you can have little boys with big dicks, so I don't want to hear about dick size. You get me? A man needs to be a man. Now, I don't mind a little goom up. For real. As people may have heard me on Snipers yesterday. Oh my God. Anyway, I'm going to say it quickly and move on.
Or was that the ladies' hour?
I've definitely groomed my people, them. You get me? And I enjoyed it. You get me?
Oh, you've groomed other people?
Oh my gosh. Her person.
No, because
my people. Female one, woman own.
Do you think porn's to blame for these Hollywoods and these anals, crazy
anal bleaching?
Say that again, Herbs.
What?
What are you talking about? Like
yes, Urban, absolutely. Porn's got to come in it again. Yes, Herbs, because
oh shit,
I don't know how old you are in it, but we know we can all test this.
It's 35.
Whatever, but old time porn. Oh, I don't even want to say that. But anyway, what is? Women did not always shave their front off in it. There was porn where women had hair on their front.
You mean the old German porn?
Reader's
back in the day, 1970s.
I don't know. You lot, you were probably watching it with subtitles porn, Khan. But I just know in it that there was certain porn people had hair. Even the men, you know what I mean? Everyone was just unkept. It is what it is. You get me?
That's true.
And you can see that.
Old one even had a tash.
Come on, man. You know what I mean? Deep throat and all of that. But anyway, we can see that as the things moved on, the thing has changed. You know, get me? And I think that society reflects that 100% because young people now, that is where they go for their education, right? We can agree with that, yeah?
True that.
They blame a lot of that on
yeah, absolutely, unfortunately. Because it could be argued, Khan, that even in your time, our time, however you want to put it, man then would go to what was available then. Now that would have been a little VHS. Magazine, exactly, all of that. You know what I mean? A little top shelf thing when you got the guts to go and get it. But even that, it wasn't nothing major. It was a bit of tip. You would never seen over. Well, I don't know. You could tell.
Yeah, you would. You would.
All right. Well, you obviously knew where to go. But the point being, it was nothing like today where a youth.
No.
My youth, if he was clever, I don't want to say that word, but he could access shit on his phone. It's a mad thing.
So
they did take it off of Google. Did sort of take it off of the listings, sort of like as you type in it. It don't sort of like I think about 10 years ago or whatever. If you as you started typing, the porn would come up. Whereas now you have to do like an actual deliberate search in it. I think they did change it around a little bit. But yeah, it's still not that hard.
Fine. But then herbs, you know, so even back in the day, innit, certain youths didn't have access. Certain youths did,
and phones. Yeah,
and then that access was shared. So we know how the thing's set. You know,
you see, Nazi comment in the chat. He said it's don't blame porn. He said it's women who decided to shave. Where is your evidence of this claim you make, sir?
But Natty, where did the trend come from? That's what we're saying. Where did the trend come from? Which is generally.
And remember as well, you know, a lot of even what's happening today, it could be argued started in Brazil. Yeah?
Or the Brazilian,
you know, yeah, because the girl them with their, well, the girl them and the he, she them, got to add that in, sorry, with their Brazilian, you know, really skimpy bikinis or whatever. You know what I'm saying to you, whereby obviously you
can't be having a bush popping out your bathing suit, man. That's
that's the point I'm making.
I think there's definitely an
but even those style of bikinis were not normal back in the day.
Yeah, I think there's definitely an influence from like models and celebrities and stuff as well, because people want to be like their sort of idols that they see, innit, on TV and stuff. And when these celebrities are doing these things, people sort of follow in trend. Whether or not that's
if we want to get local, Mel, we could put the 2 Live crew in there. Going back on mute.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm with brother Tony on this one, man. It's
you know what I'm saying about it, Mel.
Ain't no shame, little.
I'm saying
what happened? What did I miss something? Did I miss something? What happened? Because I'm going in a minute.
We're talking about people's personal grooming habits.
Yeah.
I'm saying express yourself. However you feel comfortable. You should feel comfortable with it. Go on.
Can you hear each other?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Did you want to ask me a question before I went, Mel? What was the question?
No. I was just saying I was agreeing with your position. I said I'm with you. We part of Team Snip Snip. Keep it.
Okay. Yeah. Definitely.
Right.
Definitely.
That's all I was saying. Go ahead, Con. What you trying to say, Con?
I'm saying people should express themselves, innit? Like, be creative.
Oh, wait, Tony's getting ready to dip out. He's getting ready to dip out.
Yeah. Family, lovely conversation. You know what I mean? I really enjoyed myself today. Seeing, and just keep up the good work. Can somebody else jump on the panel and help out Sister 9? You know what I mean? Fill up her panel, man. Somebody else.
Fill up yourself, man. Happy Sunday. Thanks for coming through, man.
Every time, family, and keep up the good work. Everybody on the panel. Seen?
Yeah, nice one, Tony.
Yeah, big up, Tony.
You don't know.
Bliss up.
They got.
Bliss.
Bless. Con, what you was trying to say? It's
just saying that I think people should be free to express themselves and express their bodies how they want to, innit? Like some people might want to have a complete shave. Some people want to add a bit of style. Some people might, like Nanifa said, go for the full afro, but keep it pat it down, innit? Like keep it in shape. But like the wild look, I don't appreciate.
I did
like
not
the
say
unkept.
That. I said short back and sides. Quote me correctly.
Okay, but I don't agree with the kind of old Holborn. You get me? The wild tobacco squeezing out the packet look. I don't appreciate the unkept look.
I think if you're single, it's nice to have a variety. It's boring to keep having the same. No matter what the style is, it's boring to keep having the same. I appreciate variety.
So if somebody like come and said like drop your drawers,
look,
you've got to be able to
look at Shaka
forward and say, "This is me, innit? I'm representing me. This is me. This is how I look. I'm proud of myself." What do you think? I'm not going to criticize you for your look, how you want to sport your look. I'm like, yeah, that's nice still.
Khan, the reason Nanifa brought it up was to do with hygiene. And she believes it's more hygienic to have hair than to not have hair. What would you say about that?
Thingy, I was going to call you heathen, urban. In this day and age, bruv, Link shower gel's £1, bro. Who ain't
who can't afford to be clean
No,
out
but no,
here,
still,
bro?
no, but
There's
the
no
hair,
excuse
she's
for
talking
it.
about the hair.
I don't
She's
think
talking
the hair's
about the
going to
hair
make a
being-
difference in this day and age of soap and cleanliness and everyone's moisturized up and shit. I don't
Yeah,
think
but Khan,
the
Mr.
hair's not going to
Nutritionist,
matter.
Mr. Nutritionist. If you knew anything about the Nani, you would know that the Nani, it shouldn't be having all these different bits and bobs and rare, and that's one of the problems.
They're not the nani itself, but the hair can get washed.
Khan, yeah, you know about nutrition,
yes,
yeah?
the hair can get washed, Khan. But that's
What
the
you mean,
issue.
not the nani? You gotta wash it out too. What you
Some
mean?
women don't even wash the Nani.
No, come on, man. Nine.
Ain't it
What are you
supposed to be
talking about?
self-cleaning? I heard it's self-cleaning.
It can be self-cleaning, but I still believe that as a female,
Still gotta
you
have a
need
soak.
to wash your Nani properly. Like
What?
How?
What do you mean how?
I don't know,
this conversation.
I heard that soap kind of irritates it and makes it like unnatural on the pH level.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying, because there was a time where women started douching.
Oh yeah, the douche thing, yeah.
And I used to get a lot of douches from New York, and then we're all kind of different flavors, and everyone's douching out the place.
They have look, even in the chat, they have perfume-free products. They have products that are healthy that you can use to clean out the environment, keep the pH that won't disturb your pH. I think that because Lord, we just all up in a woman, the environment, a lot of stuff goes on in that environment, and you have to just clean it. You can't just let it just that sounds crazy to me. Like, we have discharge, you have to clean your stuff. Discharge is natural. It's natural, and it,
Hold on, what sounds crazy, Mel?
It sounds crazy that women are not washing their pom pom. That sounds crazy to me. Like, when they get in the shower and just make water run on them, they don't go down there and clean themselves. I don't get it.
That's the thing, though, Mel, though. But that's the thing. I mean, it's not a very sightly thing to speak about. But I think just as there's men that don't pull back their foreskin and wash that thing, there's probably women that don't push that flannel up in their nani and wash it. I mean, these are facts.
No, I had an ex before, yeah, and after sex she used to use Femfresh, clean herself with Femfresh, and I've never seen it, but I've never had a dirty girlfriend, by the way. But it was the first time I'd seen it. I was like, "What are you using that for?" I was shocked. She was like, "You want to be more worried about the girls that don't use it?" And I was like, "Well, yeah, true, I suppose." So that was a little experience that I had.
I mean,
wait, what is Femfresh? Like wipes?
Go and take a proper shower and.
It's like
what is Femfresh? Is that like wipes?
I think some liquid.
It's like a liquid. Yeah,
oh,
okay. Probably like a douche sort of, really, isn't it? But like in a retail bottle that you buy in the supermarket.
So what was she doing with the liquid?
She would douche it, like she would squeeze it up inside her vagina.
Squirting in there in the hole.
I think so. Yeah, I'm just vaguely remembering.
Oh, that's not good.
I think roughly, yeah. After sex.
Now that's a bit much.
Yeah, that's the only one girl I've ever known to have done that before.
Maybe she was like clearing the way for the next guy to come. She didn't want to leave no evidence behind.
Well, yeah, I did. Well, she was £100 an hour, so that might have been the
well, £100 the going rate, bro. It's the going rate, isn't it?
But yeah, that's the first time. But I've only ever had one girlfriend. All the girlfriends I had that did every now and then get BV from whatever reason, like cosmetics or whatever reason it was. But other than that, I've never had it. So I think it also comes down to what type of women or men are you dealing with.
Shout out to y'all men for at least knowing a little bit about a woman's women health, and because that's important for you, for women to not be having like a situation and then her partner is like shaming her for like you know, having a yeast infection or a bacterial infection or something like that. It's like, okay, well, you know, what did you do differently? Oh, remember we went on vacation and I used the soap in the hotel? Like, yeah, duh. You know, like you shouldn't do that.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, like switching up your soap could done your whole sex career for at least
I know them.
Yeah, you be messed up.
That's when you're pissed.
I've heard that them bath bombs. You know them bath bombs. You get like a ball.
Lush and all that.
Yeah. I heard that they can cause problems for women, like even like water infections and stuff. I don't know.
They look like they. I'm scared to try that. Now that you put that in, I'm scared to try it. But it looks like it. It looks nice. It looks like it smells nice and relaxing and stuff. But
it's like
you
know quite a lot about nutrition, yeah. So I heard before, and I think this does kind of link in that the reason why we've got things like lactose intolerances now is because we're a lot cleaner than what we was before. And before we had like organisms in our stomach that helped break down the food, whereas now we're a lot more cleaner, a lot more sanitized. So now we don't have them organisms in our stomach no more. Is that true?
What with the lactose thing?
Yeah, and stuff like that. Yeah,
that's a genetic factor. There's a hereditary thing where white people can keep drinking milk. Whereas everyone else, that we rely on things like lassi and
I know
yogurt.
I know white people that are lactose intolerant. My two nephews are lactose intolerant.
Yeah, but it's much rarer. It's much rarer. It's much more rarer.
Fair enough.
Yeah, with us, lot,
your nephews got black widespread. They got black in their genes. You know what I'm saying?
You remember they got a drop of black in there, but also
drop of black.
Yeah. So like, Urban, what it is, if you stop.
Tell them they can't get no reparations though. They can't get no reparations. Tell them. You know what I'm saying?
What I think it might be is that they stopped drinking milk for a long time, and the body learned to live without it. Do you get me? Okay. So then when they go back to drinking milk, then they get their lactose intolerance. But if you keep drinking milk, the enzyme, that gene don't never kick in. It never happens. Like if you're white and you're drinking milk from a baby, and as you grow older, you keep drinking milk, that you don't let that gene kick in, because the whole point of the gene is to stop babies drinking milk at a certain age, so then the next baby can get milk. Do you get what I mean? Because if the baby stayed on the tit all the time, then the next baby that come along wouldn't have no milk. So the gene kicks in, stops you having the milk, and then the next baby can have a bit. Go on.
But as early human beings, we had to get nourishment from wherever we could, innit? And if that happened to be like a cow's milk or a chicken's
but early human beings weren't sitting around doing nothing, feeding babies. They were more active than us. Like they wouldn't have time. That, do you get me? As soon as the baby was 6 months, that's it. Like,
and they wouldn't be able to have an excessive amount of it at any time they want. It would be like
exactly. Yeah. But like there is a problem in the country, like in the UK, with breastfeeding. Like women don't breastfeed for long enough, and there's a lot of side effects for the baby. And the reason that the women give it ain't really good enough is because they want to get back to their careers and they want to get back to work, and they don't see themselves in this mothering role. They don't accept this mothering role. Like it's not really, mothering isn't really respected in the West as it should be, or as it is.
Well, when you might have to go back to work if your dude is playing PlayStation on the couch. You gotta get your ass out there. And go to work. Now I have seen some women really struggle to be able to breastfeed and work. Like they'll be at my job and they'll try to have a. Like if you're a school teacher, right, your class schedule doesn't coincide with your nursing schedule. And they would be like, take their whole lunch break trying to pump. And then sometimes like it's unsanitary to pump your breast milk in the bathroom. And, you can't so you try to ask your job to provide a space for you to do it. You can't do it in the staff lounge, but people can't come in there while you're pumping your boots. You can't do that. Like one lady, she was like in the utility closet, like they gave her a chair, closed the door in the closet, and it's like chemicals and all kind of shit, toilet paper and soap and everything else. And she just got her little machine up and she's pumping her breast. And then she didn't eat. You don't get time to eat, or you eating while you pumping. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a lot to be able to have this milk for your baby. You know, it's not. I don't think it's conducive to be like a working person and
definitely.
You know,
do you think it's less socially accepted to breastfeed in public now than it once was?
No, they're making an effort now. They're putting it on advertisements on TV.
I think it's more accepted now.
Yeah, now it's more accepted. Like women can just whip out a breast anywhere they want and feed the baby. And I think
you can't
from the
them.
baby's point of view, that's a good thing though. I know a lot of people complain about it, like, oh, it's unsightly, or I don't want to be seen that in the restaurant while I'm eating my dinner. But from the baby's point of view, it's the best thing. So
I think a lot of women cover up as well while they do it. So like,
yeah, you can cover it up as well. But like, I think like a lot of Western women, like they make a political statement out of it, and they won't cover it up. They'll just do it like in your face.
Oh, really?
Like, oh yeah, they're making a political statement.
I haven't seen the
very feminist with it. Do you know what I mean?
I've
never seen that
in a long time.
Oh yeah, I was in a restaurant.
I've never seen a woman just bust it out and not cover like. Because they have,
even
like,
when I was younger, growing up, I used to see it a lot. But then something happened, like women stopped doing it. But recently, like very recently, it's having a little comeback because I think they realised that the babies are suffering. The babies.
They have really been very innovative with the type of attire that they, you know, like the breastfeeding attire. So they have like breastfeeding shirts.
Okay.
That don't even really look. They don't even look like, you know, they still look stylish. But like right by like the kind of by your shoulder, it's like a hook, and then the flap comes down, and boom, you just got access to the boob.
I think
and then they have like an apron type of thing too, an apron thing that you drape over around your head, and then just like a big cape type of thing in the front, so the baby would be underneath. And I'm like, whoa, they ain't had none of this crap when I was having my baby.
I think now it's a lot easier for women to opt not to breastfeed now as well, isn't it? Like before, you only had like the powdered milk, whereas now you can get it ready made in the carton. You've only got to go to the supermarket and buy it. It's a lot easier to decide not to do it.
You see that that powdered milk, Urban? It's actually, if you notice, it's illegal to advertise it. They never advertise it, and even in supermarkets, you never see like 2 for 1 on baby formula. That's illegal in the UK. So that's why they brought out a next line of products for older babies. So on things like that, they're allowed to advertise and they're allowed to kind of get their name out there, and they're allowed to do like special offers and things like that.
What's that? What, they're not allowed to promote it?
Yeah, so SMA, for example, if they advertised SMA, right, it would put women off from breastfeeding, and they would want to switch to SMA. So illegally, like the government said, nah, we're not having companies like SMA and that advertising their products. So what they went and done is invented a new line of products to sort of get around the loophole.
For the older kids.
Yeah, so then they have for older kids, so they're saying, well, you can't say that our product's stopping kids from growing because we're just helping the older kids out to make sure they get all their vitamins and all that in. You know?
Yeah, I don't like the formula stuff. I was glad when, you know, my son got off of that crap.
But we have got a lot of these laws in the UK as well. Like it's like what 9 was talking about earlier about advertising and that on the internet ain't regulated, but like on the TV, there's so many rules to how you can advertise towards children. So if you remember, Urban, when we was little, Saturday morning, you get all the adverts for kids, innit? Like all the toys, Barbie and Ken, Care Bears.
You still get that though, but not on the actual kids channels. Like you still get it on like Cartoon Network and stuff like that.
Yeah, so they're American programs probably, but UK, we got strict rules with advertising products towards children and manipulating children into buying shit.
Since you're a nutritionist, what are your thoughts on dairy? Is dairy something that is that good for you? Is that something that we should be consuming?
Not really. I wouldn't say it's good for you or bad for you. Some people can tolerate it, some people can't, innit? It's like there's a lot of options out there now. There's a lot of options out there now. Like people can find alternatives to dairy right now. But I have to say for women, with a woman, her calcium intake is one of the most important things, yeah. And I would advise all women, like, forget about all this fad dieting and ethical eating and forget all that, man. When it comes to your body, give your body what it needs, and that's calcium, and that predominantly comes from dairy. And you've got a lot of young girls now saying, oh, I don't want to have dairy because it's got fat in it, so they want to lose weight, but they're denying themselves that development in terms of their skeletal system, yeah, the bones and that. Because don't forget, every time a woman has a baby, you're literally every single atom or molecule of calcium in that baby, the whole bone structure of that baby was literally cleaved, cut out from the mother's own skeletal system. It's directly, your bones comes from your mum's bones, isn't it? So if a woman hasn't got that calcium intake up to standard, she's going to get osteoporosis when she's older. She's going to get like brittle bones and prone to getting breaking the arms and breaking the legs and things like when they get older, or joint pains and things like that. So osteoporosis is a problem amongst women in the UK, and that's because young girls don't like dairy because they're trying to lose weight. They cut out all the fatty things like dairy and that. So that is a problem.
And I noticed iron as well. A lot of women have got iron deficiencies nowadays as well.
That's because they have the menstruation, isn't it? It's very, very difficult for women. You know what I mean?
So I gave up dairy, and giving up dairy. I can see how dairy, like introducing it and then taking it away, and then introducing it again and taking it away. I was able to see like the effects that it had with like my, like I guess you could say my whole female reproductive system.
All
you
right.
know, one, my cycle dramatically went down in the duration of how long it lasted. My skin cleared up. So I guess like the hormones that's in the dairy, I guess, does affect the hormones in a woman. But I don't know if men have that same
That's very
thing.
true.
But
Also, melanated, you can get hormones from plants as well. It's not just animal products that provide us with hormones that we shouldn't be having. Also, plants as well. So you got to be careful. Like people smoke like a lot of weed.
I thought it was going to be.
If you
I thought it
smoke
was
a lot
going to
of
be a
weed,
bad thing when I would introduce chicken and fish back into my diet. Like I wanted to see like if all of a sudden I was going to have like a longer menstruation or something, but I didn't.
but the milk did.
Milk, cheese, like I mean, I can't tell you how long it's been since
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, is cow's milk bad, or is like modern cow's milk bad? You know, with all like pasteurizing it and the stuff they use to the antibiotics that are given to the cow that come out in it and stuff like that, rather than just like you've got a cow on your farm and you're milking it and having direct milk. Like I think they call it raw milk. There's a place near me that does it.
Yeah, it's all about it's your tolerance to it, like based on the amount that you're having. Like everything is dose based. It depends on how much of it you're having. Do you know what I mean? So like a lot of things, like these antibiotics, ain't just in one thing. It's in a lot of things. So it accumulates in your system across the board, and that's bad, isn't it? Like you can't tolerate it across everything.
You know what I found a bit weird? I first noticed it on, like, I drink almond milk, yeah? So I first noticed it on the almond milk, and then when I realised it, I thought, let me check normal milk, and it's exactly the same. When you look at the nutrient value on the milk, and it gives you everything in weight, when it comes to calcium, it doesn't give you the weight of the calcium inside. It tells you by percentage. It says 15%. Whereas everything else, like fat, 0.1 or whatever, like non-saturated
some
fat,
things you got to remember are fortified. Some things the government says, well, if you're going to eat bread, right? Bread or these type of bread type cereal based products, right? For example, they contain a lot of toxic elements to them or anti-nutrients, right? That leach out certain vitamins out your body. So the government says, well, if you companies want to sell this product, then you got to kind of fortify it by adding back in certain vitamins like vitamin B12 and things like that. So the population won't be,
deficient,
harmed by your product, and end up being deficient. So that's why you have a fortification thing with certain things. Like you see them advertising it like they've done it on purpose and it's something good.
and like, oh look, we fortified it. Like it's like they're giving you a multivitamin for free. Like it's buy one get one free. Like, but it's not. It's because their actual product contains arsenic or cyanide or like anything that comes in the husk. Like if you imagine a seed, right? The inside part of the seed, the soft part, is where the nutrient is, but it's got a hard protective shell around it, designed to stop animals eating it and digesting it. But what these lot do, they don't sit there peeling every single seed. They just put it through a mill and mill it. So when it gets milled, all the negative things that's in that nutrients in that shell ends up
Still
in
there.
it's still there. So like really and truly, it's down to the processing of like their processing procedures that they're using.
Have
Do
you
know what I mean?
have you ever tried to make your own almond milk, Urban?
I
Good
haven't.
question.
No, I've got a friend that does though. I've got a friend that does, and my friend had a lot of health problems. And he became, first of all, he became vegan. That was a bit too tough. Then vegetarian, but now he's a pescatarian. But it changed. I mean, he was always getting the flu. He was always getting a cold. He had bad digestive system, and all that is a lot better. So I've actually witnessed that a change in his diet made a dramatic impact on his life. Yeah,
One thing I noticed when I made my own almond milk is that it didn't stay good as long as the store bought. Yeah, I was like, that joint got a whole bunch of preservatives, preserving this stuff but it's kind of fun to make, if you.
I'll try it one day. It's hard though to juggle everything: the family life, the kids' work, and everything. Then make your own milk as well. But yeah,
you and the kids do it as a project. Because the best part is when you put it in the blender and you just like, ooh, you just see everything just turning white and cloudy. It's like we're really making milk. Oh wow! Like, so do it with the kids. They love it.
Well, I'll definitely look into it. He was doing something as well with the seed of the avocado. I can't remember what it is he was doing with that, but I know he was doing something.
Oh, I tried to grow an avocado like that. One, it took forever. I don't know what I was doing wrong, but the furthest I got was like this long stem, and then it had like 2 or 3 little leaves at the top.
Yeah, everyone's got that.
And then it died. That was it. That was the best that I could do.
I'll never bother with anything like that myself personally. It's just
my mother-in-law does it. She gets some good results. Like she buys like plants from the garden centers and that. Like she buys like tomato plants and courgette plants and all that. We get them to eat a little bit once a year. It's another thing you got to maintain.
I like the little thingy plants you can buy. You know, the chili plants with the chilies that grow in it.
Yeah,
I like that. Yeah, that's cool. I like that.
Yeah. I like the way they're green at first. They sort of go like a purpley colour, then red, isn't it?
Yeah. I love all that. Courgettes I've done. Sweet corn you could do in the thing as well, in the allotment. You could do sweet corn.
My friend done grapes in his garden. Those are the best grapes I ever bloody tasted.
Yeah, we do. Turkish do grapes all the time.
You know what I mean? He is Turkish. Yeah, he's Turkish.
Yeah. But we do it for the leaves, innit? To make dolma. To make stuffed vine leaves.
You make the dolma off the leaves?
Off the leaves. Yeah. And if it's sunny enough, you do get grapes. It's a little bonus, isn't it?
Yeah, you had a couple of years ago. It's nice.
Yeah.
And you could taste the difference, because obviously the food we buy in the supermarket and stuff, that's all been treated, so you can't use the seeds to reproduce. Whereas these are just, you can taste
life.
You can taste the life in them, exactly.
Definitely.
Exactly that.
Yeah, man.
Nice. But anyway,
so you've got Turkish friends as well, Urban?
Yeah, of course I have. My wife's Cypriot Turkish.
You said what?
My wife's Cypriot Turkish.
Wallahi.
Oh,
that's mad.
Come on, mate.
Mad thing. Yeah. We're related then, you little wanker.
That's why I find it. That's why I find it odd when you big up Turkey so much, because like Turkey.
Why? I'm pro-Turkey, man.
People.
I'm
but they don't really look after the Cypriot people, though.
Fuck these Cypriots, man. They're all so fucking ungrateful.
Exactly.
They're well ungrateful. If it weren't for Turkey, listen. If it weren't for Turkey, where would Cypriots be now? 6 foot under, mate.
Yeah, maybe not. But
What do you
listen,
mean?
they go, what do you mean? They're over there building casinos and all that, and the Cypriots ain't
Yeah,
allowed to
all
work in
the
them. They get the
Cypriots that
Turks
had
in
any
there and all
common
that.
sense left Cyprus long time ago. They either moved
Yeah,
to
my
Alanya
father-in-law
in
left in the
Turkey.
60s.
Exactly. The
Well,
common
he didn't have
sense
a
ones left
choice. They
long
got
time.
moved by the British Army on four of them on one Greek passport.
There you go. Is what it is, bruv. You know what I'm saying? It's all swings and roundabouts. Like you lose on one side, you gain on the other. You know what I'm saying?
The
Cyprus,
Cypriot Turks I know don't like the Turks. Even the Kurdish Turks I know don't even really like the Turks.
Khan, explain this
well,
saying, because you say this often. I don't know what is a swing and a roundabout. What does that mean?
swings and roundabouts.
What does
It
that mean?
means,
like
you know, when you're a kid, yeah,
a bit this, bit of that.
there's swings where someone pushes you and you go like a pendulum
No,
back and forth.
I know what you're talking about. I know,
What's the
but
analogy?
like I don't understand how you're using it.
It's like me saying apples and oranges. In other words, there's no difference in it. Like it seems different to you, but really it's the same.
Tomato. It's like tomato.
Yeah, there's no difference really, but you think it's different, but it ain't different.
Yeah.
Swings and
All right,
roundabouts.
I got
It's
you.
all good. In other words, it's all good, isn't it? It's all fun,
Okay.
isn't it? Yeah, they're all like kids games that we play. I don't know. Do you lot have like
the
parks?
difference?
We got
Basically,
parks,
it means
man.
the difference don't matter.
Yeah, exactly that. You know what I
Gotcha.
mean? Yeah, it's like a Greek Cypriot and a Turkish Cypriot. They're both Cypriot, isn't it?
Right.
My barber's Greek Cypriot. He cut my hair on yesterday, and he told me that Cyprus means Christian. Is that true?
No, Cyprus means copper. You know copper.
Copper.
Yeah,
What, the
copper.
metal,
yeah. So before the Roman times, all the copper mines for the whole Middle East was in Cyprus, because Cyprus was a dead island. There weren't nothing there until the Egyptians went there. The Egyptians went there, made it habitable.
It's a decent stop off, isn't it? It's a decent stop off.
Yeah. So what they did, they didn't cultivate the whole of Cyprus. They just used the south coast as a little stop off, like you said. So they like started from there, and then slowly, the whole Cyprus ended up being populated.
You know what
the
else
majority
as well, yes.
population of Cyprus, the Greek Cypriots, are related to the Palestinians more than anyone.
Which Egyptians was this? Was this like the people that's in Egypt now today, or like the black people?
I don't know. You know, I don't know how far back it goes. I think it goes back to the Greek era where the Greeks were running, like Ptolemy and all that. Like after Alexander, I think it was down them times.
And Khan, how comes pasta is so prominent in the Cypriot food?
Pasta, to be honest, Marco Polo brought back pasta from China. Yeah.
No, he took it to China, didn't he?
No, he brought it back from China.
He took it to
Marco
China.
Polo.
Oh, okay.
Nah, Marco Polo didn't take nothing
gave
to
them
China.
noodles.
Nah, he brought it back. He brought it back.
So
Marco Polo went there as a young kid. His dad sent him there, and he left him there.
I've only seen the show on
in
Netflix,
the court.
so I don't know
Yeah, but that is quite accurate. And when he come back, obviously he come back a millionaire, innit? He was set for life when he come back. But pasta's one of the things he brought back. But the thing is, you got to remember that Turks have always had pasta, because Turks, the way they lived, they had to preserve food, right? So one of the way they preserve it is to make like ravioli.
Yeah.
Because they're airtight, whatever's inside that little ravioli, once you dehydrate it and you dry it out, it preserves whatever's inside. So one of the most famous Turkish foods is called mantı. Mantı is like miniature little ravioli, like tortellinis. So these are like the food preservation techniques that people used to have. So like certain foods.
I'll tell you what I do love though.
Go on.
I love my sister-in-law. She does the macaroni cheese with the helim.
Macarona di forno.
She does the helim and the mint in it. Oh my god.
Yeah, gangster. Yeah.
She put the what in there?
That's a Greek. She puts
halloumi. She puts halloumi. Instead of using cheddar cheese, she does mac and cheese with minced lamb, halloumi cheese, and mint.
In Greece, they call that pasticcio. That's one of their most famous meals, right? Dishes. Macaroni cheese, for macarona. So Turks, Greeks, Italians, they all have the same sort of food in that respect. All throughout that area, they all have the same sort of foods.
So what y'all trying to say? I'm trying to say that soul food came from Turkey. I'm joking. I'm joking.
No, but Turks invented cheese, I think, and yogurt as well. But when we say
Oh,
Turks,
so
we're not
y'all
talking
like
about
all that
we're
dairy.
not talking about Turks that live in Turkey. I'm talking about like Central Asian people.
You're like all that dairy
He
over
just
there.
had some milk that he left on the side and it went off.
Yeah, basically he turned into a cheesy scab. And he
And so who was the person that ate it? That's gross.
What's
Someone
that?
who was hungry.
Yeah, someone who thought, oh, that smells nice.
Someone who didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Leave it, eat or
Like,
die.
I can't even think about the stuff that's fermented, or I can't
Yeah.
think about it because then I
Thing.
just
Urban, do you ever have this thing called tarana? Or in Greek they call it drahana?
No, I don't think. What is it?
It's
What does it look
basically
like? I'm not
bulgur.
good with
It's
it.
basically bulgur, right? Mixed with
Yeah, I like
yogurt,
bulgur.
and they turn it into like dreadlocks, like long dreadlocks, right? And they dry it out on the roof of the houses, and it stores it. It keeps the bulgur fresh, right? So when you want to dehydrate it, you boil it and you make soup with it, and they put little halloumi, little croutons in it as well, and it's called tarana soup.
No, I don't think I've had that.
that doesn't sound too
That's
appealing.
one of the best things,
Some
man.
dreadlock
But
soup.
it
What is
ties in
that?
with the subject of food preservation techniques. Like they use yogurt clumped up with bulgur, like wheat, and then basically dry it out, and then it just preserves it. Just keeps it for a whole year. So tarana, you can buy it in
So why don't they
packets.
just eat from the land? Why they gotta preserve stuff? They
Because
don't. They don't have.
it's still
Because of the heat,
seasonal. Everything's seasonal.
and the heat.
Yeah, the heat.
They didn't have fridges, remember?
Yeah.
But what about like lettuce and tomatoes
I saw
and
this program
celery
about
and
about
stuff like that?
Italy, and it showed that how they kept the salami. You know the salamis, yeah? They had underground caverns that go deep under the ground where it's really cold. And they'll hang the salamis in there like a fridge. And then on top of it, there's a house. You never think that there's like a staircase that goes like literally to the core of the earth. It goes down forever. But they've got like a cold room under the house, like filled with salamis and that. Brilliant, man. Italians are another level, bro.
And to answer your question, Melanated, sun-dried tomatoes.
Sun-dried tomatoes, yeah. Yeah.
What
Sun-dried
about
tomatoes.
Or pickles. Or what the Mediterraneans like to pickle their stuff to preserve it as well, wouldn't it? Put it in
Or you
vinegar.
could just fill up a jar with olive oil. Anything you stick in there is going to stay preserved.
Yeah, or vinegar.
Yeah, vinegar.
I don't-
Turks love their vinegar. They got like all different
Yeah.
varieties of vinegar. You know, like kimchi. The thingies have kimchi, don't they? The Koreans. It's a sort of the same as that. Yeah, same sort of tradition. Because obviously the Koreans and the Turks, they're sort of related in a way.
I don't really like pickle stuff.
Really?
Oh,
I love pickles,
I
man.
love it. Yeah, I like
Do you know
it.
what I do?
No, like
Melanie?
pickles
cucumbers.
things like
Pickled cucumbers.
Oh, Mel, when I
like
finish eating
regular-
the pickles, yeah, I keep the juice and I drink it. Like a drink.
My missus, I caught my
Love
missus
it.
drinking it from the jar when she was
From
pregnant.
the
She said, I
jar,
can't help it. I can't help it. When she was pregnant, she said, I can't help it. I got
Yeah.
a craving for it. I was like,
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that's gross.
But now everyone's doing
That
it.
is
Everyone's got the
gross.
apple cider vinegar and they're drinking it now. It's the same fucking shit.
True. Yeah.
Everyone's
Apple
drinking
cider vinegar is not the same taste as
Of course
they both
it is.
gross.
It's the
No,
same
it's not.
shit,
It's
man.
vinegar.
Of course, this vinegar is vinegar, isn't it? Some is more sweet though. You got sweet vinegar.
But they're both gross. Like pickles, I don't like sauerkraut. Ugh, that stuff is disgusting.
In Turkey, they got shops here that just sell vinegar drinks. So they got beetroot vinegar. It's called shalgam. They got like normal vinegar. They got sweet vinegar, and then
That's
people
like
just go and
kombucha.
buy
That's
it.
that
and just-
kombucha stuff.
Yeah, zambucha.
It's
whatever
like a
it's
whole.
called. It's a whole
Yeah,
culture, isn't it?
it's a whole craze. Everybody's going kombucha crazy, and I taste that thing. I'm like,
I've never heard of it.
Yeah. And then
I
we
don't
have
drink
things like
vinegar
kefir.
drinks.
Have you ever had kefir? It's like a drink, like a yogurt drink. Like.
You know, listen, don't be bringing
Oh, you
your
put salt
Islam
in it.
stuff.
You
You
put
trying
the
to
salt
call
in the
us the
top.
Kafirs on the DL. You trying to call us Kafirs. You trying to sneak it in there. Nah.
Stick it in there.
Can't you put salt on it?
Yeah, I put salt on it and a little bit of dry mint.
I can't have it, man. I can't have it.
Ayran. Turkish
My
call
mate's
it
mum
ayran.
tries to give it to me all the
Asians
time.
call it lassi, innit? It's lassi.
I like mango lassi.
Yeah, that's gangster. I had some recently. It's so nice.
Yeah, mango lassi is nice.
Pricey though,
Mango
£2.50 for a little mango lassi, but it was lovely though, man.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. There's
Yeah.
a
Where are you
delivery
from,
place
bruv?
near
Are
me
you
that does
think? Are you British or
I'm
mixed?
British, yeah.
Yeah,
No,
and
British.
you went for the Cypriot girl, yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, you got headaches now, innit?
I like the spice. I like the spice look, innit? I like the dark olive skin. I like the olive skin look.
Yeah, you like the moaning as well that comes with it. They don't shut up, bro. Turkish women are
Oh,
the
come on, man.
worst.
That's all women. That's all women. Come on, man.
That's all women, you know.
Really? Y'all just gonna pretend I'm not on the panel? Really? That's all
Do you know
women.
one?
Do you know
I'll
what,
tell you one thing
melanated?
my
I can't
granddad taught me.
imagine. Go on.
One thing my granddad taught me. What they don't know, they can't moan about.
Ow! I like that one. But melanated ain't a moaner. I think melanated's a doer. She don't moan. She's not waiting. She go and get her Black & Decker tools out. She's got the fucking drill, the fucking jigsaw. She's got the equipment.
I haven't done any projects in the house in a minute, Con.
Really?
I haven't done any projects. Maybe this
been
summer
slacking.
when the weather.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been slacking.
Yeah, that's what it is. Some people are just proactive, innit? They just get on with it. No time for moaning.
Yeah. What you moaning about?
Melanated seems like more like one of them. Like if you're sitting there playing the computer, smoking weed all day, she's not gonna shout at you about it. You just come home from your weed dealer and all your stuff's on the outside on the street.
There you go. Now, I mean, see, I would say, Toby, can we talk? And I would talk and say my piece. No yelling, no screaming, no nothing.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna wait a little while. Then I'm gonna say, can we talk again? I'm gonna say, I'm not happy.
No, that one.
I'm not happy.
No, you don't drop that. I'm not happy.
You know what's
drop
funny?
Babe, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. It's not good for your health. You know, you're sitting around doing nothing. You're gonna get depressed, babe. Like, I'm thinking.
No, I'm gonna say that the
It's
first.
you
I'm gonna say all of
thinking
that the first one. I'm gonna say all of that the first one. The second time, now I'm not happy.
I think women have got are not very good at gauging the right moment. I think when they think the right moment is normally the wrong moment. I mean, they wait for the right moment to sort of bring something up, and it seems for me to always be the wrong moment.
Pause.
Like, why would you bring that up now?
I don't even care about the moment. Too many moments done passed while he was on the couch playing the game. So this is my moment when I'm gonna tell you I ain't happy, right? This is my moment. I'm gonna tell you I'm not happy. Then I'm gonna wait, and then you don't.
When's the best time to ask a man for something? Before sex or after?
After.
That's what 100%. I said. Everyone was like, nah, you got to ask him before. I was like, nah, man.
No, like
after,
literally just after. Like
after
he's all relaxed. He all relaxed and everything. He'll say, babe, you know what? My mom and dad are coming into town. They're going to stay with us. He'll be like, oh, that's okay. That's cool, babe. Hey, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I like that.
Get us when we're vulnerable. My dinner's ready anyway. It was nice talking to you. Yeah, take care.
All right, man. All right, brother.
Okay,
bye.
Peace. Oh, it's late for you guys, right?
It's about 5 now.
Yeah, big up Scoot Tanks for there listening, man. What? Hey, before or after, yeah?
What are you saying about that, 9's? You got any preferences?
I say treat it like a sandwich. There's a before
and after.
There's a
before, during, and after.
Yeah. You need to ram the point home, yeah. Oh boy.
Nine had to say, talk about ram. Yeah, you need to ram the point home. Like, yeah, okay, I got you, sis.
I think Nanifa gave the best answer.
Yes, he said before, during, and after.
And then ramp it home, you know.
He's not gonna say no. To put it like that, he's definitely not gonna say no.
What do you mean, man? And just for good times, you might need You know, NB, note well at the end.
Yes.
No, well, but yeah, man.
All right, girls. Big up, man. Let me jump off in it, and I'll let you lot like take it from here,
Yeah,
innit?
man. So I'm gonna
Big up,
think
man.
of now. I'm gonna go and finish off my thing. You done know some Sunday settings. It's supposed to be breakfast, but give thanks, Mel. No, sir. What you said? What's for dinner today, Mel? What kind of food oxtail you there on?
You know what? I really should be. I've been on here for a minute now, and all I did was make breakfast. I don't even.
I appreciate
Yeah.
it.
Yes, you know, you've been missed. You've been missed. So anytime I wake up and see you on, I'm like, oh, you know, it's like fam, you know. I don't even know what I feel like eating today. Maybe some chicken, something, or some kind of fish. I don't even know, to be honest with you.
Oh, you know, we're glad that you're eating the chicken star, Carl. You know? We don't want no more food oxtail star.
Listen, you and Ultra won't let me forget that. Y'all will not let me forget that.
Never.
That was
don't
horrible.
Get before me, sis. And she
That
was
I was so excited. I went to the store to buy all of the supplies and everything. I was like, I'm gonna show y'all. That thing was disgusting. It looked disgusting. I don't even know did I eat it. It just looked. It was. Listen. And Cotton Socks is a vegan, so she probably be trying her hand at some stuff too. But don't look up no vegan oxtails on YouTube. I saw this video about vegan oxtails. Girl.
I beg oh.
I'm trying to think. I think it was made out of mushrooms. What was it? Mushrooms and piece of celery.
That's it. It was the celery that mashed up the place, man.
The celery was supposed to be like the bone gristle. Oh my goodness. That thing was horrible looking.
And done, man. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Just chew the juice and spit it out. You might as well do that.
Listen. I remember I used to try to only eat, like go to the Caribbean restaurant and get like stew peas and rice. Or I would get like cabbage and rice and peas. And then I would say, just put a little oxtail gravy on my rice. I'm like, yo, that totally defeats the purpose, right? But I still wanted that flavor. I was like, listen, don't give me no oxtail. I just want the oxtail gravy. They be looking at me like.
To be fair though, Mel, I think a little bit of gravy. I don't think anyone can moan at that, man. Like, oh my gosh, man. I think a little bit of the gravy. I think I would probably be doing something like that, to be fair, man. You know what I mean? Because if you can have crisps that are like they got bacon flavor and then they say it's suitable for vegetarians, yeah, then you get me. You can have a little oxtail juice, man. Lord of God, man. Times are hard as it is. Lord of God, man.
She said times is hard. Live a little bit, right? Just live a little.
Absolutely. But you see when you mentioned stew peas, as a youth coming up, that was one of my dishes, man. You get me? Stew peas and rice. And them days we used to eat pigtails. Oh my God. Oh, loved it. Flipping hell.
My uncle just stopped making the rice and peas with the pigtail in it.
Listen,
blood pressure pills and all. He was still putting the damn pigtail in there. I'm like, dude, you're getting older, man. You can't continue to keep eating like this and your foot swelling up all big and all this other nonsense. Like, you just gotta let some stuff go.
No, I hear you, man. Again, like I said, when we're coming up, I saw it eat, but you know what I mean? Shit changed. Because I remember back in the day, we used to go Brixton Market, boy, and the pigtails used to be like in a white keg. and the
Yes.
water was always pinky. You know what I mean? And you used to look at it and be like, ah. But
What
once
you
they
mean?
cook that blows,
They still have that in the market. When I go to the Caribbean supermarket, they got the.
All right, looks like Mel's gone again, but yeah, man, definitely as a youth coming up, that was one of the dishes. Oh, you're back again, Mel.
No, I was saying that at the market here, they have the pigtail in like a big bucket, and you have to grab the tongs and you just pick whichever pigtail you want, and it's just in the bucket of water. Like, yeah, boy.
Right, that's how we came up, man. For Monaga, Brixton with the big old trolley. Like, you was literally a flipping a camel or a donkey to blows now. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I used to love that watch. Salt beef, the pig style, the white rice. Oh my god, man. And some fried plantain and liquid veg. Mash that up, mash it up. And then everyone stopped eating pork, and that was it, man. Pig style's gone.
Yeah, man. Everybody turn Rasta now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and
not
again,
to eat
that
pork.
just shows how things can change, man. Because definitely as a youth, yeah, man, you definitely used to even have like, oh, well, you don't know about the jerk pork already. I don't even need to go into all of that, man. But fuck.
We used to eat a lot of salami too. Like that was our cold cut of choice. Salami.
Okay. We had
eat salami with eggs. Like for breakfast time, we would have like salami with eggs and fried green plantain or whatever, you know.
Right.
And gave up. My cousin, I think my cousin, she still eats pork though. She be cooking the pork bacon and all that stuff. I'd be like, that stuff stinks to me. I'm like, why don't you just use turkey bacon? Turkey bacon tastes good.
But then, okay, so what is the reason for not eating pork? Is it because it's a disgusting animal?
No, not for me. I mean, I don't. That's not the reason why I don't. I think it's the salt content. The salt content for me, like when I know that if I was to eat like ham and whatever, I would get a massive headache. It makes my blood pressure spike through the roof.
Okay.
Almost immediately too. Like within a few minutes of me eating it, I feel sick.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would say in England, many stopped it, lucky like me, because he said like, okay, because my mum wasn't even I thought nothing like that. But yeah, definitely a time come when them things they just. I think it was more health reasons as well, and then just like a reduction in red meat, and then we as children sort of added certain things to it. You get me? But you know when what's his name, Chris Rock said, "Rah, we got good fridges these days." Like, what's the problem? That made me laugh. Still not gonna lie, boy. But yeah, I mean, pork. Oh, bloody hell. Oh my god. 1 second, family. Hold on, I'm gonna put this off. 1 second. All right, listen, Mel. In fact, let me just leave it there still, man. Car. Boom. I'll see what I'm going yes and now. So thanks for passing through, Mel.
No problem.
Yeah, and now that's not even gonna stop. Thank you, everyone else, for tuning in and eating with me. You don't know it's been the 9's in the breakfast. We're gone to what? 5 o'clock. So we're done well still. Welcome back. You don't know, hit the notification bell because you never know when I'm gonna, you know what I mean, pop up on that. We're gonna come with some 9 Live scummy side reports still, because you know there's been a lot going down. So yeah, man, to come and report on some of that still, car. The subscribers want it, man. It look like them like it. So if I let them like, I don't really them still. But yeah, man, happy Sunday, family. It started off like a decent day, but now it's raining. Sure. But yeah, man, let me finish off my thing so I don't get sacked from all directions. You don't know, one love, peace out, man. And yeah, man, thanks for joining. Notification bell. We got some stuff to talk about. Today was a beautiful conversation, and it's opened up many doors, right? And I think, yeah, man, there are doors that need to be open still. I think as women, there's one and two things that we need to talk about. You get me? As older women, as younger women, you know what I mean? And yeah, car, you know. But for make sure the youth they're right for this next passage and journey, car. Some of them man, you're out here, them are going with some mad things. So we need to prepare our daughters, our nieces, our cousins, you know, they're way there. Trust me. But anyway, I'm out. One love, peace. Oh, hold on a minute. Ooh, I nearly flopped my show. Jeez. Hold on a second. Run. I nearly flopped my show. Imagine that. Imagine that. I nearly flopped my show. Mad thing. Nearly flopped my show. Thank you for everyone passing through today. We had Khan, we had Tony Brown, we had Tasha. Obviously, I got my sister Melanated. Who else have I missed? Who else have I missed? Oh, I've missed someone. All right. Today we're going to learn about 9's. Y'all ready? Yes. Let's go.
I'm calling segments on this one. 9's flow.
Yeah. Obviously, we got my sister Sosa. You get me? Early class. I see Cotton in the building. Hashtag BQs. Come on.
My crown, kinky. My skin,
melanin.
I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch it get back. I don't think you overstand, so Jake, won't you bring it back? That 9 is so divine, it's infinite, the highest number. Supreme mathematics, multiply any number by 9. Add the double digits together and watch you get back. Now that you overstand, let me tell you who I am. Let's get it. Heaven, that's me. Hell, that's me. The originator, me. I am the avatar of 9. Check the follicles that I produce all the time. This my scientist flow. Don't think it's solely a rhyme. I'm the first physical being. This ain't no diss track. I came from Adam, then I was formed into an atom. That's a fact. I'm bringing awareness to my peoples. You are burning star. I'm serious, B. Watch me ignite your whole being so you can see the truth unfold. This is no unsolved mystery. We are the creators, the all in the all. I said we are the creators, the all in the all.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. My skin is melanin. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9's the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in.
I need to get away, away. Take me to a place that's tropical, so rock can shine down on me. Only he can give me what I need. I need that ultraviolet, vitamin D, that's serotonin. Calm my nerve, you know I'm on it. By the way, Rob, produce me some more melatonin. I'm the fifth element, I'm Lilo in this. I can make Zor go by boom in this. I'm metaphysical and alchemist in this. I ain't cursing on the track, my daughter gonna dance to this. I'm earth, water, air, and fire. I'm a walking planet, I'm here to give you what you desire. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this. I got the right knowledge, the right mind, I can't go wrong with this.
My crown, kinky. My skin, melanin. I'll say it again. my skin is melanin. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. 9 eat the flow, and you know I'm about to get it in. My crown, kinky, my skin, melanin. I'll say it again, my skin is melanin.
Yes, family.
And you know I'm
Thank you for tuning in. You don't know this is the 999.
You know I'm about to get it in.
Yeah. Thank you once again, man. Hit that notification bell because you never know when I'm gonna pop up, man. But yeah, man, we're come and have some serious conversations. You know what I mean? Come and talk about 1 and 2 things, man. But yeah, man, it's been nice still, can't lie. You know what I mean? Had my little sabbatical and we're back in the building, man. So hopefully I'll be back fresher and stronger again. You done know. One love, happy Sunday. Enjoy your dinner. And remember, tell one person say you love them. Get me? Because love makes the world go round. Yeah. One love and out.